Around here.
Those aren't crows. Those are northern ravens. The Inuit and other Native Americans worship northern ravens as creator deities. Some say that ravens have the power to predict death. The great poet Marlowe wrote about them in the 16th century. Thus, like the sad presaging raven that tolls the sick man's passport in her hollow beak, and in the shadow of the silent night doth shake contagion from her sable wings.
That's pretty gloomy, Master.
Well, here it is, chat. It's all fucking happening, and you know exactly where to come to get the update, the lowdown. Welcome in. How are you doing? Popping off, innit? It's all popping off. I'm excited. You should be excited. There is more labor humiliation to be found. Welcome everyone. We got a steep hill cliff pretty much of people jumping into the stream immediately today. Everyone was looking at the news and they were thinking, where the fuck can I go to get the ultimate update, the ultimate lowdown on UK Britbonga politics? That's right, it's the Donkus Jonkus Mule stream. You're all here. Well done for being smart and having the right brains to come to that conclusion. I'm definitely good. I'm definitely a good streamer. Know how to talk and everything. Shamalu Bego, welcome in. Hunter Bannon's bathroom. How are you? Morgana, Connor Walls, Val the Lovely, Atal, Spaceman Sador, what's up? Soul Chicken, Elor, Gomya Mama, what's good? Crimson Tinted, TTK. We got Vord, we got Middle Earth Marxist, we got Technomancer, we got Atomically Powered, we got Ninny, we got Adric. Everybody is here. Who will replace Wes Streeting? Does Keir still appoint the new one? Okay, so how do I start the stream, man? How do I start the stream? I guess I should explain like a little bit of how this is gonna work. I think now that this leadership challenge has been started, I think that Keir Starmer has no authority to continue appointing cabinet members, which is why it was so funny that he did that the other day. As soon as all the cabinet ministers resigned, he just like immediately gave a bunch of people jobs who he wasn't going to be certain if they would still have a job by the end of the week. Right? So that's why it was dead funny. Yeah, it's a super slow news day today, TTK. Everyone's just like, oh, I guess we'll have to just like react to some leftist video essays or something. I imagine that's what we're going to do in the stream today. Yeah, so, you know, so that's the thing. I'm not sure if he still has the authority to do that. Maybe he does. I don't know. Keir Starmer just kind of does whatever he wants. Like, Keir Starmer's Labour is a bit of a different beast to, like, the past and what we can expect from even, like, Ed Miliband and even maybe Gordon Brown and Tony Blair. So, unsure as to what the legitimacy he has or would have in terms of replacing Wes Streeting, but the leadership challenge has been started by Wes Streeting, and obviously there is now an avalanche of people who are going to be running for leader as well, which is extremely funny, which is what we're going to cover on the stream today. What else can I say? I've got a couple of bits of things to look at before we start the stream, just for a laugh. It's just a bit of a tradition. This is the reward that you get from turning up to the stream early and supporting me. There's nothing more that I like than seeing a bunch of names in the chat at the start of the stream. It makes me feel nice. It makes me feel special. So thanks for doing that. This is your reward. We've got one of the best recession indicators possible. It's a new episode of Bottom Gear. What's that? Well, you'll just have to watch to find out.
Welcome to Bottom Gear, mates. Quite nice, actually. I found a car! Has the show budget finally increased? Yes? Tonight! I have no idea what we're doing tonight. Why not just shitting in on some fucking self-respect, mate? Tonight, I, Jam and Ham, have an exclusive look at the all-new Forza Horizontal 6.
Yeah.
Fucking dead.
He's dead.
He's dead. How the fuck did we end up here? Stig has had fucking enough. Today, on the tip of the gear, we are looking for Vader 80s. Tonight, on gear, we go to the human strength to save the cock train. Tick Hammer, and sense of
Oi, Clarkson, you're incorrigible, mate.
What? I'm smoking that joint, Hammond. Jams and died home.
It's so true. That one's so true.
What?
Jams Masolini is so good.
Fucking
James Masolini.
hell. What? Tonight on Bottom Gear. Jigsaw realizes the joke is still dead. Bottom Gear, mate. Hammond, you idiot! Every car is personalized, mate. Yes, very alright. Hammond, guess who has your wallet? Hammond's look at the shotgun I found. Let's make it turn an engine. What? Oh, into an engine. What, lads? Okay. Piss in the Meanwhile, in Ford's service department. Fuck off, mate. Let me die in peace. Oi, mates. I replaced this bloody ignition with a pipe bomb, stupid. Okay. Jams. I got this house for £5. Or it's car. I don't know. Hemorrhoid. That was my bloody smart car, you blithering cunt.
Hemorrhoid.
Hammond. I'm dripping. Fuck off, mate. The whole James, the bloody car's walking away. Vehicle, hammock, you son. What did you put in my joint? Your cars are bloody horrible. Now, let me tell you why this horse is better. It's because I named him Tesco.
It's true.
You absolute blind. Hammond, you sunk. Oh,
that's true.
Today we're gonna build a car that runs in choice.
That one's true as well.
Hyping butt plug, you pissed on the radiator. I bought a twink.
That one's also true.
Okay, I don't care. Cement. All right, my lads, we don't run out of budget. We only take the bus now. The lads get buried with full military honors.
That's one of the best ones. That's one of the best ones. Buried with full military honors. F to pay respects. Oh, so good. Rare mule rot segment. Yeah, it's happened. This is just the kind of day that I'm having. Do you know what I mean? Everything's so funny. Just everything that's happening is super fucking funny. Who else did I miss just coming in there at the end of me saying hello? Krill, how you doing? B-Rat, I'm this old. What's going on? Lazy Cabe, good to see you. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Is Hammond the stoner? No, it's all just stupid fucking silly jokes. Of course, important to remember, Richard, the hamster Hammond, not a real hamster, is he? Not a real hamster. Maybe we'll watch that. Stuart Lee bit later. I needed that. Cheers. Yeah, it's good. It's important. Here's some base news. Let's take a look at this. What's this? Oh, Krill, thank you so much for the 85 consecutive streams watched. Let's go. Palestine Action Era. American electronics and software company targeted by Palestine Action Era for supplying Elbit's F-35 and F-16 manufacturing plant Cyclone in Carmel occupied Palestine. Let's have a look.
فرنسا سوريا ولبنان بجي ضل حوت لباريس حاجز بها امستردام انا بسلك حالي بريطانيا ممكن اخذ شويتين من هين ليبيا محلق قلبي دا ايطاليا ومين يفشل خدنا العربان كل القصه بتخلص باسبوع ب6 ايام نص ربع على سطوح نستلم فاضي بتعبى على اليمن تسلم قوات.
Yo, TTK, what's going on? Come on, chat, let's go. Come on. That's so true. TTK, thank you for the 1312. Let's go.
Guess who got her Pip back pay?
Yeah! Pip back pay, let's go! Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you for subbing off Twitch, you legend. Don't forget that you can indeed support the stream by going to the tip link and subbing off Twitch. Hello. Leaping Larry, how are you doing? Ninja Cam, what's going on? Livery Rotting, how are you doing? Gotta get a shout out for Leaping Larry, please. TTK. What else was I gonna say? I'm gonna condemn so hard. Yeah, me too. I do condemn super hard, obviously. Even though this is Palestine Action Era, aka Ireland. You know, I think I still can't support them, and no one in the chat can. I'm not sure about that. I'm pretty sure it's legally sketchy, so let's not. Let's disavow. But you know, what can companies who continue to invest in Israel expect if they continue to invest in a country that does genocide? This is what is just going to continue to happen, and of course, no amount of state repression will stop it. The resistance in Palestine has actually proved that as well. You know, people will just continue to resist genocide. It's almost like genocide is antithetical to being human, isn't it? It's so wild. So there you go. Some more interesting news. What's this? Chat, what's this?
Called us orcs and goons. But, Mr. Speaker, I am a gooner.
Yo, he's trying everything, chat. Chat, he's trying everything.
But, Mr. Speaker, I am a gooner.
He's trying so hard. He's trying so hard. He's realized he needs to be relatable. He needs to be relatable. So, you know, he's looked at the TikTok, you know, he's looked at the TikTok aura posts and he's gone, these are going very well for me. I am going to continue, in fact, to do the TikToks and become involved in the youth's culture. He's just like us, DJ. He said Doomer. He said Gooner. How long until Big Chungus is uttered on the floor? Yeah, how long? How long? Right, okay, a little bit of context for people outside of the UK. He means he's an Arsenal fan, right? That's what it is. That's what he's saying, but it is just funny that he said that. I'm going to use it as an alert. I'm going to use it on the soundboard. It's extremely funny. I can't believe that we missed this yesterday. I don't know if I was just too tired and I wasn't paying attention, or like the feed that we were watching, you know, did in fact like not include this bit. Well, it's not what it means to anyone, Larry, right? That's not what it means to anybody anymore. Even Arsenal fans know that that's like, it's been reclaimed by overwhelming amounts of internet culture, brain-rotted internet culture, right? Yeah, I mean, I think we all should just go with the other meaning and assume that he meant that. It is very important, you know?
And goons. But, Mr. Speaker, I am a gooner.
It's so true. He will be remembered as the Prime Minister that said he was a gooner in the House of Commons and also said, like Roadrunner. Incredible stuff. Remember that clip of Keir going, I want you to think of your best sexual experience ever? What? No, I don't! Here's the first gooning PM. Yeah, Gooner is now dead. Hey, Duke of Blong. Thank you for the 5 consecutive streams watched. Let's go. Someone else had a consecutive streams. 85 consecutive streams watched from Krill. Thank you. Alright, so there you go, chat. There's the fun stuff out of the way. We're now going to get on to even more fun stuff. Oh my god. Yes, that's right. It was extremely depressing yesterday when nothing happened. And of course, we were all sat there going, how does he expect everyone to just accept that he's going to carry on and he's going to do a king's speech and everything is, you know, he's pretending that everything is normal. It was like quite possibly one of the most depressing days of history. Do you know what I mean? In recent history, it was like, fuck me, this is so bleak. But now, today, there's some extremely funny stuff happening. And let's get into it, chat. It's time to talk about the Resignation. Oh! Hit him with the Resignation. Wes Streeting from the bottom rope. It was massively ineffective. All right, let's take a look at it. So this is evil worm Wes Streeting's Resignation. Here it is. Dear Prime Minister, the results are in, and I am pleased to report that I have delivered against the ambitious targets you set for me when I became your Secretary of State for Health and Social Care. Today's figures confirm that you surpassed our waiting times despite strikes, and that waiting list fell by 110,000 in March. This is desperate, embarrassing shit. Obviously, none of this is true. Despite strikes is such a famously Labour, coded thing, isn't it? Just like ignoring strikes of junior doctors in the NHS. Yeah, it's really good. The biggest monthly drop outside of COVID since 2008. Outside of COVID, obviously, because why would you even include that? Hey, RT Clearance, thank you for the blue fella. I'll have a go on that in a bit. Meaning that we're on track to achieve the fastest improvement in NHS waiting times in history. This is supposed to be something for him to put on his CV, to be honest. That's all this is. The only question that matters in government is whether we leave our successors a better situation than we inherited. Ambulance response times for heart attacks and strokes are now the fastest in 5 years. A&E waiting times are improving, with 4-hour waiting figures also the best in 5 years. We recruited 2,000 more GPs, and satisfaction has risen from 60% to 74% since we came to office. Satisfaction of what? By who? Are you going to include that? Probably not, because it's fudge numbers. We hit our target recruiting 8,500 mental health staff for 3 years early. We've achieved this at the same as balancing the books for the first time in 9 years. I do not believe that you have balanced the books for the NHS. Smashing the 2% NHS productivity target by achieving 2.8%, don't believe it, means the investment we're putting in goes further. The public can have greater confidence that their money is being well spent. This is all exaggeration for his political curriculum vitae, and he will, of course, use this to get a PR job, even if this leadership challenge fails, and he loses his seat in, an upcoming election, right? So that's all that this is for. You have to see it like that. None of this would be achieved by the brilliant leadership of team ministers, officials, special advisors, established Department of Health, Social Care, yada, yada, yada. National Health Service, the embodiment is all that's best about Britain. Yeah, well, you've been destroying it, so fuck you. You also have murdered trans kids, you piece of shit. There's nothing good about you. All good reasons for me to remain in post. As you know from our conversation earlier this week, having lost confidence in your leadership, I've concluded that it would be dishonorable and unprincipled to do so. Okay, so all the rumors of him going into number 10 and having this conversation with Keir were true. He went in there, he said, I'm going to resign, Prime Minister, and Keir Starmer went, fuck off, you little twat. And then he left, and that's what happened. And then he kept saying, come and have a go if you think you're hard enough, and now he has. But unfortunately, he's backed up by some other people, and we'll get into that in a sec. These are all good reasons to read. Last week's election results were unprecedented, both in terms of the scale of defeat and the consequences of that failure. For the first time in our country's history, nationalists are in power in every corner of the United Kingdom, including a dangerous English nationalism represented by Nigel Farage and Reform UK. This represents an existential threat to the future integrity of the United Kingdom. He doesn't really care about this, to be clear. He doesn't give a shit about this stuff. Increasingly losing faith, the Labour Party is capable of rising to the challenge and defeating racism and offering hope that Britain's best days lie ahead through social democracy. God, that's a bit of a fucking joke, innit? As though that the unpopularity of this government was a major common factor in our defeats across England, Scotland and Wales. Good Labour people lost through no fault of their own. There are many reasons we could point to, from individual mistakes on policy like the decision to cut the winter fuel allowance to the Island of Strangers speech, all of which have left the country not knowing who we are or what we really stand for. I mean, that's true. You have many great strengths that I admire. You led our party to a victory few thought possible in 2024. Wrong. Just wrong. Everyone knew it was going to happen. I was proud to fight alongside you from the trenches of that campaign. Oh, the trenches. You struggled so hard, didn't you? You struggled so fucking hard. Not least keeping Britain out of the war in Iran. Wrong! Another lie. Where we need vision, we have a vacuum. Where we need direction, we have drift. This was underscored by your speech on Monday. Now we're getting to the funny stuff. This was underscored by your speech on Monday. Everyone's thinking it. Even Wesley Streeting, even Wesignation Streeting. You need to listen to your colleagues, including backbenchers. The heavy-handed approach to dissenting voices diminishes our politics. It's a bit late for that, pal. You were helping him do it. As a member of your government, I know better than most. The governing is hard. It should be because it matters. There are enormous challenges facing this country for the first time in our history. Next generation faces a worse inheritance than the last. With wars raging in Europe and the Middle East, making our challenges harder, not easier. We're in the foothills of technological industrial revolution. He's talking about AI, insane stuff. It's not clear whether democracy or tyranny will define the 21st century. I hate you. I fucking hate you, Wes. Oh my god, he's been part of all of this. He is literally complicit in the things that he is talking about. The disaster of Brexit, Liz Truss, COVID pandemic, war in Ukraine, now the war in Iran, no mention of Palestine and a genocide. Who's bought him? Labour Friends of Israel. Project needs to believe again that things can be better than this. It's now clear that you will not lead the Labour Party into the next general election. Labour MPs and Labour unions want the debate about what comes next to be a battle of ideas, not personalities or petty factionalism. It has to be broad and it needs the best possible field of candidates. I support that approach and I hope you'll facilitate this. There you go. So that is that. He has resigned. Let's take a look at this. This was the ITV news report as it happened earlier today. I think it was about 1 p.m. that this came in. Let's take a look at the ITV news report and see what they're saying.
Challenge accepted. In the last half an hour, Wes Streeting has resigned.
Hey, Michael Bay.
The Secretary quits, saying MPs want a debate and it's clear the Prime Minister will not lead Labour into the next election. Also this lunchtime, the former Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner, says she's been cleared over her tax affairs.
What?
They've said that...
That was convenient, wasn't it, chat? Isn't that convenient? The only reason that the media were saying that Angela Rayner would not have a mandate to run, she's cleared it all up on the day that Wes Streeting announces his resignation. How fascinating. Isn't that fascinating? It's almost as if she wanted to avoid scrutiny on how she managed to do that.
There wasn't any wrongdoing and that I didn't try to avoid paying tax.
I mean, look, you know, I'm willing to be proved wrong about Angela Rayner, you know, if she really didn't mean to not pay tax or whatever. I find it hard to believe she's not working class anymore. Do you know what I mean? She's an MP. She's been an MP for years. She's middle class. I'm sorry, but you don't have a 90 grand salary and pretend to be working class anymore. You can let your working class values, you know, influence your ideology and your politics, but genuinely, you know, I believe that she could have done it on purpose. I do believe she could have done it on purpose, and I won't put it past her. But, you know, it remains to be seen, so maybe we'll find out in the future. I'm not sure it'll matter because I don't think she's got much of a chance against Keir Starmer either. I think Burnham's the only guy who could possibly have a chance, and we'll get to him in a bit. Johnny, how you doing? Welcome in as well.
So I wasn't careless in the way in which...
Yeah, your class is what you are now. Just say hi to you, Morgana. Hello, Morgana.
Surely on, we'll have the latest. Also this lunchtime. The Chancellor says now is not the time to risk instability as new figures show the economy grew unexpectedly in March.
Desperate. Where can I find out more about this Wes fellow and his record on trans issues? I mean, right here on the stream, he like oversaw the banning of puberty blockers in the UK. He's completely bought by the anti-trans lobby. He's completely bought by the Israel lobby. He's a disgusting piece of shit. He's a classic traitor, a classic Ernst Röhm, a gay man who is prepared to throw trans people under the bus for money and status. That's who he is. He's one of the most disgusting worms in the history of worms. You know, we do not fucking claim him. But this is hilarious. This is actually fucking hilarious, man. Like, never let anybody tell you Labour government's the same as a Tory government. Never let anybody tell you Labour government's the same as a Tory government. Yeah, but you are. So it doesn't matter how many times you say it. It doesn't matter how many times you pretend that there's growth. And guess what? Even if there is a bit of growth, it's not going to fucking, you know, it is not going to help. It is literally not going to help. It doesn't help working class people. It only helps your mates in the city.
And teaching Italian. Kate visits a nursery school to learn how children...
No one's asked. Abolish the monarchy. Fuck off. Don't let the monarchy near kids. Come on, man. Are we not learning anything? What's going on? Especially kids in different countries. You know what I'm saying?
This is the ITV Lunchtime News.
It's Door Watch!
In Downing Street.
Good afternoon from Downing Street. In the last few minutes, the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, has resigned, paving the way for a widely anticipated challenge to the leadership of the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer. In a letter to him, Streeting said he had lost confidence in Starmer's leadership, that it was clear that he would not lead Labour into the next election and that it would be dishonourable and unprincipled to remain in his post. It follows a significant interview by the four...
People who are asking for more information about how, trans people feel about Wes Streeting, you should check out friend of the show, Sophie from Mars Substack, where she talks about the struggles of being trans in the UK, and also talks a little bit about Wes Streeting. She's also planning on talking about Wes Streeting in a future thing, I think. Follow Sophie on Patreon and get more updates on that, you know what I mean? But yeah, definitely the best person to be listening to regarding that stuff, in my opinion.
Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner with ITV News, in which she doesn't rule out running for the leadership herself. We'll hear from her in a moment. But first to our political correspondent, Shihab Khan, who is with me. We were waiting for drama, and so it begins. Take us through what's happened in the last few minutes.
Yeah, we've had the resignation of the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting. He has released a letter. It won't come as a huge surprise. He was in that building just yesterday where he had that one-on-one meeting with the Prime Minister, in which we were told he made it clear that he did not believe that the Prime Minister should continue on. He has posted a letter. This is what he's had to say. He said, where we need...
Yep, that's right, Morgana.
We have a vacuum. Where we need direction, we have drift. This was underscored by your speech on Monday. Leaders take
one-on-one weeting.
Too often that has meant other people...
A weeting ahead of his resignation.
You also need to listen to your colleagues, including backbenchers, and the heavy-handed approach to dissenting voices diminishes our politics. He goes on to say it is now clear that you will not lead the Labour Party into the next general election. What he doesn't do in that letter is make it clear that he will be launching his own leadership bid. So there are two options here. The first is that he hasn't got the 81 MPs that he needs to support him. That is one possible option. The second possible...
But chat, what about this?
This King's speech is a strike against the status quo, for the failed working people. It's a King's speech for the young people whose gifts lie in their hands, who work hard, want their talents to be recognised, and just want an opportunity in their community. A King's speech for the children who, under the party opposite, had to go to school without breakfast, hungry, cold and tired. And they should be focused on their learning. And Mr. Speaker, it's a King's speech for the backbone of this country, for working people who worry about the cost of living, want their town centres to thrive, their public services to work, their government to be on their side.
It's so funny that they cut him off. It's so funny they fucking cut him off, man. And now he's gonna be gone. He's probably gonna be gone. Oh! Oh, you don't know how much I need him to suffer. You don't know. You don't know. I am your prophet. I am the emissary. The prophets came to me in a vision. No more aura posts. No, there will be aura posts because he's probably going to remain an MP, isn't he? They definitely won't want any kind of like a by-election with him resigning or something. Do not cry yet. Hey weirdo, how you doing? Welcome in. Hi Mushy. Hey Monkey Sputin. This motherfucker was part of the heavy-handed approach to dissenting voices, fucking right in his stupid ear. Yeah, exactly. It's what I was saying when I was reading his letter. Also, hi Emily. How you doing? Yeah, no, yeah. Wes Streeting is basically just Keir Starmer. Like, it's important to remember that, and most people in the Labour Party know that. The membership know that. The soft left know it. The soft left have vowed to not vote for Wes Streeting and to encourage their, constituent members to not vote. for Wes Streeting in a leadership challenge as well. He's very unlikely to win against Keir Starmer. Keir would probably win. Yeah, he's vastly unpopular compared to Keir Starmer. He's vastly unpopular. He's literally a product of Blairism. He's like James O'Brien, right? He's a follower of centrist dad Blairism. That's the best way to explain it. And that's why he too is a vessel for lobbying group money. He just does whatever the lobbying groups say. Yeah, doing great things for campaign contributors. That's what it is. This is why liberal, so-called bourgeois liberal democracy doesn't work under capitalism, because there's there is an incentive to pay politicians to do your bidding, and you have to be extremely ideologically aligned in order to reject that. You have to be solid in your scruples and principles, or is it scrupulous? I'm not quite sure. Or there at least needs to be a mechanism whereby you could be deselected by ordinary members of your party, which is why the Green Party is the best choice for a political party for any leftist, for any shade of leftist in the UK at the minute. And I say that as a fucking tanky. If we're talking about electoral politics, I say that as a fucking tanky, genuinely. Yeah, Wes Streeting is not just a vessel, he's a wessel. So true. Scrupulous just means solid in your scruples. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
The option is that actually he does, and he's going to do that later or over the next few days or so. This could be an attempt to pile pressure on the Prime Minister to get him to outline his departure date, if that's the direction that he wants to go in. Interestingly, I did have an MP text me moments after Wes Streeting's resignation dropped to ask, are there going to be more other members of the Cabinet now going to step away? All eyes will be on Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary. She reportedly spoke to the Prime Minister earlier in the week, telling him that he should set out.
Also, hi, Link. Did I say hi? Hello.
To see if others follow. It will then also now kick others into gear. If Wes Streeting has resigned and if he is about to launch a leadership race, what will the other potential leadership candidates do? Of course, we're talking to Angela Rayner. What will she do now, given that the race might be about to start? What will Andy Burnham, who obviously doesn't have a seat at the moment, what will his team do? His allies have been saying that there are seats available to him. We haven't heard from any MP who has suggested they are willing to resign to let him run. That is another person that's going to have...
Look at them all together. Look at them all together. This has got to be the thumbnail for the fucking video, man. This has got to be the thumbnail for the VOD.
To let him run.
That is so funny, dude. That is so fucking funny. I am snapping that straight away. Fucking straight away, man. Save it to desktop.
Is another person.
He's in a pod. Street seems to be aware of the fact if Keir runs an election, Wes will lose, so his plan appears to now be bully number 10 to see if he can convince Keir to stand down without rerunning. Not a great plan. Yeah, no, it is daft. It is completely daft. Remember when Labour MPs came from a background of hard graft instead of PPE degrees in journalism? Yeah. Very vaguely, but yes.
Do next. Then you've also got outside candidates. Al Kearns is one that's been named quite a few times by MPs as a potential dark horse. He's an ex-military man, a 2024 MP.
Burnham, I would say, is stuffed. Really, we'll get to that. We will get to that. As your Mancunian streamer, yeah, as your literally who lives under the mayoralty of Andy Burnham streamer, I will let you know. I will tell you exactamundo what is going to happen to Andy Burnham.
Could he now launch a leadership race? The indication here is that things are about to hot up very, very quickly. The Prime Minister will now need to decide whether he wants to take on anyone that wants to challenge him.
He could go into advertising, Wes Streeting.
Or if he's going to set out a departure date and if he's going to resign.
OK, we all standing here waiting to see what Wes and the others will indeed do next. Shihab, thank you very much. Meanwhile, a major intervention this morning from the former Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner, who was...
Right, OK, we'll get to the Angela Rayner stuff later. I don't want to watch this full interview just yet. Is that all the stuff that's in this? Yeah, it's just like an ITV live segment. Let's move on to this. It's time for Wes. It's time for change. It's time for the Wesignation. Yeah?
There are so many pressures on this country at the moment. Too much celebrity status, too much celebrity status, too much celebrity status, too much celebrity troll.
Just October 6th, 2010. Just finished lunch of a very nice butternut squash risotto at the British Film Institute on South Bank. Yum yum. This motherfucker, I know exactly what kind of a cunt he was early on in politics. He is someone who, yeah, probably has a PPE degree. I don't know what degree he does have, but he probably does have a PPE degree. And he was studying it, and you know, he was probably very metropolitan and went like, you know, to the British Film Institute on the South Bank and like looked at old archive footage of stuff and yada yada yada, you know? And boasts about having a butternut squash risotto. And he, you know, really fucking loved the idea of becoming middle class. And that's why, you know, he went the way that he went. I know loads of people like this in, like, activist scenes. There's a bunch of people like this. Sad to say, in the activist scene in Manchester... you know, I've met people who, when you talk to them, they're dead radical. They talk about fucking communism. They talk about shit like fucking, you know, geopolitics. They talk about Palestine and all this kind of stuff. And they still canvassed for Labour at the local elections. It is beyond understanding. Do you know what I mean? What the hell is a buttoned up whatever the fuck? Buttoned up whatever the fuck. Hey, Trick. That's so good. Buttoned up whatever the fuck. I made butternut squash pasta. It's really good. The kids won't eat it. No, look, the butternut squash risotto is something that is literally like leftover food in Italy, right? Like, actually in Italy, a risotto is often stuff that's made from, like, leftovers, like, you know, you basically... It's just like a random rice dish with stock in it. Do you know what I mean? Right? That's what it is. And then, but when you're in Britain, like, it's certainly in the 2010s, Italy stuff, Italian food, it was all over the fucking papers and, you know, Gordon Brown, Jamie Oliver, all that stuff, right? You know what I mean? So it's one of them, basically. No, it is good. It is good. I'm not saying it's bad. It's top scran. I love a risotto. I make risottos. Do you know what I mean? But what I'm saying to you is, you have to really understand that, like, in 2010, when he was posting this shit, that was when it was like, yeah, it's like peak Jamie Oliver shit. Like, everyone was talking, know how to make a good butternut squash risotto, you know, and that was like a posh thing, like a middle class thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's what it is, Adric. Yeah. Hey, Morton, by the way, welcome in. Yeah, what's wrong with Bachelor's Savory Rice? Exactly. He was the president of a student union, according to Wikipedia, yes, and he voted against, like, more democracy in the student union, or voted against the teacher strike, professor strike and shit, or uni workers strike. Just mad stuff. Absolutely mad stuff. Anyway, yeah, very funny. Mum is making me a roast dinner. Yum, yum. That's crazy, dude. Who the fuck says yum, yum? Who the fuck tweets yum, yum? I've got a bar of Ensley chocolate. Yum, yum. Wait, what the fuck was that? After 9 years, I've finally found the parental chocolate stash. Bro, that's crazy. Peter Mandelson says yum, yum. Yeah, I bet he does. After a trip to fucking Epstein's Island, man. That's so funny, dude. This is great. This is fucking great. Yeah, I don't have a clue what Ensley chocolate is. Ensley chocolate, man. What the fuck is that? Ensley chocolate. It's just after eights. That just shows you how middle class he's always wanted to be. He calls after eights by their manufacturer name, Ensley chocolate. I've just had some classic Ensley chocolate. You want about after eights? After eights! The little thin slices of mint! Like, that's all that comes up. It just comes up after eights. Hang on. Is it after eights? After eights are dire. Yeah, they're the worst chocolate. They are the worst chocolate. Dark chocolate and mint. If you're going to have mint, have a Kendall mint cake. Bet the fucker rate them at 7 as well. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, I think it's Nestle now. Or has it always been Nestle? I don't know. I actually don't know what the fuck he's on about. Ensley chocolate. I've got a bar of Ensley chocolate. Bro, what are you talking? I need to know what this is, man. I've spelled it right. Blue Diamond. Why is it coming up with Blue Diamond Garden Centers? Kendall mint cake is fucking sick. Like, literally sicko mode. Maybe it's slang for a shite. He's got a bar of shite. Right, okay, fuck this, man. I'm not trying to figure this shit out anymore. It's from fucking 2010, so it's probably some like lost food product. Do you know what I mean? You know, people talk about lost media, but what about lost food products that just never went anywhere because they were too posh and people probably couldn't afford them? You know what I mean? Hey, yo, lids. This is top.
I'm not pretending I've solved all of them.
Not the Wu-Tang.
Problems in less than 2 years. There are so many.
It's time for streeting. It's time for streeting. All right, chat. We got more stuff here. What's going on? Funny thing about West Streeting is that he's regularly pipped as the next in line. Again, healthy democracy, political party system. But the press have already made clear that they've absolutely got his number. Let's have a look at this. This is like a screenshot from Mail on Sunday in December 2024. Does party-loving Wes smell blood as cabinet turns on Never Hear Care after just 5 months? Starmer was meant to clean up Corbyn's mess, not win power. At the Labour conference, Wes was still propping up the bars at 4 a.m. You know? They've got his number. They've got his fucking number. They know what they're on about. You know? Yeah, it's absolutely mad. It's absolutely fucking mad. The streeting resignation. So long, suckers, I rev up my motorcycle and create a huge cloud of smoke. When the cloud dissipates, I'm lying completely dead on the pavement. Yeah. It's gonna be that. Gonna be that. What else we got?
Okay.
Owen Jones with Clive Lewis. We're gonna come back to this because it's a bit long. But this is something that we'll watch. West Streeting could destroy Labour forever.
Let's get to your calls. Adam, Instant.
We've got some calls coming in on the Sheila Fogarty show on LBC. Let's take a listen to this, chat. See what people think about this, yeah?
Albans, hello.
Yeah, hi Sheila, good afternoon. Very, very good call. We've had your previous guests on talking about proper discussions and more waffle that we've heard that we're just drifting along like the Kon-Tiki going through here. I think we may all agree very strongly if Keir Starmer was to take the front foot to go to the centres within Labour and call a meeting for the leadership, for him to take that to them. This would really take down Andy Burnham's idea that he has got time to gather his forces and to get into Parliament. So, in other words, Keir Starmer says, bring it on, chaps. We'll have a leadership contest as of today or tomorrow.
In the way John Major did?
Absolutely. The biggest worry I...
Bro, what are you fucking... Some of these people are the wettest dickheads around. What are you talking about, man?
Was thought of this and no one said this. Angela's been very, very quiet. Could West Streeting have been the crowbar to basically dethrone Keir and then have a chance for then Angela to come in and then go for the prime ministership and then West Streeting possibly be in her cabinet? He was the crowbar to move him along.
I think actually this part is quite astute. That is definitely what it is, yeah. I think that's why Wes has done this, actually. Don't know who this caller is, but yeah, pretty solid.
No.
You mean he sees that the party won't elect him as leader, but he can be the king or queen maker, essentially?
Correct. And perhaps he might not think it's the right time for him. He's still a very...
I think he does know that, actually. You know, I know that people think, like, oh, you know, he's hungry for power and shit like that. And I'm not saying he's not. He definitely is that kind of a guy, right? He is hungry for power. He would love to be prime minister. He probably recognises there's no way that he could do this. Keir Starmer's deeply unpopular. So is he, because he's just followed along. He's been his health minister. The NHS is completely fucked. You know, he's going to try and use that letter, the resignation letter, where he's talking about all of his achievements. You know, that first part of his letter, it's all going on his CV to be like, yeah, we did all this great stuff for the NHS, so you've got to have me as the health minister again. So he's trying to secure his job, probably in Angela Rayner's cabinet, or at the very least, you know, for a PR firm when he gets unseated in 2029. You know, I don't know. Maybe he's going to play the long game and try and run for leader of a party later on down the line in 10 years. But, you know, who's going to have him? No one will have him. You know, Reform won't have him. The Greens won't have him. Those are going to be the dominant parties in politics in 4 years' time. So... you know, I don't know what he's thinking long term, but these cunts never think long term, do they? They can only think, you know, past the end of the week kind of thing. Hey, Gala Mango, how you doing?
Young man, I know this opportunity might not rise again, but it really does go foul. As a lot of commentators have said, his political career really could be down the drain.
Do you admire him for resigning?
Well, if you look at the letter and read the letter, which I've gone through, and obviously he's done a great job in the NHS, and there's no taking away from it from there. But the sort of 7th or 8th paragraphs have been a bit scathing, and I have taken a few commentators...
No, there's one paragraph that's scathing. There's one paragraph that's scathing. I'm going to skip past this guy.
Were you paragraph counting like I was? Yeah.
Yes, it was. And it's like giving a good appraisal of someone and then really going on the bad parts down the road. You really sort of got them going, and then now we're going, you're a late time kid.
No, sorry. Rubbish stuff. Let's skip past fucking Adam from St. Albans. Load of shit.
Situation.
Shut up.
It's against democracy.
Terry from Wokingham, what are you saying?
I don't think, honest to God, it's against democracy having another vote. The people...
I love people like this, man. I love people like this. You have learned of your idea of democracy from imperial, bourgeois, liberal media. Having another vote is against democracy. No, it's not. No, it's not. Voting on things continually is, in fact, the most democratic thing that you can do. In fact, if anything, it's good to reinforce the results of a previous vote. If you have a vote again and it goes the same way, you know, you could kick it down the road a little bit. It's so dumb.
Keir Starmer in.
Hey, Bellatrix.
And it's the people's choice.
No, he isn't!
That's interesting. You're not the first person to say that. I mean, the way our system works is we vote MPs in, and the party...
Listen, I just want to say, sorry to interrupt you, but...
That's okay.
If it's the case, it should be the people get another vote at who comes into the party.
Yeah, well, you do that if you're a Labour member, but Labour doesn't really pay attention to the members' votes anymore. So you can join the fucking party and you can do your vote, but it's not going to come down to that. It's going to come down to a vote of MPs, probably.
But the system that we have, I was going to say, Terry, is that we vote the party in, we don't vote the Prime Minister in.
This is the problem. We vote on the most pointless thing, which is the person who's not even really running the country.
You mean the MP?
Yeah.
Well, they're our representative in Parliament. It's not pointless. It's very important.
No, but the people voted for Keir Starmer.
Who is this dickhead? The people voted. No, they didn't. What are you on about? What is he on about? The people voted for Keir Starmer. No, they didn't. They voted for anything but the Tories.
It's going to be clicked out, and we're going to have somebody unelected in government.
That is not how it works, man. That's just not how it works.
Well, they'll be elected. They just won't have been formally elected as Prime Minister, but neither was he. He had to win his seat as an MP to be Prime Minister. He's only Prime Minister because they, in their party system, voted him in as leader. We didn't vote him in as Prime Minister. We voted Labour in as a government. That's how the system works. I understand. I mean, Terry, there'll be lots of people listening who agree with you.
He's saying it feels undemocratic to vote for just an MP and not actually vote for the party. No, Ninja. He's completely misunderstanding the way that the political system works in the UK. And that's very, very common, sadly. Like, people think they are voting for a president now because of Yankification. Do you know what I mean? You want to vote for the best MP in your region, but you might not want that Prime Minister. He's not saying that. He's saying the opposite of that. He's saying that the people voted for Keir Starmer and not their local MP, which is wrong. People don't do that. People voted for Starmer and Starmer only. Yeah, people just think it works like the Americans, and it doesn't. And even British people don't know how elections work in America either. So they don't know about like Senate elections or Congress or, you know, representatives or like state level, national level, anything like that. So, you know, it's so funny when people say this, like, you're just completely daft. The only reason that this guy probably says the people voted for Keir Starmer is probably because he's one of these centrist dads who hated Jeremy Corbyn. He's probably a centrist dad that earns £100,000 a year and was probably slated to pay more tax under Jeremy Corbyn. And so he just hates him forever, right? That's what it is.
That it feels odd for them internally to decide who the new Prime Minister is, but that's kind of how it works right from the beginning. Simon, thank you, Terry. Simon in Southampton. Hello.
Oh, hi, Sheila.
Hi there.
I had such high hopes for Starmer.
What do you mean? Who are these people?
I thought that he was going to be the man to turn this country around. And I voted. I'm in a constituency that Labour doesn't really have a chance. So I kind of wasted my vote in order to vote for the man that I really did believe in.
Look at Sheila's face. That's so funny. This is so funny for so many reasons.
And I'm just so disappointed, to be honest. And the thing is,
I wasted my vote to vote for Keir Starmer. What do you mean, bro? What do you mean?
Jackie Smith just hit on the problem in a nutshell. In this case, it was defence, but take any policy.
Wait, defence? He's upset with Keir Starmer about defence. Jesus wept, bro. These are the like 10 guys in Britain who are terrified of Russia like invading their kitchen, like someone in the chat said yesterday. Right? People were saying, I think it was Chilavina was saying, like, is it the same as Serbia in the UK where, like, people are terrified of Russia and shit? And most people in the chat rightly were saying, like, it's like, might be like a minority of the population who are just like, oh my God, Russia's gonna get us, right? That's the people who phone into LBC. They're like, I can't believe Keir Starmer's not gone full-throated into the war in Ukraine. They're coming at any minute. They'll be here at any minute. It's a recurring problem. People don't understand the voting system. It's an indication of a problem with the system. Yeah. How democratic do you feel like your country is? Because our system is pretty similar. It doesn't feel very representative. No, the first past the post system is the worst part of it, which is that, like, you know, the first party to get, like, the most votes in the count is declared, like, you know... No, sorry, how does it work? First past the post means the party with the most seats gets the fucking election, right? But it's not proportional based on the population of the UK, right? So proportional representation would be much more democratic. It means we'd have loads more Green MPs. But yeah. Entering the war would be the best way to ensure a Russian missile makes it into your kitchen. Yeah, it's true. The caller's name, James O'Brien. So true. Remember hearing completely unhinged people advocating for a no-fly zone over Ukraine. Yeah, so funny. So fucking funny, dude. Like, people just don't know what they're talking about. Under MMP, you do get 2 votes, 1 local and 1 national, yeah.
He has been told by different experts and different people for over a year now of the perilous situation that we're in. And yet, there is still a report on his desk. If something needs to happen, it's, oh, we'll have a review.
And you can tell, chat, I will tell you where this guy lives. I will show you where this guy fucking lives, yeah? I'll show you exactly where this guy lives. Right? If you zoom out on Britain, right? And you can tell this because of the quality of the call, right? Do you want to know where this guy lives? Fucking here. In the middle of fucking nowhere. Milton under Witchwood. No one lives there. It's just him. It's literally just him. He fucking owns one of the farms round here, and he drives his tractor into London with Nigel Farage when they do the protests to fucking... Do you know what I mean? It's him and a bunch of fucking rivers. Do you know what I mean? Like, you could just tell by the way he's talking about stuff and the way that... You know what I mean? He thinks that Russia's at the fucking door kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's just like, what are you fucking on about, bro? 1 bar of signal on the mobile and it's 2G, yeah. Hey, Combustible Lemon, how you doing? Yeah, it's the Wesolution, the Wesignation and the Wesolution.
We'll have a report. We'll do an investigation.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Tracy Brabin, the Mayor of West Yorkshire, was saying as well in her conversation with Keir Starmer. No more reviews, no more, just random assessments. Get the job done more quickly, and so we can demonstrate it to the public. Simon, I'll leave it there because your line isn't very strong, but thank you very much for the point.
Fuck off. Oh, he's from Southampton, it actually said. It actually said he was from Southampton. Wait, how close was I? Where the fuck is Southampton, man? I fucking hate the South so much. Why is it so confusing? Why is it not clearly laid out where stuff is? I wasn't far off, you know. I wasn't fucking far off. You know, I was zooming in over here, right? You know, somewhere here, but you know, he's pretty much there. So he's gonna be like fucking here. He lives there at the top of that river there, Pucknall or something. Do you know what I mean? You know, it's going to be one of them. Anyway. Wait, is that going to start playing? Don't start playing. Oh, this is just a fucking YouTube thing. Okay, whatever. All right, let's carry on.
Jenny?
Hi, Sheila, loved your show yesterday. The interjections were brilliant. And as you said, I think that we're sitting on the front bench opposite Kenny Badenoch. I'd like to face that. First of all, I'm really glad he's gone.
What the fuck are you on? What the fuck is Jenny from fucking Chigwell talking about? What is she talking about?
I am a constituency in the constituency of Labour, Ilford South. Ilford North, sorry.
Oh my God, she's in West Streeting's constituency.
And I've had lots of dealings with him, and I'm not going to stick the knife in as I feel he has with Keir Starmer.
What possible way could you stick the knife in comparably to how he stuck the... What do you want about... People are fucking insane. What do you mean? Hey, Threads, what are you talking about?
Anecdotally, I'm not going to go on about personal things, but quite frankly, I'm very glad he's gone. He's been on the front bench now for 2 years, and he is part of this cabinet. So why on earth he's doing this now, I don't know. And as I said, I think he's a career...
Jenny's just fucking old as fuck, man. Jenny's just fucking old as fuck and just wants to talk to someone. That's all that's happening here, man. They're really, really struggling for callers, and so they finally let Jenny from fucking Chigwell on. She's 99 years old. You know what I mean? Yeah, they screen these calls. It's crazy. It's crazy that they're just letting people come on who are just like, then I went over to the sofa, and then I did some stitching. It's like, just do your stitching. Just do your stitching. Stop talking about politics. Just retire. Retire mentally. You've retired physically, but not mentally. Come on.
About politics, young man.
Zero recreational activities to be found there, except for calling LBC in the day. Oh my God. I'm having the experience of people who don't speak English visiting England listening to 90-year-old Jenny. I just can't parse a fucking word she says. Oh my god. It's fucking so good. Valerie Valkyrie, back from door knocking with the union. Let's go! Sophie the Bookworm, welcome to the chat. Truly, there should be more knitting clubs for people like her. Absolutely, 1000%. Yeah, we do need to take better care of our elders, and this is indicative of why.
I apologise for my voice. I have a paralysis on the right hand side.
Sorry about that.
Sheila, no.
Now I feel terrible. She's fucking disabled. I feel like a dickhead now.
It's perfectly.
We should be looking after people like this. I remain that is the fundamental, the fundamental fucking reality of it.
Understandable. It's perfectly.
That's my basic point in all of this. Someone please look after this woman. Please fucking spend some time with her and, make sure her last days are comfortable as fucking shit. Don't let her call LBC.
You don't.
Anyhow, as I said, yesterday was brilliant. And when you were on there yesterday, and we heard you were very little and you didn't interrupt anyone, and it was amazing. But
Sheila Fogarty, not interrupting anyone. I don't fucking buy that.
To be honest, I worked as an activist and socialist for years.
What?
So I can go from both sides because I crossed the floor when I met somebody who was my friend, and Lee Scott is who West Streeting took the seat from. So it sounds like sour grapes, but Lee was in for years, 10 years, and he was an amazing MP. And so I walked across the floor to the Tory party, so I can see both sides.
This lady shouldn't be calling shows, man. Either this is true and it is the most insane political journey you could have possibly ever thought of in your entire life, which is I used to be a socialist and then I decided to vote for the Tories, which is right, well, you're the same as Wes Streeting. I don't know what to say to you. All these people that you're criticizing, you're exactly the fucking same.
Right. Thank you very much, Jenny, for your call, Jenny.
She just shut down. Right. See you later, love.
Well, May has called from Edmonton. Hi, May.
Hi, Sheila. I think what the real reason what people are missing, and I'm surprised nobody's mentioned it. I think God, what's his name? Oh my God!
Go on. Oh, there's loads of names. Which Wes Streeting? Wes Streeting?
The one who's resigned.
Wes Streeting. Wes Streeting.
That's it. Sorry, my age is. I'm only.
People don't even know who he is.
Oh, listen.
And I think that his real reason. He was looking for a way out because he was frustrated. He wasn't getting anywhere in resolving the health issues with the doctors.
No, sorry, wrong. Completely wrong. Maximally misinformed voter. Wants to think the best of people in power. Just completely absurd. No evidence for that whatsoever. He's completely bought by private health companies. He's part of the private health lobbying efforts to privatise the NHS. Nonsense, bollocks, completely disregard.
And I'm not saying he was happy with Keir, but I think this is a good opportunity to resign and put it all on Keir when he felt that, when he came in, he felt that he was the knight in white shining armour going to resolve it, and it backfired on him. And as much as he tried, he wasn't resolving it, because he did an interview with your colleague in the morning, I think Nick, and he felt so frustrated and down. That's what I picked up from it anyway. So I think one of the main reasons is, and he needs to be honest, that it's to do with...
Yeah, exactly. The only health issue that Wes Streeting was... worrying about fucking sorting out is the issue with people being transgender,
He hasn't been able to resolve the ongoing issue with the doctors.
All right. Thank you very much, May. That's certainly been a frustration for him, for sure. And his political opponents have been able to use it against him when the doctors continued to strike after a 28% pay rise. Eric in Liverpool, hello.
Oh. Shut up, Sheila. Fucking hell. I hate these centrist bastards.
Good afternoon, Sheila. Right. I'd like Sir Keir Starmer to carry on, because I know he's made mistakes, but, he's doing pretty well. The country...
They are desperate for callers. There is nobody who is interested. There is literally zero normal people who are interested in sticking up for Wes Streeting. That is incredible. Incredible. One of the only other fucking people to fucking call in. Look at the time. What time is it? It's fucking 13. It's literally 2 p.m. And he's there being like, fucking, I think Keir Starmer should crack on. He's made some mistakes, but he's doing pretty well. Bro, I can't understand the delusion that these people have. Every single day I wake up and I'm like, what the fuck am I going to learn next? What's the next thing that Keir Starmer and his evil cabinet are going to have voted on? What shit are they passing through fucking legislation next? Passing legislation, rushing legislation through for next. It is so bizarre. It is so bizarre. Half the callers think they're as soft as they are. It really is that, isn't it? It's just this complete delusion of like, yeah, man, he really cares about the country.
The men, considering what's going on across the pond there. But if he's going to be challenged, I don't care if Father Christmas challenges him. What I want the next challenger to do is actually give us the devil in the detail. In other words, lay out what they're going to do. Yeah. It's better than what Keir Starmer's doing for health, for welfare, for the roads and rails, for the water, for child safety, for adult safety online.
What are you talking about? What are you on about? What are you on about? None of these things are good because of him. This is insane. Completely mental.
But for everything. And if they can't do that, then it's all arterial.
No, I don't. Well, look at the job he's doing. He's doing a good job. He hasn't got a really good public persona. That is all that's wrong with him, really.
That's fucking crazy, man. That's fucking crazy. I can't listen to any more of this, man. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. I'm actually going to lose my mind. So this guy was interviewed by Krishna Gurumurthy on Channel 4. This is a guy called Chris Curtis. Chris Curtis? Is this his name? Is he an MP? I can't remember. Describing what he thinks about Wesley Streeting. Wesley the Diamond Wesignation Streeting.
This is a once-in-a-generational political talent. I think we've got many real talented people in the Labour Party. Wes is one of them.
He's a once-in-a-generation political talent.
Everyone just sounds so delusional when they say it. Like, what do you mean? Anyone with a brain is literally like, do you really mean that? Is that genuinely what you think? Because I'm concerned. I think you might be experiencing massive psychosis. Like you're not seeing reality, bro. Like I don't know what to tell you. It's so mad.
He puts his not a once in a generation, but
because that would mean that's it. He's your man, then, isn't he?
There are generational talents, and many of them in the Labour Party, of which Wes is one.
Fucking backpedal pretty quick there.
I'm a big fan of his, but I'm a big fan of many other people in the Labour Party. Wes hasn't put his name forward yet. Let's see what happens. See if the process and the timetable.
Do you see him as on the Labour right?
Forwards.
The way this is being portrayed is that Wes is the candidate of the Labour right, and that Andy Burnham or Angela Rayner or Ed Miliband are the people of the soft left.
I'm sorry,
is that true?
I'm not having this argument at all. The Labour Party doesn't have a right.
Insane. Fuck you, Chris. Literally fuck you. The Labour Party has ignored Islamophobia and anti-black racism in its party and more broadly in the country for fucking years. Ever since Keir Starmer got involved. You are disgusting. Fuck this guy. Whatever happens to the fucking Labour Party now, they all deserve it. They all deserve it, chat. The funniest things that are going to happen to him, it's going to be funny as hell because they all fucking deserve it. They deserve it for turning the party into this. You know? They deserve it. Why do these clowns trust the government so much? Holy shit. I guess it's because they think the government's always worked for them. They're probably middle class. The middle class retirees, aren't they? People who are calling up at 2 p.m. in the afternoon on a fucking Wednesday or whatever, Thursday. You know? It's not going to be fucking people who are working a bar job at night or baristas, is it? You know what I mean? Or Deliveroo drivers calling into LBC at 2 p.m. You know what I mean? Care is keeping me safe from the squirters, so he's got my vote. Hey, Detaway, how you doing? It's so funny, isn't it? I'll never understand myself the allure of debasing yourself like this with vanishingly thin and fleeting slices of power. Materially, I understand it, but damn, it's so vile. The best way to understand it, everyone, is it's the zenith of neoliberalism, right? Because that's what neoliberalism is all about. It's about achieving power and making as much profit as possible while pretending that you are giving people in the country that you live in freedom to do things, right? The free market means freedom for people. Yeah, it's the zenith. That's why this has happened. And these people don't even understand it. They don't even understand it. They are subscribed to a religious political ideology. It's not religious, obviously, but it's like a religion to them, you know? Yeah, there's literally zero wiggling room now. So that's why they're desperately saying, we'll never be left-wing, we'll never be a crazy left-wing loony party, but we're definitely not right-wing and all this. And it's just, but they're like completely right-wing. They're the most right-wing fucking government we've ever had. Yes, market fundamentalism. Yes, quite literally. Hey, Pissrail, by the way, welcome in. Starmer needs to stay on. I fully want Labour destroyed. I don't think that Labour will do that well with Andy Burnham. I genuinely don't think that they will. Labour is a tainted party now, and everybody understands it. Everybody completely understands it, and Green Party voters are going to know that. You know, Green Party voters are going to know that, and more broadly, it won't make a difference to Reform. Yeah, Reform are not asked about any of this. The Tories won't be convinced by it. Even Labour voters probably won't be convinced by it. They'll get a boost. I think it's going to be negligible. I genuinely think it's going to be negligible. When Andy Burnham gets put under the spotlight, especially if he becomes Prime Minister, people will start to realise, oh, this guy is just the same as Keir Starmer. You know, if not slightly better, right? Slightly better. A modicum of better. You know, he's a terrible communicator. That's the thing to understand. I live under his mayoralty, and I have for the last fucking 7 years or however long it's been since he was elected. The way that he talks to his, city fucking dwellers, people who live in Greater Manchester Combined Authority, especially when we bring up shit like council tax, when we bring up shit like, you know, the way that the fucking city is Manchester, the city is managed. Manchester, not just the city, but the combined authority. He's the mayor of the combined authority, the 7 fucking, regions. He's rude as fuck. He's rude as fuck. He's like, oh, what's that? You don't like an increase in council tax? Well, what about fucking £2 buses across the board? Suck out your dad. Suck out your fucking dad. Yeah, and you're Steve Rotherham is another bellend, his mate, yeah. They're all bellends. They're all dickheads. I don't think it'll have any effect outside Manchester, and even there, not much. You're right, Hippie. We're going to get into Burnham in a bit. Listen, we're still on Wes and the Wesignation for the time being, but we're going to move on to Ange in a bit, yeah? And then we're going to move on to Burnham. And of course, you know, your boy is going to give you the analysis of someone who is literally amongst the electorate of Greater Manchester, I've got a bit of insight. Do you know what I mean? I like to think I've got a bit of an insight.
There are different traditions in the Labour Party. There are different beliefs in the Labour Party. But the Labour Party doesn't have a right.
Yeah, exactly, Pissrail.
I think too often this traditional way of looking at things between the right and the left in the Labour Party is just bonkers. I think...
That's because you're fucking bonkers, pal.
Bang!
Let's have a look at who this cunt is. Chris Curtis, yeah? If he's not on the right of the party. This is him in October last year at something called LFG which is Let's Fund Growth, right? That's what it stands for. Now, who are they? Is it Let's Fund Growth or Let's Find Growth? I can't remember. Oh, it's Looking for Growth. Sorry, Looking for Growth. Not Let's Fund Growth, Looking for Growth, right? Now, what is this, chat? LFG is a political movement to push Britain out of decline. We build, we pressure politicians, we influence policy, we organise, coordinate, and improve Britain bit by bit. How do you do that? How do you do that? LFG organised a coordinated national response and gathered over 50 leading CEOs, entrepreneurs and experts to demand the government accept all the nuclear review recommendations. 700 LFG supporters signed the letter and write to their MPs demanding they pressure the government to accept all. After committing to a 3-month review of the report in the budget, the government U-turned and accepted all the recommendations a few later. This is the biggest, most radical change in nuclear regulation in British history. Nuclear regulation. Wow. That's good, isn't it, chat? Isn't that good? Isn't it good that they got rid of a bunch of red tape that would have protected people from, nuclear toxic waste? Isn't that good? That's great, isn't it? Really good. Growth is a dog whistle for unregulated capitalism. That's exactly what it is, yeah. That's exactly what it is. More shit, new bills, yeah, all that stuff. Hey, Mr. Dank, welcome in. Josh Simon's the guy who's standing aside from him is the ass who, when head of Labour Together, was hiring PIs to stop journalists. Andy is just the next centrist that Labour Together want to use. Yeah, absolutely. The head of Transport for London smeared our volunteers as criminals. Wait, what's going on? Looking for Graffiti campaign launched a huge viral campaign to clean up the graffiti on the London Underground. The head of Transport for London smeared our volunteers as criminals. Freedom of Information request revealed that the head of Transport for London was wrong and asked him to say sorry for our volunteers. Video demanding his apology goes viral across social media. It's inspired by Looking for Growth's Tube Clean. Our local chapters start cleans across the country and even clean an entire village. This is just cringe. This is just cringe shit, bro. 50 events, including major shows and local chapter events. Building a movement. What do you mean? Phone theft campaign success. Looking for Growth and crush crimes. Persistent in campaigning. Highlighted London's phone theft epidemic, despite Mayor Sadiq Khan initially dismissing it as misinformation and accusing campaigners of misleading the public. I don't believe Sadiq Khan any more than I believe Andy Burnham. But I would probably believe him about these fucking freaks. Yeah, massive briefcase fucking knobrash shite. After a year of pressure, Khan announced a new command cell to target organised gangs behind the thefts. So, yeah, man, what we did is we got the fucking mayor to fund more cops. Fund more cops. Fast-tracking nuclear power. Insane stuff, dude. Insane stuff. Like, oh my god, they're like accelerationists basically, but still like, not left wing at all. Yeah, attacking Khan from the right, it's fucking crazy, man. It's fucking absolutely mad. So here he is chatting rubbish at this fucking conference. So that's the kind of person that he is. So, when he said before, there is no right wing of Labour, why is that? Oh, is it because he's part of this fucking pressure group?
How's it all going?
10 people in the crowd.
I know it's late. I know Lawrence used twice the amount of speaking time that he was allotted, so we are running a bit late this evening, but it is a
There's literally 10 people there. This is so insane, man.
Privilege to be here. Thank you for the kind introduction, Joe. It's great to speak after former Conservative MP.
Chat, he looks like fucking Charlie Kelly from Always Sunny. This is like what this is kind of like Charlie Kelly level politics shit.
The walking, talking embodiment of that hot dog meme. If only we can find the people who are responsible for this.
Oh, mate. Cringing out my fucking ass.
I talked about the back in February as well. Well, since then, we have successfully managed to 10x.
Charlie Kelly meets Simon Pegg in Shaun of the Dead. Oh, no, he is giving Simon Pegg, actually.
The LFG event. Do that twice more and we'll be in the big room next door, taking on, fighting and campaigning to fix the many challenges that this country... He's got
a thing there saying, just fucking do it. That is the epitome of Labour, right? That's the epitome of fucking Labour right there. Current Labour, neoliberal, fascist, accelerationist, market fundamentalist bullshit. Just fucking do it. Just build the luxury flats. Just build the forest city. Just build nuclear power plants with no regulations. Just build shit. Do you know what I mean? It's just, oh, fuck it. So we're not going to watch all of this. It's going to be rot as fuck. Maybe we'll watch it another day, but, you know, we've got actual news to be fucking getting through. So, you know, I'm not going to waste too much time on that. This is from Noah Keat, who is a news reporter for Politico. Labour MPs are not happy about the playbook scoop that Morgan McSweeney is back helping Number 10 with the leadership crisis. Oh! One told me they're appalled by the news, a second was very disappointed, and a third called the move fucking crazy and how to wind up MPs. Damn, dude, sounds like they got mad. Oh, no, sorry, they're not mad at all. No, don't put in the newspapers that they're mad. Don't put in the newspapers that they're mad. Hey, Trunks, how's it going? Welcome in. Guess who's back? McSweeney. He never left. I'm like that, but with the state doing shit instead of profit-motivated corpos. This is so true. Thank you for the 55 consecutive streams watched. Let's go. Sweeney's wife is a deputy whip. The idea he ever left at all is absurd. Yeah, absolutely. It's all just like, you know, changes on the face of things. More info as we do or don't get a leadership challenge. Politico's live blog below. I'm not going to be checking that out, but yeah. Morgan McSweeney's still there. Right, it's time.
Who felt that I was
It's time for the Big Ange interview. Angela Rayner is suspiciously been cleared by HMRC. She's finally fucking pulled her finger out and got it sorted. You know? These questions about stamp duty have been literally an issue for like almost a year at this point. Or is it 6 months? I don't know. It's not a year. It's not a year. It's probably because time's super compressed. It probably is about 6 months or something. I don't know. But not compressed, expanded. I don't know. I don't really know how to describe it. But here she is. She's talking about it. Finally, it's been all sorted. For some reason, very, very conveniently, the same day that Wes Streeting launched his leadership challenge. So, you know, we'll see what the fuck's going on there. Let it rain. Let it rain. It's between 6 months and a year. Yeah, something like that. The number of seats they'll have in the next general election is small and shrinking. 10, 9, 8, 7. Yeah, literally. Quite fucking literally.
Dodgy and HMRC have concluded that there wasn't any wrongdoing on my behalf. We're not delivering the change that people voted for, and I feel like we've made some mistakes that need to be corrected.
Has a deal been done between the two of you at all?
No. I've said that I would not trigger the Prime Minister. We have to do better.
Don't trigger him. Don't trigger him. He's feeling very vulnerable at the minute.
Our cabinet members, our Prime Minister, and our members.
She resigned in September 2025. That's why it feels like a year, because it was last year. But it was, in fact, 8 months, 9 months ago.
Voters are saying things have to change.
And some people say change the leader.
Well, some people are saying that.
So no leadership challenge? First, can you just tell me what the decision was from HMRC as you understand it?
This fucking spectacle shit is so insane, man.
Well, I welcome HMRC's conclusion and they've said that there wasn't any wrongdoing and that I didn't try to avoid paying tax or I wasn't...
Even though she's got the Manc accent, she just sounds like Keir Starmer, you know what I mean? Like, you can hear him saying the same things. I welcome the HMRC's decision. They found there was no wrongdoing. I didn't try to avoid paying tax.
Careless in the way in which I conducted
I'd like for them to go further.
when I was in government and this came to my attention that there could have been tax owed, I was really shocked about that because I'd taken advice and I've never wanted to avoid paying my tax. And for me, that was the most distressing thing, is that people felt that I was tax dodging or trying to set up trusts to avoid tax or being careless by not taking the appropriate advice. And HMRC have concluded that isn't the case.
Did that hurt when that was being bandied around that you might have done it on purpose?
Client journalism. Did that hurt? Nice little softball there. Fucking mad, man. Did that hurt? Was that really rubbish and sad? How did you feel about it, Ange? Should people be feeling sorry for you? Should people feel sorry for you when you get the role of PM and you have to try and sort all this out? Because that's clearly what all this is about.
It did, and it hurt me because I had to then talk about my son and his personal circumstances, which I think...
What? No one knows about your son. What are you on about?
You know,
oh, no, that's true. People were talking about his son, about a son. Yeah.
Him, he's a young man now, and, you know, it's...
I completely forgot about it. I was like, what are you talking about? Like, you know, I think that most people probably forgot about a son, actually. And that's why she's bringing him up again, using a son as a political tool. Isn't he disabled as well? Mad stuff, man. Imagine Angela Rayner being your mum and fucking maybe might be running for the prime ministership of the country, and she's fucking talking about you in a fucking, you know, in an interview to try and cleanse her reputation as being part of fucking the Keir Starmer fucking cabinet. Queer Harmer, Kid Starmer, Keir Starmer.
History that it's not really for me to band around the...
Sounds like she's on the verge of tears. That's just what she sounds like.
I think that the person who they know me as, the person who went into politics for fight for people, suddenly dropped all her values and was just on the take. And that's never been me. And I was...
Yeah, but it was though. It was though. You did. You dropped all your fucking values. That's exactly what you did. That's why no one's going to fucking trust you. It's absurd. Completely absurd.
That's what the consequences could have been, that I'd done something wrong. HMRC.
That's so funny, man. That's literally so funny. Like, all of these fucking craven, servile worms are turning around now and being like, I didn't really mean to stab Jeremy Corbyn in the back. It was just a silly joke. I've not abandoned my values. Get fucked! Get fucked! Literally get fucked! We watched you do it!
I've concluded that there wasn't any wrongdoing on my behalf. I've chosen not to tackle HMRC on the ambiguity of the law. I think that's the correct thing to do. I've chosen to pay that additional...
Literally, Deputy PM!
To not pay my taxes.
So how did you feel when you got that notification from HMRC and they gave you the conclusion of their investigation?
I was relieved about that, but I was also... I wanted people to see that. I wanted people to... You know, I've spent time at the moment trying to fight for the people that I'm there to represent, but equally knowing that there was a question mark that people felt that somehow I'd acted in an improper way. And that hurt because I've never forgot the trust that people put in me.
When they do Keith's biopic in a decade, it will be called Pierced Armour.
People have asked me on the line to represent them and fight for them. That's why I've fought so hard in government for employment rights and for housing, which I know are too...
Oh my God. Oh my God. You're not doing yourself any favours. I swear to God, man. No one's falling for it. No one's falling for it. If Ange wins, she won't be able to save Labour. She won't. I know that she's going to put her out in the race. I know it's going to happen. It has to happen. It's too much of a coincidence for this to happen, unless she's desperate for Burnham to put her in his cabinet, which possibly could be the case. You know, I don't know, man. As a fucking northerner, yeah, if it ends up being Burnham and Rayner and a cabinet of like supposed working class northerners, where they can't be fucking working class anymore because they got a middle class wage and they have had that for like the last fucking 10 years of their life or whatever, you know, and they oversee the downfall of the Labour Party and just continue to do more neoliberalism but with like soft left characteristics. That'll break my fucking heart, man. Do you know what I mean? I didn't think it would be possible for me to get like more enraged by the Labour Party and what Keir Starmer and Labour together did to it. But if it results in that, if it results in the end of the Labour Party being stewarded by pretending to still be working class, pretending to still be left-wing Northerners, I'll fucking flip my shit, man. I will flip my shit. I can't begin to describe it.
Very important parts of what gives people good opportunities and security in their life.
We don't fucking claim these fuckers, you know what I mean?
Taken away because my integrity was questioned, even though Laurie Magnus said that I acted with the highest of integrity. I felt that there was a question mark over that, and that's why I wanted to comply with HMRC. But even
though I was really, really good and everyone said I was dead good, I wanted to make sure I was dead good, because I'm not someone who just accepts unnecessary glazing.
I want people to see the complexities. It wasn't a careless nature of what happened with me.
When you resigned, you said in your resignation letter, I accept that I didn't meet the highest standards. Do you still feel that you didn't meet the highest standards, or are you saying now that actually in
would it be fair to assume that everyone is now just bracing themselves for a reform takeover? It's unknown, Mr. Dank, because the rise of the Greens has been quite dramatic. You know, the collapse of your party, you know, the only option on the left now is the Green Party, pretty much. If the, you know, collection of independents that are associated with your party and, you know, left-wing values actually end up allying with the Greens, that's a possibility. Don't know. A lot of, you know, there's still, you know, not a massive amount, but some independent MPs. There are some Labour Party politicians who are interested in reviving some level of social democracy within the party. Like, for example, Rebecca Long-Bailey and the selection of MPs who have introduced this new initiative, Socialism 26, which is a desperate attempt to bring back more socially, you know, socialist democratic policies to the Labour Party, and, like, you know, reverse the continued austerity and the continued rightward shift of the Labour Party under Keir Starmer. You know, they're trying to do that by this year. I don't know how that's going to sit in the party. I don't know how these people still live with themselves. I think they're hoping that Andy Burnham will be receptive to that. But the problem is that, you know, Andy Burnham has got massive problems, and he probably won't fucking save the country in terms of for working class people. I guarantee he will continue to support Israel, right? That's a key thing. He will continue to support Israel. You know, you've got to remember, Andy Burnham is in charge of the Greater Manchester Police. The Greater Manchester Police absolutely battered anti-fascists in Manchester when they were going up against Britain First a couple of weeks ago, or a month ago at this point. You know, that's not a coincidence. That's not just the police going, oh, well, we're going to do this. You know, they listen to who's in charge. Who's in charge? The top cop. Who's the top cop? Bezzy mates with the mayor, right? You know, it's that's who he is. That's who he is.
Hindsight, you had met those standards.
I think the challenge was that at the time there was question marks which I didn't know the answer to.
The police are fascist, and, like, you know, unless Burnham put a fucking leash on him and said, yous are not letting Britain First march in this city and you're going to protect anti-fascists, they're not going to do anything. And even if he did try and put a leash on him, it'd probably be difficult. You know, we're talking about trying to reverse fucking years of Greater Manchester Police Department fucking you know, corruption and dog shit going on in there as well. That's like, you know, Andy Burnham was never going to do anything like that, but he can't even do the least of what people would want. You know, he's funded more cops. He's funded way more cops in this fucking city. He's a bastard.
Advice, and I felt the advice was robust. And when it was reported in the papers, which some of it was wrong, I didn't tax avoid. I knew I hadn't tried to tax avoid, but that I hadn't paid the correct amount of stamp duty. Of course, it was right that I took responsibility for that, and then allowed.
How long can she go without blinking?
Investigation and the process.
I suppose it's just whether you feel in hindsight You know, if you'd known what you know now, would you have resigned as Deputy Prime Minister?
Well, I think if I'd have known what I know now, I would have hoped that I would have been able to have given that clarity, but I couldn't at that time because I didn't know that, and that was the important factor. And
What?
that's why
She sounds just like Keir Starmer. Fuck me, man.
I took the decision to step down from government whilst that investigation.
Hey, Benny, is necessary. Welcome in.
Ongoing, and that was the right thing to do.
You paid the wrong amount of tax, but you're saying HMRC don't believe that was done deliberately and that you'd done anything wrong kind of procedure.
Anyway, I don't think I had a coherent thought just then when I was answering your question, Mr. Dank. Basically, it's all up in the air. We don't know. We don't know. There's no way to say that Angela Rayner or Andy Burnham or whoever's going to come in and do this leadership challenge is going to save Labour, basically. So it's likely that Labour are going to get fucking destroyed. Most of the people who voted Labour in the past probably won't vote for him now. And that might lead, Reform to win because of people actually not voting and being apathetic. But the Greens are, they're going to probably rise to the challenge if they continue at the rate that they already have. So,
But there is still a mistake at the end of it, isn't there?
I understand that's not a great answer, but I don't have a great question. Reform are looking to win the next general election, but that's with polls that were conducted before Gorton and Denton win. Some polls have been conducted afterwards, and obviously after the recent local council elections. That's the best indicator at the moment, but things could change because the Greens performed very well as well. If they continue at their rate of performance, it's very likely that they could launch a very decent challenge against Reform at the next general election.
The wrong amount of tax.
I said I always wanted to pay my tax, but there is a question mark which needs clarification for other families who may find themselves in those circumstances. But I've chosen not to take any sort of challenge to HMRC. I've accepted that point, and I would rather pay tax than not pay it, because I always believe that paying a tax.
That's a crazy thing to say, man. She's desperately like, I'm a normal person. I'm still a normal person. I would always prefer to pay tax than not pay it. Bro, what? It's so weird.
Tax is the right thing to do.
Paying tax is the right thing to do. Could have just said that. Like, what the fuck was that?
You can see that obviously this has been really difficult for you and that it has hurt you, that people have maybe made an assumption that you feel is an unfair assumption. When there have been scandals in the past, though, you've been quite forthright in criticising other people.
I'm very confident Reform have peaked in popularity, but them being on less than 30% does not guarantee they're not the government. Yes, exactly. This is the situation that we're in. That we're in. They have definitely peaked. They're going to fuck things up in the councils that they've won. They're already fucking things up in the councils that they've won. We watched a little bit of that yesterday and had a look at some of it yesterday. There's also some good reporting that's been being done by Turn Left Media, even though these guys are libs and, Curtis Daly is a bit of a lib and shit like that. They've done a good little bit of electoral analysis, and hopefully we'll have some time to watch that at some point, but it's about how Reform actually went backwards in terms of their momentum, in the local elections. So even though it looks like Reform did really well, they did, but in terms of their overall support, they are in fact going backwards, it appears. He's answering questions for her. Yes, he is.
And saying, where there's smoke, there's probably fire. Is this going to make it harder for you in future to criticise others when they're in trouble?
Well, I think people should be held to account, and I was held to account, and that's why I resigned, because there was question marks over whether I paid the correct amount of tax or not. But I do think that this process has shown that there wasn't any tax avoidance and there wasn't any wrongdoing.
You haven't always waited for process when it comes to other politicians. For example, Nigel Farage, we've just learnt this week, is being investigated over some of his donations that he's received, £5 million. Would you give him the benefit of the doubt until that process is run, or do you think that there is something fishy about that?
Well, the fact that he didn't declare it and the rules in terms of what happened with the tax law on trusts is it's ambiguous, and that's the point I'm making. It's a very complex area of law. The rules on donations that you receive that are relevant as you come into Parliament are very different.
He says they are ambiguous, and he thought he was reading the rules in the right way. I mean,
he will go through that process, but a £5 million personal gift donation is very different.
Yeah, it's an opportunity to come on here and have a go at Farage and say, "Oh, I did the right thing. I was pretty smart. I was good." Yada yada yada. I mean, yeah, like Nigel Farage got this $5 million dono from this crypto billionaire in Thailand and shit, but it is very funny what's happening. Like, you could just see it properly, can't you, chat? Like, we're witnessing the corruption of journalism under capitalism. This is just an opportunity for this journalist to lay himself up to be the, like Beth Rigby was for Keir Starmer. Like, she was Keir Starmer's best journalist. Giving him softball questions, being like, how do you feel about that? How is this happening? Blah, 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 this, that, and the other. And even she turned on him in the end, you know what I mean? Like, I'll never forget that interview that she gave him about, like, so-called, what was it now? Cop 20 or some shit. She was going on about the grooming gangs inquiry and the so-called, Casey report and shit like that, the way that was being spun at the time, and I was talking about that as well. What was it? Was it the G7 meeting or the G7 summit or something? I can't remember. But this guy's setting himself up to be like the ITV correspondent for Angela Rayner and the government and shit. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's just because he's being nice to her and giving her a platform to, like, get elected on, kind of thing. What is Nigel Farage's crypto pump and dump scam coin going to be called? Well, I think luckily in the UK we're a bit more like regulated around that kind of thing, maybe? Don't know.
My son having awarded trust fund.
Zach Polanski, again, he's had his issues with council tax that have been covered this week. He says that was an unintentional mistake. Have you got sympathy with the Green Party leader over that one?
Well, he will explain that, and I do have sympathy. If he has made an unintentional mistake, then...
That's crazy. This is interesting. This is actually quite interesting. Let's see what she says next.
He will have to explain that, and people will be the judge of that. People do make mistakes, and it's right that they correct it when they do. And I've gone through this process, and that is right and correct that I did. And the facts are there, and people can see that now.
Let's move on from...
That's fascinating. That's fascinating. She had an opportunity to punch left and she didn't take it. And that's what was being displayed to us. She is being shown to be like, yes, I'm sympathetic to the left. I'm not going to be nasty about Zach Polanski. Very interesting to see how the rest of the people in her kind of faction are going to approach this from now on. Is it going to last? Don't think so. But, we will see. Who fucking knows, man? Hey, Star Spangled Shitlog. Yeah, implying that reform pay any attention to regulations. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if we're more regulated around that kind of stuff, but yeah, reform probably wouldn't give a shit. That's very true.
And the tax. Now, at the height of the scandal, you were pictured with a glass of wine in your hand. There was a time when you were, in the sea. There's been really
there was a time when you were in the sea. That's so funny. Just do the take again. You've got an editor. Just do it again. Say it differently. What the fuck?
You've been drunk in Parliament. Do you think you've been given a harder time because of your background and the way people stereotype you sometimes?
Well, I think other people can be the judge of that. They can see what people say about me. I have the odd glass of wine. That is true. But I don't think people are interested in that, actually. I think people are interested in what you're going to do for the country and how you're going to...
She's going with the Zach Polanski line. This is really... Chat, this is really interesting. The way that this is developing is fascinating, and it is in no small part down to the way that Zach Polanski has responded to the media regarding smears and stuff. She's saying the same thing that Zach Polanski, Rachel Millward, and all the Green Party heads have been saying for this election, right? Not interested. People aren't interested in that shit. They're interested in how we're going to run the fucking country, right? Kind of sets apart hers and Polanski's tax fumbles from the $5 million dono. Looks more consistent and less like my error is special, yes. The exclusive domain of the rich is true. I wish Zara was his deputy. I mean, Zara really should consider defecting to the Greens because she's got a good chance of being selected by members. You know what I mean? Like, this is the thing. Corbyn, not sure. I'm not sure. He might. You know, your party's a fucking waste of time now. But, yeah, I think you're right. If of all the fucking left-wing, Labour MPs that remain, or like independent MPs that remain, that are like not affiliated to any party or anything like that, she's got the best chance. You know? I've heard Reform peers say both who won't dodge tax and call Zach a tax dodger within minutes. Yeah, it's good stuff. You mean Reform peeps? She straight away called Burnham out. Did she? Yo, let's go.
Look after me. There's some
My
serious
queen.
issues that people face at the moment. We've got the international situation with the war in Ukraine, in Europe, and the war in Iran. And you've got the challenges people are facing with rising costs of living when they're feeling the pinch really hard now. They want us to be getting on with that job. They don't want to be asking whether...
The thing that Angela and Andrew need to think about very, very clearly is Palestine, right? If they are going to come into the Labour Party leadership with a soft left, working class, progressive mandate and try and change it and try and bring it back, they have to get rid of Labour Friends of Israel. There's no other way. They're not going to do it. They aren't going to run on that kind of a fucking, manifesto. They're going to say, oh, we're going to run on the manifesto, and they're going to U-turn on everything, just like Keir Starmer did. That's what I think is going to happen. But, like, they aren't going to get anywhere. They're not going to inspire, support from working class communities who are progressive, right? If they don't get rid of the refusal to talk about the genocide, the refusal to call it a genocide. Labour members voted, right? This is the thing. The party voted at the conference last year to recognise the genocide in Gaza, right? They have to do what the members say if they want to be seen as a progressive party yet again. Because otherwise, all that's going to happen is at conference, the members will vote with their feet. They'll either leave the party after the conference when they see that nothing changes, or, they'll change. Rayner under Starmer said that Corbyn's manifestos were unworkable. They're just basic sock them. Yeah, I know. This is the thing. They all stabbed him in the back. This is why I'm not interested at all. Do you know what I mean? It is interesting what she's doing in terms of talking about Zach Polanski and the Greens and, having a go at the right but not the left. But again, there's many things that they need to do in order to actually be taken seriously. Like, actually be taken seriously about this shit and what kind of, reasons they've got for it, right?
Irena is vaping, or whether she's had one glass of wine. They want to know, actually, are you doing the job and delivering for me? And that's what I think about when I think about my constituents.
Do you think Keir Starmer could have done more to stand by you during that whole scandal?
Well, look, I just think that the situation at the moment is that people need to really focus outwardly on how we can deal with the challenges that other people face. I feel like, I accepted at the time that I needed to step back from government.
So you didn't feel let down by Keir Starmer, as if he'd thrown you under the bus a bit?
It was my job. It was my decision to step down. Keir Starmer didn't sack me. I resigned, and it was my decision to step back and do that.
He did.
That investigation went on, and HMRC have cleared me of any wrongdoing now.
Do you have confidence at the moment in the Prime Minister?
Well, I spoke to the Prime Minister, as he outlined the other day when he did his statement, both personally and privately, and publicly. I've said that we need to do more, and it's not just about...
What did you say to him privately? What was the gist of that?
It was exactly the same as the public statement. It was that we need to...
People like Akehurst are genuinely still trying to push that Labour voters all went to Reform despite entire areas going to Green from Labour. That's what the entire right wing is saying, because they're all bought. They're all bought and paid for, aren't they? Why is Luke Akehurst an incorrigible fucking Zionist? You know what I mean? Why is he completely insufferable in his right-wing nature? Wow, it's because he's completely bought and paid for by right-wing lobbying interests.
I said we need to put rocket boosters up our manifesto. People need to see that. We can't make the mistakes like Mandelson's mistake. It was a mistake. And we've got to be showing that people that we live by our values and that we can deliver.
3 votes it took by the NAC.
So
yeah, good
I
stuff.
talked about housing reforms and really pushing.
Really good democracy in Labour, innit? Do you know what I mean?
We've just had the King's speech when they're talking about leasehold and commonhold bill. Good. Let's get on with it because
it is a bit mad that she called the Mandelson thing a mistake. That's not going to go down well, Ange. Not going to go down well.
People feel that they're being fleeced at the moment and they want to see a government that's on their side.
Just on this issue of the Prime Minister, do you think he should stay? Because lots of your colleagues are very open now about whether he should stay, whether he should go. What's your position?
Well, I've said that it's about who can deliver and delivering the change that people want to see. And I said to the Prime Minister that he needs to be able to show that he's able to deliver that.
So it's about who can deliver. Maybe the who there suggests you don't think he's the person to deliver?
Well, look, he's clearly setting out. He set out the King's speech. He has to be able to show that he's got the confidence to deliver that.
Do you still give him the benefit of the doubt? You still happy to wait a bit longer and see how things pan out with him?
Well, it's not about waiting a bit longer to see how things pan out. The 7th of May was a battering for Labour. It was, I saw one of my councillors who's...
It's so funny. It's still so funny, chat. I love it. I love it. I love that they got battered. Fucking yes, mate. So good. Oh my God. The copium has been insane this week. It has been an insane week, right? The copium has been ridiculous. It never came across my desk. Why would I have handled it in writing? I wasn't told. Yeah, just an oopsie whoopsie of giving a nonce associate the top job. You know what I mean?
Been there for 41 years representing his constituents.
I think of the Kevin Keegan clip.
Delivered, and as we're delivering in Tameside for the first time in 14 years, seeing many councillors lose their seat. That is not something that is just a midterm.
Ange, if you think the Labour government is delivering in Tameside, why the fuck has everybody voted with their feet? Insane. What are you talking about? I had an argument with some Labour MPs the other day pointing out that their Mandelson approved. Their argument was they were offered a fundraiser with him in 2020 but didn't want it once the Epstein links were published. This was not a mistake. Yes. Exactly.
Blues. It was a very significant defeat for Labour, and I've said publicly, and I've said to the Prime Minister that we have to meet that challenge.
But people are looking to you as a very senior figure within the party, and they want to know, what should they do? What should MPs do? Should they try and get rid of the Prime Minister? Should they back another candidate if there's a leadership challenge? What do you want them to do? What are you going to do?
Well, I want us to pull together. Because...
So no leadership challenge?
I want us to pull together. I've said we have to do better and we all have to play our part in that. And I will play my part in delivering on that. But people put their trust in us. They put their trust in us to deliver for them after 14 years of the Conservative psychodrama and, failure to meet the challenge. We have got to meet the challenge now as a team.
The word psychodrama has been thrown around a lot this week. Talking about the psychodrama of what's going on in the Labour Party, and now Ange is calling what was going on in the Tory government a psychodrama. I wouldn't really call it a psychodrama. It wasn't really like that. It certainly wasn't what was going on in the Labour Party. And the Labour Party is literally like, people are fucking delusional and in denial, and desperately trying to run this like left-wing effort into the fucking ground, historically left-wing, and they're running the fucking party into the ground because of money, literally because of vested interests. And it is so fascinating that she's trying to like push that smear over to the Tories, It's the same small pool of sycophantic consultants feeding them all the same lines they've tested to go viral. Exactly. Psychodrama, psychodrama, psychodrama. Just keep saying it and, you know, people will believe it's not actually you that are experiencing that.
Team, as Labour, as a government that promised the British people that it would be better, and we have now got to start delivering that.
Would you like to lead that team? Would you want to be Prime Minister?
I want to deliver as part of the team. And I've always said that it is a team effort. It's not one person, it's not a presidential...
It's the consequences of their actions and coddling to their benefactors, yeah.
To deliver that.
But would you want to lead the team? Because the team does have to have a leader. Would you want to be leader?
We do have to have a leader, and we've got a leader, and I'm not going to go into hypotheticals, but...
So you're not ruling out potentially taking over as
But
a
I
leader?
have said that we have to do better, and we have to drive forward that change. I did that in government. I was very...
Wow, I love this fucking rehearsed bullshit hardball journalism from whoever the fuck this is.
Very successful. I brought in the Employment Rights Act. They said we couldn't do it in 100 days. We did. We had our detractors from it, and we still delivered it.
We're talking in the abstract, though, really, aren't we?
Yeah, and the Employment Rights Act was shite. It's fucking shite.
We're not getting to the nub of what's really going on right now in the Labour Party, which is that you're split down the middle. Some people say the Prime Minister should go. Some say...
The middle is very funny, implying that there's not, like, you know... There's some people who are still surprisingly left-wing that are in the Labour Party, and they're just like, you know, they're sat there because they've got their 90 grand a year, but they are actually, you know, scrupulous, so they're sticking there. You know, I'm thinking about people like Rebecca Long-Bailey, I'm thinking about Richard Bergen, you know, but then aside from that, you've got like the soft left. You know, when people talk about the soft left, who they're really talking about are people like John McDonnell, people like Dawn Butler, you know, people who, again, are staying in the seat. They've got a bit more scruples, but, you know, they're not as left-wing as those guys. And then you've also got the fucking extreme centre, which is the majority of the party, and then the right of the party, which is also far more significant than the left. You know, so it's crazy to say split down the middle. Like, the Labour Party is a mess, a complete and utter mess.
He should stay. You're not really telling me what you think.
No, what's happening in the Labour Party at the moment is we've just had a severe beating off the electorate, and our ministers, our cabinet members, our Prime Minister and our members and our voters are saying things have to change.
And some people say change the leader.
Well, some people are saying that. But what I'm saying is the delivery of what we promised the electorate is the most...
She just sounds so fucking out of touch, honestly. She's not making a good case for herself. If she is running for leader here, if she is saying that she's going to put her hat in the ring, it's like, you know, people want you to be fucking like, you know? They want you to have some fucking fire in your belly or some shit, do you know what I mean? They don't want these like lazy, like non-committal answers, like, you know, sounding like a politician. Beating off the electorate? Yeah, it's mad that she would say that. What did she mean by this?
The important thing that we need to be concentrating on at the moment.
So don't
and
I'm
not getting into hypotheticals about leadership at the moment. You know, I've been clear that we haven't gone
Let me be clear.
and faster enough on what we promised the electorate. And crucially, we've made some self-inflicted errors that has made people question our values.
Let me be absolutely clear.
We've got to recognise that. That's why we had the defeat that we had on the 7th of May, and we have to listen to that, and then we have to get on with the job of earning people's respect back. Because at the moment, people are seeing the Labour Party and are saying, you're not delivering for us, and we have to wait.
Strong words. I don't want to listen to the rest of this. We've listened to 13 minutes and I can't be arsed. Chat. Hey, check this out. Crazy. There are roughly 600 to 700 people who stop through this stream every single day. Crazy that, innit? It's a crazy stat. That's how much we've grown over the last year. Yeah. A year since I came back to streaming, and the audience has grown significantly. If every single one of those people who stopped through the stream donated £5, I would be fucking laughing. So please consider doing it. We are at the second week of the month, and I think that means that there's another 2 weeks left of streaming. Ideally, by today, I would have preferred to have been on about, you know, halfway of the dono goal. and the sub goal. We're not really halfway on either of them. I understand that times are tight, and most people, you know, might struggle to donate and stuff like that, but that's absolutely fine. If you can donate, if you have got dough, please consider chucking me £5. We've already had 1312, which means that if we get another 12 quid, we will unlock Melpert Cat. Yeah, Melpert Cam will be unlocked. He's being very cute, all curled up on the cat tree. I know you want to see it while we're going through this rot. Krill with the £4.20. Let's go. Didn't even finish the call
Can
out.
I get a meep?
You can indeed get a meep. Yo, Johnny, what the fuck?
She's going like, let me be clear.
Krill, thank you so much for the £4.20. Johnny, thank you so much for the £40. Of course, that means that we're unlocking Melpert Cam. But of course, you know, it's all well and good me having a couple of chatters who are big, heavy hitters, and I do appreciate those big donos. Thank you so much. Yeah, a little bit of mule leg there because I'm wearing the shorts. A little bit of leg there because I'm wearing the shorts. But yes, please consider donating £5. Obviously, I can't just rely on people giving me big donos all the time because those people, you know, anything could happen. You don't know what's going to happen in a person's life. There'll come a time when those people, you know, can't afford to donate and shit like that. So please consider dropping me a £5, £2, £3, whatever. If you can't, don't worry. There's loads of options. You can go to my socials. You can, you know, subscribe on the socials. Yeah, use all the free buttons. Share, comment, yada, yada, yada. Go to my YouTube channel. I'm planning on making a YouTube video on the main channel this weekend as well. It's just going to be a quick one, but I'm going to chuck it up there. So you could go there and you can subscribe, turn on notifications, and you can indeed, you know, support the new video. Like, comment, and subscribe when that comes out. What else? You could also go to the Clips channel. You can also go to the VOD channel and all that kind of business and support me there. So, thank you so much for those big donos. That was really, really kind. Thank you, Krill, and thank you, Johnny, for subbing off Twitch. We do indeed have Melpert Cam. Let's see if it works straight off. I don't know if it will. Hopefully it will. Sometimes it's just a bit daft. Okay, I'm just going to have to unplug and plug it back in. Hang on. He's looking at me like, what the fuck are you doing? It's quite simple, son. I'm getting you ready for your close-up. There he is. There he is. Okay, alright, we've unlocked Melpo Clam. Melpo Clam? Melpo Cam. Melpo Close-Up. He's loving it. He's absolutely loving it. Alright. Let me be clear, he says, as his backbenchers encircle him. Let me be clear! Let me be clear!
What do you think the greater threat is at the moment?
Morrigan!
Hello. Hand waving.
Morrigan, thank you so much for the £6.66. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Chat, we're so close to getting the midway dono goal. Don't forget, there is also an incentive to hit the midway dono goal. If we hit the midway dono goal, it does in fact mean that we will be unlocking movie night for next month. Oh my god. We've got movie night already for this month because we unlocked it last month, so we're going to be watching 2 movies. Probably next week. Stay locked to the Discord to make sure that you make movie night and remember when it is and understand what we're going to watch and all that stuff. We'll be talking about it in the stream. But yes, if we want to get to the midway point, we would probably need like another, what, like 60 quid or something? Another 60 quid would do it. So, you know, what would that be? 12 people, £5 each. There's got to be 12 people willing to do £5 each in this stream. It's got to be. It's got to happen. It's got to be the case. It can't not be true. As I said, About 700 people pass through here every day, even when I don't get big raids and shit. So, yeah, there's definitely more than enough people here. I know you're there. I know you're thinking, should I do it? And the thing is, what you've got to ask yourself is, if you like what you're watching, if you've laughed, if you've had fun, if you've learned something new, please consider helping me pay my rent, my bills, and all that kind of business. Simple as that. And consider the boy. There he is. Consider the boy. It is very important to be doing that. Yeah? Because look at him. Just look at him.
Labour Party, Reform UK or the Greens? Because there's a debate about that as well, isn't there? You know, which way should you look as a party, left or right?
I think we're at risk of looking like we're trying to look different directions as opposed to what are our fundamental values. It's not a left or right to me, it's a right and wrong. You know, these decisions that we have to make, that people upholding international law, speaking out about those values, making sure that those, their vested interests, like the water companies when they look like they're ripping us off, that we're doing something about it.
I want to hear you talk more about international law, Ange. I don't want you to just fly by that. I want to hear a bit more about the international law thing.
Like the leasehold and commonhold, like when the poor landlords that are leaving people in substandard accommodation, that they're not going to get away with it and no fault evict someone when they raise a concern about their housing. We should...
Right, that's something that's already been passed, Ange. Sorry, but we're moving on from that now. That needs to go better.
Protect people from that.
Needs to go further.
Took great measures to make that happen when the Tories didn't do that after promising it for many years. We need to go harder and faster. I want the electorate...
We need to go further and faster.
...to know whose side we're on.
You talked about unity as a party as well, and you...
That was dog shit. That was absolute dog shit. Are you joking me? People are concerned. People are concerned about international law. Yeah, why are they concerned about that, Ange? Why are they concerned about that? Why are they concerned about that? Oh, you can't say? Is that because on the Labour Friends of Israel website, it's got a big picture of you writing a fucking, you know, a puff piece about you, saying that you completely oppose BDS against Israel? Is that what it is? At this evening's reading of the Economic Activity of Public Bodies Overseas Matter Bill, Labour's Deputy Leader and Shadow Levelling Up Secretary Angela Rayner set out how the party completely opposes the campaign to boycott, disinvest and sanction Israel. Rayner said, "Let me start by making it clear that the Labour Party completely opposes a policy of boycott, divestment and sanctions against Israel. It is in everyone's interest that we find a way to address a genuine problem. Never has that been as important as it is now at a time of heightened tensions, fear and distress, both at home and abroad. There's a difference between applying consistent ethical principles and legitimate criticism of foreign governments and what some have tried to do by targeting just one individual state. For example, the world's only Jewish state." Wow, that's so cool, Ange. Thanks so much, man. That's crazy. How much money did you get from Labour Friends of Israel this year?
You mentioned in your speech the other day that you thought it was a mistake to stop Andy Burnham from standing in a seat. Would you like to see Andy Burnham return to Parliament and potentially be a contender for the leadership later down the line?
Well, look, I'm not talking about leadership contenders. We've got a leader and it's hypothetical, but I do think it was a mistake to block Andy Burnham. And if Andy Burnham wants to come into Parliament, you know, he should be able to contribute to that. I have never agreed with any levels of factionalism in the Labour Party.
Right, except for when you stabbed Corbyn in the back. Completely fucking revisionist. I'm not paying any more attention to this. Let's look at Angela Rayner's voting record on Israel, shall we? A vote to a letter to enforce sanctions on Israel. She was offered the chance to sign it on the 24th of July, 2025. She did not. She abstained on the vote to declare Palestine Action a terrorist organization. By abstaining, she was happy with whatever the result would be, and the result was that they were prescribed. Uphold ICC arrest warrants against Israeli war criminals. Did not sign the letter. Suspend arms sales to Israel. Did not sign the letter. Making BDS illegal for public bodies. She did vote no. so that's fair enough. But it's one good thing amongst a lot of shite. Labour frontbench whipped to abstain on ceasefire vote and refused to resign in protest. This was the ceasefire vote that the SNP, or like I think the members, went to go ahead and make happen. She abstained from, taking part in the ceasefire in Occupy Gaza vote. And she also abstained on the first vote for making BDS illegal for public bodies. So yeah, fucking dog shit. Absolute dog shit record on Israel. Let's have a look at this. This is a Sky News report. The timing is extraordinary. Angela Rayner settles unpaid tax bill. Let's have a look and see what they're saying about it on Sky News.
Looks like today could be the day as the Labour Party teeters on the brink of a leadership contest. The Prime Minister has warned that a contest would plunge the party into chaos as he faces a potential challenge from his Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, and maybe others.
Well, this morning, Angela Rayner says she's been cleared of deliberate wrong.
What website was that, says Morgana? That was MP's War Crimes. It's like MP War Crime Tracker or something. Let's have a look. mpwarcrimes.co.uk. There you go. So you can literally like track MP's voting record on Palestine. Yeah, you can see people who've got like the most lobbying group money. Jonathan Reynolds is, £2,950. He gets. Christian Wakeford gets $8,000 from the Israel lobby. Bob Blackman from the Conservatives, $2,900. Stuart Andrew from the Conservatives, $3,511. We aim to provide an ongoing and historical record for the Palestinian genocide. UK is fueling war crimes and a modern-day ethnic cleansing against a civilian population of over 2 million people. It's funny how small the figures are compared to the US ones. Yep, and they're still willing to do it. It's embarrassing. It's actually embarrassing, right? And I'm not saying that it makes it okay. I'm just saying the price of their souls is so much less, right? Completely insane. Completely fucking insane.
Wrongdoing by HMRC following an investigation into her tax affairs, paving the way for her to be able to run for the leadership. And later today, we could see Wes Streeting possibly resigning and pulling the trigger to launch.
Can't go to run another way.
Well, there's a lot moving already this morning. We'll keep you right up to date throughout it. First, it's worth just looking at the statement given by Angela Rayner. So this is an interview with The Guardian. She was asked directly if she's going to run. She said, whatever role I can play, I will keep pushing and pushing hard because I want the people out there at the moment who are really struggling to know that I'm putting all my energy into fighting for them. Now, you might think that that isn't her saying definitely that she is going to run. But I think if you're asked again, repeatedly, by both the ITV and The Guardian, if you're going to run, and she just says, I want to be a team player, but I want to make sure we do the right thing and have the change. I think that is a pretty clear signal from her that she is prepared to be the candidate of the left.
And also asked whether or not Keir Starmer should be stepping aside, not saying, well, he's going to have to think about it. So, it is not the significant support that she could have offered. But the other thing that's just interesting about this, clearly, she still failed to pay the tax. There's no change in the judgment from HMRC and has had to repay tax that she underpaid. We were waiting for this further judgment from the HMRC as to whether it might have been deliberate, whether or not there was a further penalty, a punishment penalty on top of the underpaid tax. What extraordinary timing.
I know, I can't get over the timing. What's going on?
Which, I don't know. Either she already had this and sat on it until a convenient moment, or unbelievably coincidental timing for HMRC to...
It's definitely the former. Without a shadow of a doubt, it is definitely the former.
Finish their decision-making. But convenient timing, you'd have to say, for her. Yeah. And the right result for her from them, from that perspective, albeit obviously doesn't change the fact that there was an underpayment of tax in the first place.
What this all does is bring Angela Rayner right back into the conversation about any potential leadership challenge from the left. We can go live now to Downing Street, where our political correspondent Ali Fortescue is standing by. Look, there's been a lot of briefing, of course, hasn't there? Look, she's a team player. She wouldn't pull the trigger herself. She's not hell-bent on the leadership. But this is a pretty clear statement of intent, I would say.
Yeah, that's it. This morning, I mean, it feels like this is going to be a really important day, Sophie, because we haven't really heard from those leadership contenders. And now here we have Angela Rayner doing a TV interview, an interview with the newspapers. And on first glance, she is saying that right now she is not running.
I've always thought it was pretty unfair she had to resign over this. It seems so minor, and I think they just wanted her out. I think that she was the most left-wing person in the cabinet. I do think that that's all that it was. I do just think that, like, you know, when she's talking about factionalism and all that shit, she decided to join the faction that, you know, eviscerated what left-wing socialist Democrat stuff was left in the Labour Party, right? Against Jeremy Corbyn. And, you know, she chose to side with Labour Together and Keir Starmer and all these fuckers. And, you know, she still retained a decent amount of left-wing, you know, policy support for, you know, left-wing policy and shit. And, you know, I think that that's what it is. I think they were just like, well, she's a working class fucking scrote, get rid of her. Even though she's not working class anymore, but, you know, she's got that accent. She sounds like that. And she sounds too similar to Jeremy Corbyn. It will have been a McSweeney thing. McSweeney will have been like, she's too much of a mank. She's got too much of an accent or some shit like that. Do you know what I mean?
The Prime Minister,
hey, Brody, what's going on?
The Prime Minister, as we know, he is set on carrying on in that job. He's told Cabinet that. But read between the lines. And
we had the Corbyn offer on the table and we refused it. This country. No, it's not this country, Connor. It's Keir Starmer. These people sabotaged Corbyn. The reason that the 2019 election was lost, Corbyn got more votes than like any fucking Labour Party government. The reason that the 2019 election was lost is because it was technically another Brexit referendum, right? People were voting for whether they wanted a Brexit referendum to happen in the UK. And Keir Starmer, the shadow Brexit secretary, Corbyn's Brexit secretary, convinced him to have a policy of a second referendum. No one wanted that. Corbyn didn't want it. That's why we lost the fucking red wall. Because people were sick of hearing about it. They were just like, just get it done, it doesn't matter. You know, and people felt betrayed that Corbyn, you know, didn't stand by his, you know, his morals. So, you know, I would never say it's this country. And I maintain that the majority of people in this country are decent. They are socially progressive. It's just that they can see shit coming like that from a mile off. They can see corruption and they can see people bowing to corruption in politics and all that kind of business. You know what I mean? And because of the first past the post system, the Tories got in. You know? Need to show the investigation into the smear. I think it was Channel 4. Oh, what? Like fucking the Labour Files. Is that what you're on about? The Labour Files documentary. Yeah. Hey, Alejandro, welcome in.
Now that those HMRC issues...
I don't even think the smear had that much of an effect because what you've got to remember, right? I think everyone really thinks that the anti-Semitism stuff... oh, no, yeah, you're right. It was Al Jazeera. The Labour Files was Al Jazeera. Everyone thinks that the anti-Semitism smear worked, right? But what you have to remember is that, like, you know, Jews are a minority in this country. Jewish people are a minority in this country. And the vote, it's like talking about the conservative Muslim vote. It's not really that much of a big deal. It's really just not that much of a big deal. It's not like an election winner. You know, we live in a country that's fucking, what is it, 89% white or some shit? I can't remember what the fucking stats are, but it's just like, you know, here's the sad reality. Most people don't care about anti-Semitism, like anti-Jewish hate in this country. It didn't work. It's like calling Bernie an anti-Semite. It does nothing. I mean, not really, because Corbyn, you know, I think Jewish people really thought it. Like, you know, Jewish people really believed he was an anti-Semite. And I think that even transcended, like, at that point, like, anti-Zionism or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't think it's that high anymore. I think it's about 89%. Is that not what I said? I thought I said 89% or 81% or something. I can't remember. But anyway. Yeah, you know? Hey, Sorka, if it was going to work, it would work on the proportion of white people who give a shit. Yeah, I thought you said 91. I might have said 91, yeah. Don't know. There's probably more Christian Zionists who would speak out against anti-Semitism, real or spurious, than Jewish people in Britain. Yeah, yes. If you tell a lie often enough. Yeah, but like, people, the white people in this country don't care about it. Like, they don't care about Jewish people. There is an anti-Semitism problem in this country, but it's not the one that the mainstream media talks about. People do need to respect, Jewish people more in this country. That's for sure correct. But, none of that stuff was ever about that. But even if it was about it, people weren't asked. People have a more sympathetic view to Corbyn's Labour politics, especially with Starmer now. Yeah, they do, retrospectively, 1,000%, yeah. Yeah. Now they'll be looking at it and going, it's bollocks. It's not going to work now, Yeah, there's a generalized racism problem in this country, full stop. Yeah, we're a white supremacist fucking nation, That's important to remember. However active people think that is, and it is active, right? Because it is fucking like, there are migrants being put in fucking camps in this country, but it's just being kept under wraps. People aren't talking about it, you know what I mean?
Are settled effectively, that she's been cleared of any deliberate wrongdoing, and her allies are saying that she's a team player, she's not hell-bent on the job, but if required, and that's what we're hearing again and again, if required, she would run for the leadership, and they think that she has the 80 backers she would need. So what does if required mean? Well, there is obviously a question as to who the candidate of the soft left of the Labour Party is.
Yeah, people have the delusion that racism in the UK is in the past. It's just not true. I mean, I maintain that the majority of the country are not like regressively racist, as in like actively trying to make white supremacy as a thing. Most people are the evil of good men doing nothing, right? Do you know what I mean? That whole what do you call it? You know what I mean? And like the types of racism that are more prevalent, that are more likely to happen, whether they be micro or macro aggressions, are massively outweighed in the favor of anti-black racism and Islamophobia. The banality of evil is what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, people still think being racist is bad. They just think that they aren't racist, right? I'm not racist because I don't say the N-word. I never say slurs, mate. But, what about them G words, right? They'll say like the horrible G word for travelers and Roma people, you know what I mean? They'll say shit like that. They'll be like, I'm not racist. I'm not like them G words, you know what I mean? They say insane things like that in this country. It's mad. Just personalized bigotry, yeah.
Candidates have done well, have won the leadership of the Labour Party. There is no obvious...
And they'll say mad stuff like fucking, oh, I'm definitely not racist, me. But have you seen all them Somalis? Do you know what I mean?
That everyone is united.
It'll be shit like that.
It's a pretty extraordinary kind of 100-word vision for the country, really. It felt almost like a manifesto, her pitch on the weekend. But in it, she also said that she would back Andy Burnham returning to Parliament so that he could stand for the leadership. His is a name that comes up again and again, but there are so many hurdles.
Yeah, it's so true, Sorka.
To run, he would obviously favour a longer timetable. Obviously,
hey, Beanie Gaby, I never say slurs, but also the ones I do say aren't real slurs. You're just soft, yeah. Yeah, it's mad. I have several people start complaining to me, going, my neighbours, I'm not racist, but they are Pakistanis. It's so weird. It's so fucked. There is the general perception that racism is bad, but they just still do it. I had to deal with my nan racist ranting about travellers today, and even said a near genocidal remark. It's so normalised in this country. It's so fucking normalised in this country. Not you, though. You're all right. My British Somali pal gets that all the time. It's always the case. Whenever they know, like, an actual black person, they'll be like, you're all right. What the fuck, man? Crazy how Tucker Carlson and others could get away with looking like they're standing up for Palestinians when they hate Muslims, but they just hate Jews more. I think they hate Muslims and Jews the same. To be frank, I do think that they hate them the same amount. I think that they just get the, the fucking... It's about the being involved, giving money to Israel, innit? You know what I mean? Giving money to Israel. We're giving money to a foreign nation, and it's the fact that it's like a foreign nation, right? My parents thought racism was a thing of the past. Now they got grandchildren who are part Korean. They're waking up to the reality. Yeah, well, there you go. They hate Jews too much to be Zionist, which makes any pro-Palestinian position pointless. Yet. Or any pro-Palestinian position pointless. Yes, America first shit.
Right now are on who is going to fire the gun, and will it be...
Yes, they are jealous of Israel's ethno-state. That's exactly what it is in America for sure.
In and out for about 16 minutes talking to the Prime Minister. It was a King's speech. We heard nothing after, but allies have told us, allies of Wes Streeting, that we can expect, they think he is going to resign and he is going to launch a leadership challenge against the Prime Minister. So things now could move quite quickly. What are we going to see from the Prime Minister? That is a key question, because yesterday, I understand he was talking to ministers. He was again defiant, saying that a challenge from Wes Streeting would not be for the greater good of the country. Are we in a situation where the Prime Minister manages to fight off, and on the weekend, they were saying the Prime Minister would fight any leadership challenge, where he manages to...
Oh, it's so good thinking about what he's thinking about. Do you know what I mean? Thinking about what he's fucking thinking about.
Fight off.
And what's he going through? What is he going through?
Wes Streeting in the way that John Major did.
I hope he's fucking shiting himself. I hope he's fucking shiting and pissing in his pants and fucking farting and chundering all down himself. You fucking wet flannel cunt, piece of shit, fuck, bastard, genocide, war criminal, fucking empty suit, mess of a prat. Yum yum.
John ends up in a stronger position, carrying on for longer, or do we get an all-out leadership race? There are lots of different ways this could go. No leadership, I need to remind you, no leadership contest has been launched yet. The Prime Minister is still the Prime Minister. No one in Cabinet is resigned. Things can move quite quickly today, though, so we will stay here and we will update you whenever we hear more.
That's where Yum Yum came from.
Like, where do we see the action? If someone announces they're running, they can just do it from their home, from Parliament? Do they just release a statement? I mean, where
were you during 2023, you fucking weirdo? What are you on about? What are you talking about? Oh my God, dude. These people who pretend to be journalists, they're sat there talking about politics and they've got no fucking clue, man. They don't know what's going on. I guess it was a different party, but like, you do it within the mechanisms of the party. It's so absurd. What the fuck?
Are our eyes today? And I guess the key point on that, what's on the PM's agenda? Where's he expected to be today?
It's a really good question. I think all eyes, we've got some NHS figures that are coming out shortly, and there is lots of talk that we could see the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, tie in his bid with positive NHS figures, and he'd want to reflect that his patch, Redbridge, did marginally better in the local elections than other places. So I think we should be keeping an eye.
Hey, Barilla, thank you for the 40 consecutive streams watched. Let's go.
Around lunchtime to see whether Wes Streeting wants to tie in a bid with those NHS figures. And I think it does seem like, I mean, there's a level of disorganisation for sure, but it does seem like a lot of this has been quite carefully coordinated. You know, you were saying Angela Rayner coming out and talking about her tax affairs being settled. The timing is extraordinary.
It is mad.
It all seems quite coordinated when we've seen, you know, MPs resigning and ministers are now looking potentially at a cabinet resignation. It feels to me like there is a degree of coordination here, and I think if we do see a bid from Wes Streeting, it will have been quite carefully thought through.
I don't know about that, you know. Oh, it's utterly hilarious, man. Utterly hilarious. Right, let's have a look. We got Bloomberg. Can I read this? I should be able to read it with my Bloomberg subscription. So this was one of the first outlets to break the news about Andy Burnham. Yes, I do have my subscription to Bloomberg. That has been renewed. So we can, in fact, watch this, read this. Here we go. Downloading the Bloomberg subscription. I'm on mobile right now in Disneyland. Can I just have like a little moment of everybody's time? Please. This is the second member of my chat that has proudly told me that they are breaking BDS and boycott targets in my chat. Right? What is happening, man? What kind of politics do people who watch this stream have? Yes, oh shit. As I said yesterday, it is the bare minimum. I didn't know that, fuck. Okay, well, that's fair enough, right? If you didn't know, you didn't know. You know, you've paid for your ticket. It's happened. I'm not going to ask you to, like, flagellate yourself or whatever, but I am going to still use this opportunity to just remind everybody, yeah, that it is the bare minimum, the complete bare minimum that Palestinians are asking for, in that we do not pay money to organizations that are, in fact, profiting off the genocide of Palestinians, right? It is the bare minimum. You know, Palestinians are not asking everybody to put their bodies in the way of the war machine and them. You know, some people do choose to do that. I would never encourage my followers to break the law, but what I would always encourage my followers to do is indeed engage in the boycott, divest, and sanctions movement in order to campaign for boycotts and divestments and sanctions against Israel. You know, boycotts against, divestments from, sanctions against. Right? Can we have a mini BDS education segment? I feel like it could be beneficial. Go to bdsmovement.net, right? Go to bdsmovement.net. You know? And the BDS movement is very, very loose and very, very understanding of most people's, you know, where they are at in terms of how they are going to help, right? Is there a good website that keeps an up-to-date BDS list? What you should do is just go to the BDS movement and go to campaigns. There are various different campaigns that you can get involved in. If you go here, like, I'll show you how to do it now, yeah? You go onto the website, right? I'm so ashamed right now. No, Virulent, it's okay. Don't be ashamed, yeah? Don't be ashamed. It's a learning moment for you. If you were actually, in fact, not aware that Disney is deeply involved with Israel, that's fine. Some people aren't going to know it. I'm not in the business of shaming people who didn't know, right? You know? But you need to be aware, like, when you're thinking about making a choice as a consumer, right? We are consumers in this capitalist society. And when you're thinking about making a choice as a consumer, are you going to be, you know, getting involved with a company that is profiting off genocide, right? Now, what the BDS movement has is you know, a bunch of action alerts, and you can read through this, and you can figure out, okay, what are we, you know, what can I do to get involved? What can I do to get involved in a campaign? And you can do that by going here, get involved, the B in BDS. It tells you all about it, right? Economic and consumer boycotts. The D in BDS, you know, this is about divestment. This is about more hardcore campaigns, divesting pension funds, divesting share investment and all that kind of stuff in Israel and all that kind of business. You know, BDS movement non-exhaustive list. So you've got non-exhaustive pressure priority targets, right? Military security companies, all of these. Tech companies, all of these. I know that I'm on Twitch and that's owned by Amazon. That is obviously a direct contradiction. But Amazon, the shop, the service, that is where it should be focused on. Energy companies, BP, Chevron, Dana Energy, all these ones, right? Financial institutions, they're all here. Again, it's a non-exhaustive list. Shipping companies, and all these kinds of things. So these are divestment targets, right? A non-exhaustive list of pressure group targets. You know, you could go to campaigns. You could go to global campaigns, and you can join the Reebok campaign. You can join the No Tech for Apartheid, No Tech for Oppression. You could join the Anti-Microsoft campaign. All kinds of stuff here for you to learn about. Chevron, Cisco, Fanuc, and then the BDS. Where is it? Is it BDS guidelines? Yo, RTP. Raiders from RTP, welcome in. How are you doing? My name is djmuel. I'm a political left-wing streamer from the UK. And I look at the news, I look at geopolitics from an anti-imperialist and a communist perspective, and that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing today. I am just doing a little bit of an education segment on BDS. There's about a couple of people come in the chat, in my chat, which is upsetting for me, but, you know, nonetheless, I don't mind explaining this stuff again. You know, to tell me that they have purchased goods or services from BDS target campaign, you know, companies, right? Particularly Disney and Eurovision. So we're just doing a little bit of an education bit, right, on like which companies you should be focused on in terms of like a pressure group. You know, in terms of like pressure targets and shit like that. We're just going through that a little bit. I hope you had a great stream in RTP Talks. It is not Rob Raiders, it is RTP Talks. Please go follow RTP Talks, my peeps. A great streamer from the US. I hope you had a good stream, my friend. And welcome in everybody. Welcome in King Worm. Welcome in Susie. Welcome in Ye's mum. How are you all doing? Thank you for the follow. I've had a couple of follows there as well. But anyway, as I was saying, chatters, yeah, and also hi Nuclear Slayer, welcome in. You came in before the raid. As I was saying, there is a where do we find the focus shit? BDS call.
Hello, my old chum.
Other languages. BDS call endorsed by yada yada yada. Updates. BNC statements. Okay, get involved. I can't remember what to boycott. There you go. All right, so you can see here priority boycotts targets of the BDS movement, right? So these are the pressure targets, organic boycotts, and priority boycott targets, right? It's easy generally to boycott things like Chevron and Texaco. Right, because like, you know, when are you fucking you know, doing business with Chevron as a consumer? You might be going to a gas station in America, right? I know they've got Chevron gas stations in America, Texaco petrol stations, gas stations, shit like that. Hewlett Packard, you know, computer goods, shit like that. Carrefour, that is a corner shop in France, that kind of a thing. Intel, don't buy Intel products. If you're a gamer, don't buy Intel chips or anything like that. Stick with the one you've got, or get a new motherboard if you're going to upgrade. Dell as well, don't buy anything Dell. Disney Plus, of course, right there. I thought that this meant Disney as a whole. I believe that it is generally accepted that you should boycott Disney as a whole, but this is what the BDS are particularly asking for. Reebok, SodaStream is the classic one. Teva Pharmaceuticals, and RE Max, right? These are like a development company. Pressure targets of the BDS movement: Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Expedia, Siemens, Airbnb, Booking.com, Cisco. These are, when they talk about pressure targets, these are like pressure targets in terms of, you know, joining campaigns to force people to divest from them, or to force them to divest from doing business with Israel. And also, like, you should boycott them as much as you can. Organic boycotts that are supported by BDS. Lots of people have been boycotting McDonald's, Coca-Cola, Domino's, Pizza Hut, Papa John's, Burger King. These are all takeaway and, you know, product companies that, you know, actually have given food to the IDF during their genocide of Gaza. Pret-a-Manger is not on there, exposing my posh status. Yeah, I don't know who's affording to go Pret-a-Manger, but you can go Pret-a-Manger because they're not on the BDS list. If you want to be like super fucking like, you know, super, you know, Puritan about this, I would argue you should boycott all Disney products. You know, you should boycott Amazon. Don't use Amazon for, you know, buying stuff. Don't pay for subscriptions on Twitch. Donate directly using the tip link in the chat, which is why I have that there, right? I know that some people are just going to subscribe, so, you know, that's going to happen. And obviously Twitch isn't exactly Amazon, right? So it's kind of a bit like, you know, but I do give people the option. And I would, to be honest, prefer if everybody just subscribed, because that means I'd get loads more fucking money. Do you know what I mean? If I got as many fucking subs off Twitch as I had on Twitch, I would literally have like another fucking £1,000 or some shit now. You know what I mean? Is KFC BDS? Someone told me that they just got put on and I haven't checked. There is like the bigger list, right? There is like a list of all the different you know, companies that are on BDS, but you should be boycotting pretty much all the companies on here, even though it just says Disney Plus there. You should be boycotting Disney just in general, right? But then I couldn't do djmuel yikes. I mean, yeah, you could do djmuel yikes whenever you like with a sub. That's fine. I'm not going to stop you from subscribing, you know. And like I said, it's a bit puritanical to be going like all the way and saying like don't subscribe on Twitch. There are loads of other reasons that you shouldn't subscribe to Twitch, right? As a company, but people are still going to do it. And, you know, I think that I would be asking a bit much of people to not do that. But yeah, so consider all this stuff. I know that Eurovision isn't on here as well, like the targeted boycott list, but it is something that the movement has been asking for, you know? So yeah, boycotting is about doing what you can. Yes, it is. But anyway, huge dub, great work, Steve. Having a conversation with your partner, I think you said yesterday. Is that what you said? Me and my missus had a chat about it after Tuesday. We were both like, yeah, totally. What were we thinking? Yeah, good shout, man. Like, fuck it off. Nestle ain't on there weirdly. I mean, you should boycott Nestle for other reasons, right? You should boycott Nestle because they want to privatize water and sell water to people. You know what I mean? Check thrift stores and used media stores for things that you can't live without. I found Bleach on DVD the other day. There you go. There you go. Yeah, but listen, you know, don't beat yourself up over it. Virulent, yeah. Just, you're there now. Try and have a nice time. Ride some roller coasters. You know, for me, because I would love to go and ride some roller coasters at Disneyland. You know what I mean? I would like to experience some of the rides and shit like that. It's too late. You've got your money, you know. go on some roller coasters and enjoy yourself. But it's just good to know, you know, what companies are on this list and what kind of things that Palestinians are asking people to do. You know, the very bare minimum is like, just do not engage with companies who are trying to normalize Israel in any way. That's kind of the rule of thumb, right? Don't give them money, don't engage with them, all that shit. Get all the free shit off them you can, and if that's possible there, yes. Hey, Spooky Wildin, how's it going? Eurovision used to be my gay Christmas. I've been avoiding it for a few years now. Yeah, I mean, like, I when I first watched Israel Vision. When I first watched Eurovision, it was before the 2023 October the 7th, and when Israel came on, I was like, I'm getting off, I'm not watching this shit, right? And I think that that's acceptable when, you know, it kind of wasn't even acceptable back then, in my opinion, because they were still normalizing Israel. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to excuse myself of that, but like, I thought that that was acceptable. You know, looking back, I think it's not acceptable, and I always felt pretty dirty about it. And I was like thinking, oh my God, I think I might be like a Eurovision queer now and shit like that. But now I see just how much of that was actually Israel pinkwashing and normalizing its existence, right? You know what I mean? So there you go. A little bit of a BDS primer just there. I'm sorry that that wasn't like as coherent as I would have helped it for. Do you know what I mean? My partner is a huge Disney fan, but she's against the genocide of Palestinians. What do I do? I mean, just stop giving Disney money, right? You know, your partner has to make that decision for themselves. For herself, you know? And what I've found, yeah, is that you're rarely going to get people to do stuff by saying, hey, you're naughty and bad by doing this. You know what I'm saying? You're naughty and bad by doing this, X, Y, Z. So, you know, that's not the angle. That's not the angle. Talking to him about it is all you can do. CEX, I mean, CEX is always an option. Hello, Anglo-Punk. You know, charity shops to get this kind of stuff when they're, like, thrown out and what have you, get used stuff. You know, like, one thing that I would say is that, like, I think it is imperative for every single human being that exists in the Imperial Core. I think one thing that it's imperative for us all to do is examine our relationship to consumerism, right? Examine your relationship to consumerism and ask yourself, you know, how important is it for me? Like, am I making this whole thing my personality, right? Am I making this whole thing my personality? And if that is the case, you need to ask yourself, like, am I actually living as authentically as I could be? Or am I living my you know, limited and finite time on this earth through the lens of corporations? You know, and that's a kind of a bit of a spiritual question, right? And I am a bit of a spiritual guy in that regard, but you know, that's someone's own journey that they have to go through and shit like that. I would say if you, like, love a you know, a franchise of something, you need to examine why it is that you love that thing, right? It's amazing how quickly treats can circumvent your morals. Absolutely. I haven't eaten McDonald's, I don't think. I think I might have had it once when I was pissed. Like, at the end of last year or something. I can't remember. I seem to remember having, like, a moment where I was like, fuck it, I'm pissed. No one will know and there's nothing else open. And, like, I got a McDonald's. And I think that was it. But I used to eat McDonald's on the regs. I grew up with McDonald's. Do you know what I mean? It was my guilty pleasure. I used to go there all the time. Even though I knew all the fucking stuff about it. I knew all the fucking disgusting practices and shit like that. I was like, that stuff is like crack. I love a box of 20 chicken McNuggets, bro. It's so sick. I just love the way they taste, especially fresh. My fucking mouth's watering now as I think about it. Do you know what I mean? But in the 2 years since the fucking genocide against Palestinians started, I haven't touched the stuff. Except maybe for that one time, and I can't remember if that even happened. I think it did. I think I got like a fucking McRib or something, but, you know? I think I had McDonald's once after October 7th. It's been over 2 years now. It doesn't take long to get it out of your system. Yeah, honestly. I think that I've probably saved my life a little bit about it. Do you know what I mean? But anyway. You should be going above and beyond in your consumer boycotts, right? Because it's essentially, like, good for you, right? Giving up, like, think about it. Never having McDonald's, Coca-Cola, Domino's, Pizza Hut, Papa John's, or Burger King for the rest of your life would literally be an actively good thing for you to do. It would be an actively good thing for you to do. You know? Good for your health. Good for your mental health. You know? Make your own meals. Exactly. Cook your own scrans. It's good for you. Also Zara, because they'll make you look naff. I've literally never been to Zara. Get Pepe's instead. Pepe's chicken. Yeah, Pepe's chicken. Listen, go to a fucking chicken village or something. Do you know what I mean? Literally just go to, like, your local high street. Like, for me, you know what I mean? I'll go to Rusholme or, like, you know, Oxford Road. And go to, like, Dixie's Chicken or, like, fucking, you know, one of them mad places where it's clearly a ripoff and they call it, like, LFC, Louisiana Fried Chicken. Do you know what I mean? Local shops. They're always better. They're literally always better. There was a place near ours called Kansas Fried Chicken, and they don't really exist anymore, but I used to get them all the time. You know what I mean? I used to get them all the time when they were about. And they're just peng. Like, they're actually better than KFC. You know what I mean? Plenty of non-genocidal chicken joints to choose from. Yeah, well, exactly. You know, if you're thinking about the fucking you know, the genocide against animals, that's another thing. That's a vegan conversation to get into. Vord with the
education moment.
Vord with the £25. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream, you legend. I was crushed when I moved to London and I realized that Blue Lagoon was Scotland only. Yeah, very bad. Very bad. Some of these are kind of hard when, like, 90% of computers use some Windows operating system and that gives money to Microsoft. Only if you've got active subscriptions. Like, I'm using a Microsoft PC right now, but I bought it fucking years ago. I bought my copy of Windows years ago. Just get rid of your fucking subscriptions. That's not that hard. Like, what are you giving money to Microsoft for? But hello, Dankley, and welcome to the stream. You know? Like, don't get a new PC. If you get a new PC, use Linux instead. You know, learn some Linux. I know it's hard. LibreOffice is a good alternative and it's free. I mean, you don't even really need to do that, right? Spooky Wilding, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Let's go. Thank you for the 4 months. It's good to see you. We get a bit of chicken, a better chicken tower burger from our local independent than a KFC can muster, even without KFC special spice formula. Exactly. Yum. My man just said yum once. Halfway to West Street in. Proton is a good alternative for docs and spreadsheets, yeah. There's ways around it. There's always ways around this stuff, you know? I'm just messing, Steve. Alright, listen. A little bit of an education segment there. We're going to get back to the news. We were going to read this article, weren't we? It's about Andy Burnham, my mayor. I don't know where Melpo is, by the way, chat. He's literally left me, so I'm sorry about the Melpot can being totally empty there. I'm I may be in the minority here, but my unhealthy relationships with consumers has always resulted from a lack of ability to consistently plan. When I get busy or stressed, I get hyper-focused and focus on other shit. And then when it's time to eat, I don't have enough time to prepare food, and it cycles from there until the weekend. Then when I have time to meal prep, it's always been solely a question of money and time as a result of mentally slacking. No, I don't think you're in the minority. I think that's how corporations get all of us. Right? I think that's how corporations get the hooks in all of us. They rely on the fact that as the working class, we feel disempowered to make a choice because we have such little time. You know, we have such precious little, free time and shit. But, you know, the important thing to remember is that we do still have a choice as consumers. We're not in a world of entire monopolies just yet. We nearly are. You know, we're nearly at that stage, but... you know, there are different ways to do it, and it's about just thinking a little bit differently about it. You know what I mean? It is just about having to think about it and thinking about what you could do, and a lot of it is definitely having steps. The company behind Mars Bars is BDS, and it makes a lot of food products. Yeah. Unilever is BDS. They make a lot of stuff. Absolutely. 100%. And then even when you're escaping it by going to Aldi, going to the supermarket, you'll look at the avocados, it's like made in Israel or products from Israel, right? But, you know, what you do is you get the whole fucking tray and you tip them out and hide them behind the fucking thing. Because it's completely legal to do that. You're not breaking the law by moving around some avocados in a shop. You might get banned if they find you out, but, you know, they won't, will they? Because you're all clever. British Aldi is not on the BDS list, yes. Yes, that's right. I miss Smarties so much. Yeah, well, you know what? You can make your own scran, can't you? You can make your own scran. Anyway. It would be great if there was an Amazon-like service that only hosted non-BDS items. You see, that's something that the movement could make, right? Because Amazon is just a website. That's what people forget. Amazon just started as a website. And the reason it's grown to what it is because it's made money and shit. And if there is an effort to host, you know, non-BDS products and shit like that, it would get support. It would get massive support. There's got to be an extension for that. Yeah, people would end up doing that. People would end up, making little extensions for it. I hate that Lidl are the evil one because Glasgow's only Aldi is so much less conveniently positioned than Lidl's. They're both evil? No. Aldi North is the USA one. Aldi South is the one that operates in the UK. Aldi North, there's two Aldi companies. There's like the Aldi brothers. Do you not know about the Aldi brothers? Right? The Aldi brothers, yeah. There was Aldi North. They both created Aldi, but then they fell out, and now they've got Aldi North and Aldi South. Right? And Aldi North is the bad one. They're BDS, but Aldi South isn't. And we've got Aldi South in the UK. Yeah, that's the Aldi thing. I also shop in Aldi and Lidl. Just get rid of Lidl. Rid of Lidl. American Aldi is worse in every way. I've heard about that, yeah. I've been trying for years to get people to call Bezos Jeff Asbestos. Yeah, that's good stuff. I was supposedly surprised by the strawberries in the local Sainsbury's from the New Forest, live in Bournemouth, so that's just down the road. Yeah, that local shit's Pengo. The Aldi map for chatters. Let's have a look at that. The great the great Aldi divide of Europe. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. That's it. I'll show that on stream. There you go. Aldi Sud, Aldi Nord. So you got Aldi, in the south of Germany, and then fucking Austria, Czechia, Austria. I think. I don't know if that's Hungary or Austria. That's Austria. That's Hungary. Slovenia, Italy, Switzerland, Great Britain, you know, an island. And then you got Aldi Nord in fucking Poland, Denmark, Netherlands, Belgium, France, Spain, and Portugal. Crazy stuff. It's like the split of the Roman Empire. It's literally the same thing, mate. Yeah, Nord is the BDS one, which is sadly the American one. Does no one else find this comical? I mean, I did when I first heard about it, but I've known about it for a while now. I think I learnt about it on stream. Someone told me about it on stream. It might even have been Vordrella. It's bizarre that the UK is the furthest north one, but it's actually part of the Southern Org. Yeah, nah, it is mad. They kind of look like two cats sleeping on each other. Yeah, if you're insane. Team Fortress 2, blue versus orange. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's get back to the news. All right, so Burnham's path to challenge Starmer opens as MP to quit. Now, this is where your boy, yeah, djmuel, is gonna get the best intel for you. You're gonna get the best intel from me, yeah, because this guy's my fucking mayor, right? So let's have a look at what's actually happened. I think that we were discussing this yesterday on the stream. Thank you for the follow, by the way. But if Andy Burnham was gonna run in a Manchester, as in like central inner city Manchester constituency as an MP to get to Parliament, it was likely that he would have lost to the Greens, right? So that is funny as fuck that would have been the case. However, he has not done that, probably because he was smart, yeah? But the problem is, I don't think he's smart enough, because he's standing in Makersfield, which is a constituency in Wigan where he's from, right? Let's have a read of this. Labour Member of Parliament Josh Simons is set to announce plans to step down from his seat in Greater Manchester, opening up a path for Mayor Andy Burnham to return to Parliament and seek the Prime Minister's job. Simons will step down, according to a person familiar with the matter, triggering a by-election in the Manchester constituency of Makerfield. Again, you know, it's Wigan, so Greater Manchester. Bloomberg showing their arse again, not understanding things in the north. Not surprised. Who gives a fuck? Whatever. That would free up a House of Commons seat for Burnham to contest in order to secure the parliamentary foothold as a prerequisite for Labour leadership contenders. The development will raise the stakes for the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. Yeah, it's in Lancashire, yeah. Prime Minister... Well, technically it's Greater Manchester. It would count as Lancashire, but yeah, I know what you're saying. Prime Minister Keir Starmer, as he tries to fend off a potential leadership challenge, the Manchester Mayor is the only senior UK politician to hold a net positive approval rating among voters. Guess by how much, chat? Guess by how much Andy Burnham has a net positive approval rating among voters. Anyone want to shove a number, an estimate in the chat, an approximate? Is it very slim? Relatively. 1 and 2 are too small, I would say. Bit higher than that. No, I don't want percentages. I want numbers. 5's getting warmer. 6 is getting warmer. Chat, he's got a net positive approval rating of 8. Right? So... Andy, you know, Keir Starmer has got -20. Angela Rayner has got -18. Wes Streeting has got -22. And Andy Burnham has got +8. +8. Right? Now, what everybody outside of Manchester thinks is that is just because of, you know, a countrywide perspective of Andy Burnham, and that everybody in Manchester loves him. Yeah, this is not right. Incorrect. People in Manchester do not love Andy Burnham anymore. Yeah, we've been under his mayoralty for what, 8 years, 9 years, 10 years. Can't remember how long he's been in. That's what my dad's perception of him is. He even said that to me today. No, People in Manchester might have loved Andy Burnham 5 years ago, 6 years ago, when he was still like, you know, finding his feet and trying to do stuff and yada, yada, yada. He ran on ending the homeless problem in Manchester. He's not done that. He ran on trying to get more council homes for Manchester. He's not done that. He ran on all kinds of things, right? But unfortunately, regenerating the city was the biggest one. But regenerating for him was not refurbishing all of the stuff that makes Manchester what it is, but was actually demolishing old stuff, you know, that is meaningful, like, you know, old mills and shit like that that could have been refurbished, even refurbished and converted into flats, right? Even though that's not ideal, that's still a kind of gentrification, but completely changed the, you know, completely changed the fucking skyline of Manchester. Massive glass towers that have gentrified the city, pushed working class people out of the city, you know. And now, you know, here's the thing, what Andy Burnham doesn't understand. There's people who were born and grew up in Moss Side, right? And they've had to leave, yeah, brownfield site. There's a ton of brownfield sites in Manchester, but they don't use them to build on. They don't build on these brownfield sites at all. They're always constantly trying to build on green spaces and shit. It's insane. It's completely insane. And what's more, when they do build on brownfield sites, they build massive fucking towers which block the sun for estates and smaller buildings, and they don't build any fucking social housing on them. Right? And who approves that stuff? The mayor's office. Would it still be gentrification if he did the same but capped the rent at what it was before? No, because then people who were born in Manchester would be able to afford it. So that's what I'm saying. There's people who were born in Manchester, in Moss Side, right, who've had to leave because they can't afford to leave their, you know, family home and rent somewhere in Manchester. They've had to move to fucking Wigan. They've had to move to places like Wigan, move to places like Bolton, move to places like Blackburn, because they can't afford to live in Manchester Centre anymore, inner city. It's literally social cleansing, right? That's what gentrification is, you know? Yeah, moving to Wigan, a horrible fate, right? Now, Makersfield, where Andy Burnham is running, is probably where fucking some of these people have had to move to. It's probably where a lot of people like that have had to fucking move to. This is what these people are not thinking about. It's not joined up thinking. It's all completely clouded by egotistical fucking stupid fucking ideas. You know what I mean? Oh, I'll just run in fucking Wigan instead. I'm going to lose to the Greens in Rusholme. I'll lose to the Greens in Withington. You know, Graham Stringer doesn't want to give me his seat in Blately. So, you know, I'll go to Makersfield. And he hasn't thought it fucking through, and it's too fucking late now, and he'll probably lose to Reform in Makersfield. That's the reality of what's probably going to happen here. Let's continue to read anyway. There'll still be several hurdles standing in Burnham's way. Starmer's allies on Labour's governing body already blocked him from contesting a seat in the Manchester area when it became vacant earlier this year, citing the need to avoid a costly election for the mayoral post. He would have to vacate, and they could do so again. Now, if the NEC block him, right, Josh Simons has already stood down, so if the NEC block him now, it would be incredibly fucking funny, because there's a chance that the Greens would win Makersfield, right? Just like Gorton and Denton. The NEC have approved him. Right, well, there you go. There you go. He's going to lose to Reform instead. A comedy of errors. A comedy of errors. Right, so, yeah, well, that's what's going to happen. He's going to lose to Reform. You know? Starmer has since been weakened by both the loss of the seat Gorton and Denton, loss of that seat to the left-wing Green Party, and then in the ensuing by-election, and then a disastrous set of local election results last week, could make it harder for him to stymie Burnham this time. Numerous Labour MPs, including some cabinet ministers, have called on Starmer to lay out a timetable to leave his post. If allowed to seat the nomination, Burnham would then have to beat any other internal Labour candidate and go on to win the seat, something that's not guaranteed given the rise in popularity. So that has been guaranteed. This is in the past. That's what's happened now. Let's take a look at The Guardian. Leadership rules should not be tweaked to let Burnham run for PM, Labour NEC member says. Now that's interesting, isn't it? Starmer will not attempt to block Burnham was the exact wording. Okay, fair enough. The rules governing Labour Party leadership contest should not be tweaked to allow Andy Burnham to run. Remember, the party's National Executive Committee has said, with the Health Secretary preparing to launch a leadership challenge against Keir Starmer on Thursday, if he can secure the support of enough MPs to trigger a contest, allies of Burnham have warned against a coronation for Wes Streeting as the next Prime Minister. I don't think that's true. Burnham's backers are understood to be lobbying Labour's NEC to hold an extended leadership election to give him time to return to Parliament, calling for a nomination period long enough for him to win a by-election. Such a move could stretch the contest to be about 3 months, drawing out the chaos facing the party. Very funny shit. Very funny shit. It's like a cop show where a detective goes to prison where all the inmates were put there by him. Yes. In the Gorton and Denton by-election, the first conversation I had on the door in Levenshulme was someone with cancer who was going to have to move out of Manchester and she really didn't want to. Yeah, that's it. Social fucking cleansing. Social fucking cleansing. It's absolute poison for the Labour Party. The longer it goes on, the worse it gets. It's funny as fuck. Hello, more Paraf Costa, by the way. Sorry, I saw you in the chat earlier. Hello. What was did you have a thing with the streets getting repaved unnecessarily? They did it 5 times in Bradford back in the day. Then the rest of the city was falling apart and I never found out who was pocketing that money. There is a bunch of shite infrastructure stuff that goes on in Manchester. You know, there's places that get a lot of love, like the Northern Quarter, because it's popular and gentrified. And then there's places like where I live, yeah, which I'm not going to dox myself, but like where I live in the city centre, our roads are fucking shite, absolutely dog shit. And if they do after do any road work or any, you know, like infrastructure stuff, they do it at like 11 o'clock at night through the night, so it keeps us all awake. Insane stuff. Calls for the ruling body to allow Greater Manchester Mayor to stand for the leadership suffered a blow on Thursday as Luke Akehurst, the MP for North Durham and a staunch supporter of Starmer, said he didn't think it was physically possible for Andy Burnham to participate. What? Oh no, Luke Akehurst. Whatever will we do? That's so funny. He's deranged, man. Speaking to Sky News' Sophie Ridge, Akehurst said it was necessary for prime ministers to be MPs or a member of the House of Lords, which last happened in 1963. If a contest started right now, I just don't see how it's physically possible for Andy Burnham to participate. I think I've got like an interview with Lakehurst somewhere, or did I just see that earlier and did I just not decide to watch it? He is dense. Well, you got to remember, he's only been a member of the Labour Party for the last 2 years, so he doesn't know anything. Do you know what I mean? Where the fuck is the Luke Akehurst thing? I'm so certain that I saw a Luke Akehurst thing. Hang on a minute. Let me just search on Twitter. Oh my god, he's going so insane. He's posting through it. Oh my god, this is so funny. This is so fucking funny. Luke Akehurst is posting through it so hard, chat. Look at this. 27 minutes ago. 15 minutes ago. I'd love to see you lose your seat. You and all of Labour together. Sorry, think Labour. 1 hour ago. It takes time. We were not going to undo 14 years in 2 years. Nothing that has happened today is remotely proportionate. The limits of triangulation 22 hours ago. What the fuck is he on about? What the fuck is this, bro? The limits of triangulation. We'll have a look at that in a bit. It takes time. New PM facing pressure to get their own... Wait, what is this? New PM facing pressure to get their own mandate for change of direction, wanting to bank any possibly short-lived poll honeymooning way Gordon didn't in 2007. You weren't even involved in 2007. What are you on about? For those new to Luke Akehurst, boy, have we got law for you. Akehurst, you're advancing the politics of Stalin with the tactics of Hitler. Or maybe it was the other way around. GC delegate, Bristol West, early 90s. Insane. Insane stuff. Focus on delivery, particularly on cost of living and immigration. Wait until a year or so before the general election to see where we are in the polls before assessing who should lead us into a general election. Andy would have been available by then in any case as a mayoral term ended. He's an idiot. He's a fucking idiot. What is he referring to here? He's like in people's replies and shit. Dumping someone in a year before a general election would be extremely unfair on them and effectively asking them to defend someone else's record in addition to giving very limited time to build profile. If current polling continues and 27-28 locals mirror this year, it's too late. It worked for the Tories when Major replaced Thatcher! Yeah, man, famously it did! Bro, this is so funny. This is so funny. It worked for the Tories when Major replaced Thatcher. This guy is like tripping. Has he got that thing like you know, where like, you know, because he's I don't want to focus on his you know he's got proper bad like blood pressure. He's so stressed. Has he got that thing where he's gotten like so stressed and like full of bile and evil that he's like he's given himself like early onset dementia? Like, what is happening, man? What is happening? I love the clip when Owen Jones confronted him about his 7 years in Israel as an Israel lobbyist outside the conference. Yeah, we watched that when it came out. He's just disgusting. He's just a disgusting person. Why is he wasting his time doing this? Isn't he an MP? Oh, he does no work as an MP. He does literally zero work as an MP. Let's have a look at this big post that he's done. Nothing that has happened today is remotely proportionate or reasonable behavior this far out from a general election scheduled for 2029. This level of internal game playing risks driving us into a general election within months, as well as causing months of deep political instability that have real-world consequences for the economy and national security. I am, to put it mildly, unimpressed. What's that, chat? Don't look at that. No, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything, actually. I didn't do anything. No. I didn't do anything. I don't know what you're on about. Anyway, moving on. Right, let's have a look at this fucking... Let's have a look at this article. I was AFK but listening and it's just so good. Everything is so normal and stable and fine. Yes, it is. Just praying there's no haters in the chat watching right now. But anyway, never mind. Speaking to Sky News' Sophie Ridge, Akers said it was necessary for Prime Ministers to be MPs or a member of the House of Lords, which last happened in 1963. If we change the rules, we could have a cast of thousands. How about a by-election for Dave Miliband or a by-election for Ed Balls? I don't think the Labour Party's rules and procedures are there to be tweaked to suit one particular person. This is so funny, dude. He's coping so hard. Yo, nice one. Steve, thank you so much for the Prime
Check
sub.
in my free Bezos bucks your way to contribute toward RentQuest, my man.
Thank you very much for supporting the stream. Thank you so much for subbing, and enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes, Steve. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 3 months. It's nice, isn't it, Akehurst? The quiet. With Rolling Jungle as well. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The NEC block burners to Parliament. Gordon and Denton, yeah, we know about that. Angela Rayner, who the Guardian revealed was cleared by HMRC of wrongdoing. Said Thursday that Burnham shouldn't have been prevented from re-entering Parliament. If somebody wants to come and help and be part of the future we could deliver, we should be blocking people. Yeah, we saw that. She said she's not doing deals. No deal. Another NEC member, Abdi Duell, told a post-election webinar hosted by FTI Consulting, that Labour officials were backing away from blocking the return of Burnham on Monday. He said, of course, the leader has influence over how the NEC votes, but I do think that influence is diminished by looking at the results and thinking, well, you know, the Prime Minister is probably not going to take us into the next election, so I imagine colleagues will be weighing that up. There you go. Labour's ruling body, which sets the guidelines on nominations timetable code of conduct, does have a degree of discretion over a leadership contest, in so much as the rules can be varied by the consent of the NEC. Akers said he would back Starmer in any contest, and his concern was that it could result in a Prime Minister that is significantly to the left of Keir Starmer, me, or Wes Streeting. Well, there you go. There is Akehurst's concerns laid out for everybody to see, isn't it? Wouldn't that be awful? Here's Josh Simons' resignation. Or is this his resignation? I don't know. Is it actually this? He wrote a piece in the Times? Wait, what? Why are people doing this? This is crazy, bro. This is absolutely fucking crazy. Let me just sort out my fucking Times subscription, yeah? It was just a Twitter post announcing that he's resigned? Oh, this was a piece that he wrote on, in the Times on Sunday. Right, okay, yeah. So this is his resignation. Imagine resigning in a tweet, man. That's crazy. For decades, Westminster has overseen the managed decline of towns like mine. We've talked big and then acted small. Stuck in a politics of incrementalism that can't meet the moment. We've lost the trust of those our party was built to serve. It's my unwavering belief that nothing short of urgent, radical, courageous reform will make a difference. That must start with a change in leadership. Today, I am putting the people I represent and the country I love first. I'll be resigning as MP for Makerfield. I am standing aside so that Andy Burnham can return to his home, fight to re-enter Parliament, and if elected, can drive the change our country is crying out for. This has not been an easy decision. This is my family's home, where only a few weeks ago, doctors and nurses at Wigan Infirmary saved our newborn son's life. But we all must make choices, and in recent days, I found myself with a difficult one: defend the status quo or step forward and act. I've made my choice. I'm in politics because politics is how you change lives for the better. My party has one last chance to do that. Deliver for the people and places I represent, drive economic growth, secure our borders, reform our state and politics, and change a status quo that's not working. Bro, secure our borders is the status quo. Drive economic growth is the status quo. Insane. Sadly, Burnham doesn't have to resign unless he wins. I know. It would be very, 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 very good if we got a Green mayoralty in Manchester. Imagine getting elected, stepping down like this, and expecting to ever look a constituent in the eyes again. I know, it's so embarrassing, but you could just tell that it's all for the career, right? That's all they're interested in. I'm not going to read that article that he wrote in the Times on Sunday. All right, let's have a look at this. So these are the local council election results for Wigan, for Ashton in Makerfield South, which is a constituency that is like quite close to Makerfield. Wigan Council, you can see. Candidate, Catherine Ann Morrill Ashford, Reform UK, 1,500. Yeah, turnout was 38% in Wigan, in this ward. Not Wigan as a whole, but in this ward, 38% is quite significant, actually, compared to what we've seen across the board, right? It's on the higher end of turnout. You know, people really did vote for reform in this ward. So, you know, Labour Party's candidate got 400 votes less. He could be in with a chance. You know, the Green Party got 432 votes. Nothing to be sniffed at. 432 votes is pretty good for a turnout of 38%, to be quite honest. You know, 8,000 people in the electorate, nearly 9,000. And, you know, it really does depend on how they run it. Now, the Labour Party and Reform have got lots of money to throw at this, and they've got Andy Burnham. Now, the Labour Party did not do as well as they thought they would in Gorton and Denton. Wigan is a bit of a different beast than Gorton and Denton. You are trying to appeal to a white working class northern town, right? It's not the same as Gorton and Denton. You've got the elements of the white working class northern town bit of it in Denton. However, the Greens could be in with a chance if they really, really fancied trying to humiliate Andy Burnham and Labour again. They could be in with a chance. What we know about the Greens is if they put the work in, if people canvass and campaign, they can win, right? The entire UK media is going to descend on the area. Yeah, it will. It's going to be Gorton and Denton too. I do think that it's more likely that they will elect Reform over Andy Burnham here. If they do elect Andy Burnham, I think it will be very close. I do think that the Green Party has an opportunity to make substantial gains here, but they would have to have the right candidate. You can't be having anyone who sounds like this, you know? And I hate to be a bit cruel, but like the Green Party does need to work on its working class candidates. You know what I mean? I know that even though some people will sound like this, they will be working class, right? They will be. But the working class won't see him as that. Right? They just won't. They'd sooner vote for someone with loads of money who's like a CEO or something like that, who's got an accent. You know what I mean? Like someone like fucking Andy Burnham or Angela Rayner or, you know, but, you know, Labour's a bit tainted in that area, so I don't know if it's going to work. But they'd need the right fucking candidate. The Greens would really need the right candidate. Working class signifiers, or at least people who know how to speak to the working class without talking down to them. Do you know what I mean? Hippie Marshmallow says, I looked at all the wards, and every ward that even vaguely made up this constituency had a Reform councillor with 1,500 votes or more, and the Greens came third to Labour in everyone except where the Conservatives were third. Yes. So that's the challenge that the Greens have got if they want to field a candidate in this by-election. I think they should. I'll never say don't do it, because the opportunity to humiliate Labour is always very, very good and very, very funny. But I think they need to be realistic in the campaigning. Do you know what I mean? National might turn around and say, we're not doing it. You know, and that's, you know, for the members to decide as to whether they want to let National have that much of a say at the next conference. You know what I mean? The Greens didn't get more than 600 votes in any. Yeah, but none of them were target wards, right? Like, none of these Wigan wards were target wards, were they? Like, all the target wards in the locals were in Manchester, Sheffield, Exeter. Hastings, wasn't Hastings a target? And London. I can't imagine Wigan being a target ward. If we're not going to try and campaign, we should try and get some concessions, electoral reform to a ranked choice vote system as soon as he becomes leader. How we could prevent him from just lying, I don't know. Well, I mean, you just get it in fucking writing, don't you? And then you campaign on it. Andy Burnham broke his promise to us. We stood down to let him get elected, and he broke his promise. You get it recorded from him in writing, and then you use it as leverage in another election or the general election. So there you go. And the Greens can also say Reform didn't bother to get any concessions from him. It would be extremely funny if he if he lost in this constituency, which is basically where he was born. Now, this was from a piece, I think, last night or yesterday. Greens plan to pressure Andy Burnham to support election reform, which is what you were saying, Ippy Marshmallow. As they warn, he won't walk any potential by-election. He won't. Greater Manchester's mayor asked to return as an MP to fulfil his Labour leadership ambitions, but the Greens point to their support in 2 seats he's reported to be considering and see a chance to pin him into a corner on proportional representation. Now, I think this would have been if he was running in Rusholme or in, what was the other one that he might have been thinking? Withington? Like, he would have lost to the Greens in those seats without a shadow of a doubt. So I don't know if they're going to continue this in Makerfield. Not entirely sure. Don't know. But especially in Makerfield, where reformer insurgent Burnham will need every vote he can get. It's time to extract maximum leverage. I think that they should still do it, even if it is Makerfield, right? What if he tried running as an independent and Groucho Marx disguised with the intent to unveil himself and defect to Labour afterwards? I think that you could. I think that that would trigger a by-election, wouldn't it? Just have a video of him looking into the camera and saying, I promise to the voters, I will do a fairer voting system. If I fail to do this, I'm a liar and Labour doesn't deserve a single seat in the next election. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get him to say that. But whatever you can, as close to that as possible, it's something to that effect. It should be something to that effect. Right, okay, let's have a look at some LBC rot.
As you heard...
Oh, that was a joke. Sorry, Sorka. Let's have some LBC rot. Let's have a look.
Tom
Swore prick.
Andy Burnham was going to announce his route back into Parliament. 10 minutes later, we have the route. Josh Simons is resigning as an MP. He was a minister, I think, in the Cabinet Office. He called on Keir Starmer to resign in an op-ed on Sunday and has written this letter to his constituents. The truth is, he says, complacency has become a rot. The establishment is so far from the realities of your lives that too many tweak a failing system just to stay in power.
Yeah.
As our world gets more insecure and our economy flatlines, Westminster stays stuck. I could not stand here and tell you that our politics is broken and things need to change, then stand in the way of supporting that change. That is why, says Josh Simons, I have decided to put you, the people I represent, and the country I love first. That means stepping aside as your MP for Makerfield to make way for a leader.
This is also ridiculous. Why does Labour get to take Manchester's mayor away, and why would you trust a mayor that agrees to it? Yeah, it's so daft. Do you reckon Burnham offered him his DJ slot at Ramona? Huge bombshell. That's probably what it was. Hey Al, how you doing?
Who has the radicalism, the energy.
The real way Andy Burnham could energise his campaign would be by endorsing Zach Polanski and promising a coalition with the Greens. He won't do that, but it would make it so easy for him to win in the right seat as leader. Yeah, also the Greens would have to agree to that, right? If you wanted to do it so bad, stand for leader yourself.
And immense courage to meet that moment. That leader, Aggie Chambray, Deputy Political Editor, is...
Andy Burnham.
This is his way back in.
This is Andy Burnham's way back in. Potentially. So the Mayor of Greater Manchester, of course, to run for leader, if he were to so choose to challenge Sir Keir Starmer, would have to be an MP. And this seems like it's his route in. So he is now going to try, we think, and stand as an MP in Makerfield, where at the last general elections, Josh Simons won 5,400 votes.
Can we get a wheel up on the slight pause before she said Andy Burnham? No, that was daft, wasn't it? That was crazy. Like some kind of big reveal.
Andy Burnham.
Energy and immense courage to meet that moment. That leader, Aggie Chambray, Deputy Political Editor, is...
Andy Burnham.
She sounds buzzing. She sounds like she's buzzing for it. She's going to vote for him. He's like, yeah, man, he's sick. He's going to fucking change the country. He's going to bring it back. It'll be socialism with imperialist characteristics. What are these people's lives like? LBC deputy political editors. Just tons of briefcases in the office. So many. Yeah, imp sock. Yeah, ing sock, imp sock. It's like she thought no one knew. No, I know. It's so daft, innit? It's so daft. She definitely thinks this is announcing an optimistic future to the British public. It's just crap, innit? It's so crap.
This is his way back in.
This is Andy Burnham's way back in, potentially. So the Mayor of Greater Manchester, of course, to run for leader, if he were to so choose to challenge Sir Keir Starmer, would have to be an MP. And this seems like it's his route in. So
hey, Sundry Clown Car, yeah, in true centrist fashion, yeah, split it between socialism and barbarism.
Where at the last general elections, Josh Simons won 5,400 votes.
Swarbrick is the biggest briefcase on LBC, yeah.
5,400.
It's okay.
It's okay. You probably wouldn't call that a marginal seat.
No.
It's okay.
Hang on a minute. What did you say? Wait, hang on a minute. What were the results? Makerfield. Everyone's Googling this now. Literally everyone is Googling this. Makerfield 2024 general election result is the first option. Okay, that's stupid to say that, dude. That's so stupid to say that. Labour got 18,000 of the vote. 18,000 votes, and Reform got 12,000. I know that that's like quite significant. Well, it's 6,000. 45 versus 31. It's not like that impressive. Do you know what I mean? You probably should be calling this a marginal seat. Who's the little bit next to Labour? English Democrats. I don't know who they are. I don't think it could swing. I think it will swing. I think it will fucking swing. Because you got to remember, this is in 2024. What was the turnout? Does it say what the turnout was? 52%? That's not so bad, actually. If there was a higher turnout, there could be a higher turnout because of the I can't really remember hearing anything about the campaign, you know? So I don't know. Worse than the national average? Oh, is that right? English Democrats are far-right nut jobs? Oh, okay, there you go. Yeah, it sounded like it with the name English. English Democrats. Eleanor is predicting Reform 50% without the by-election. Yeah, I mean, it's probably fucking likely. He's gonna fucking... I think he's going to lose to Reform, man. I think that's what's going to happen. I do think the Greens should just try. If he doesn't give any concessions, if he says, if the Greens offer him concessions and he agrees, fine. But if he says no, then it is just going to be they should run. Worth a shot, right? Overall turnout for 2024 was 59.7%. Gotcha. Yeah, not our job to get a better Labour leader.
1,400.
It's okay.
It's okay. You probably wouldn't call that a marginal seat.
No.
It's okay. It's not great.
It is a marginal seat.
The local elections, Reform did much better than that. And I think there will be massive question marks over whether or not this will backfire and whether or not Andy Burnham might still lose this by-election. Now, there's another hurdle as well before we even get to whether or not he will win this by-election. And that's whether he will be allowed to stand for this by-election. So the National Executive...
I mean, the NEC could still block him. Just because Keir Starmer said he's not going to block him doesn't mean that A, that's true, or B, that the rest of the fucking cranks in there aren't going to do it. We definitely need a candidate that's already a well-known community person to win, in my opinion. I mean, yeah, probably, but I don't know. It's tough to know, man. It is tough to know. I think the Greens have just got to continue doing work in places like Wigan. You know what I mean? I think it's going to be a bit of a slog, but they've got to. You've got to try. It does need to be. I think there does need to be a bit of an organising for power element of it and identifying a leader. Can we parachute Luke Littler in? Would he support the Greens? What's Luke Littler's politics like? I would be buzzing if it turned out that Luke Littler was Green Party. I would be buzzing. Actually, I would be like, Warrington's back on the map. It's back on the map. Xbox and takeaway. Yeah, he's voting for the Xbox and takeaway party.
A committee blocked him when he tried to stand for a seat back in February. My sense is from the conversations I have
Danny's Kitchen party
they've probably now shifted. So either way, whether it's the 10 people making the decision, the sort of executive committee, or the 40, and I think he will be pushing for the 40, I think probably they've moved enough that they will let him in. If not, you could imagine the civil war in the Labour Party getting even worse.
Okay, galaxy brain moment, theory number whatever we're on now.
2000.
Thank you. This becomes the sort of circus show in Makerfield that everyone anticipates, because if Andy Burnham is to win that seat, he's basically likely to become Prime Minister. Subject to the NEC thing, whatever. Narrative swing, reform win it.
Yes.
Does that Andy Burnham goes again?
It's such a good question.
What do you mean? It's not a good question. He's just killed that meme, hasn't he? Galaxy Brain it's over now. You can never say that. You can never say that. He just said Galaxy Brain moment theory 2000. Would Andy Burnham just run again? No, of course he wouldn't. It would be unrealistic for the time frame and it would look so bad, yes. Good point, actually. Would someone else just resign? No, it's not a good point. It's a terrible point. It would be political suicide. It would look so desperate. It would look really desperate. I don't think it's a good point. I think it's stupid as fuck. No one would be that stupid to do it. Even Andy Burnham.
I mean, it's like
sorry, I know that we're so far down.
He was the galaxy brain behind Theresa May. Yes, can you imagine losing 2 seats? Why are they so sure that Burnham will win the leadership race? I mean, he probably will. That's the reality of it. He probably will. Andy Burnham is the safe choice for the Labour Party apparatus, right? He's not too left-wing. He's comfortably centrist, but he's just the appearance of left-wing enough so that people might believe that he can save the Labour Party. But I don't know if that's even going to happen. What's Paul Mason saying? All kinds of shit, I imagine. Should we have a look for him on Twitter?
But it's the momentum thing you were talking about before,
Yeah.
right? Isn't it? So has the contest already started to replace Keir Starmer as leader at that point? Or is Andy Burnham coming back into Westminster to challenge Keir Starmer? If it's the latter, if it's the former...
Sophie, how are you doing? Welcome in. Everybody, please go show some love to Sophie from Mars.
Keir Starmer. If it's the latter and the process is only triggered by Andy Burnham, probably the more likely option, and Andy Burnham then doesn't get in, maybe everyone does just think, should we just leave it?
Back in the real world, what's the timescale for this?
So we are probably talking...
This is such fucking Alan Partridge nonsense. Fucking seriously, man. Ridiculous stuff. Paul Mason's not saying anything about it. Paul Mason is retweeting smears about Zach Polanski. Oh no, he has spoken about West Street in resigning. He's retweeting Emmanuel Macron. Fucking absolute dickhead. Talking about Russian drone attacks in Ukraine. This is real patriotism, trade union Congress. He's such a bizarre guy. Labour strategy was beginning to work until Trump and Netanyahu screwed up the global energy system with their reckless war. We're right to stay out of it, but we can't escape the consequences. Place the blame where it lies, on Iran, Israel, and Trump. What? What's happening, bro? What's happened to his brain? This is the most centrist shit you could ever say. Blame Iran and Israel. And Trump. First of all, it is not Iran's fault. Second of all, yes, Israel is the problem and Donald Trump. It was beginning to work. That's such fucking cope. The most lib that ever lived. He's so cooked. Can anyone remember the famous Mason quote? No. I think it would be actually amazing play for the Greens to trade not contesting Burnham in exchange for him resigning as mayor. He wouldn't do that. He's a coward. I think he's a coward. Labour was already fucked. Also, all Iran did was get bombed by the US and Israel. Exactly. He's written a Twitter article. Do I get to read these, even though I don't pay for Twitter or whatever? Let's understand what would happen if Keir Starmer fell under the proverbial bus or became permanently unavailable. What happens then, according to Clause 2, Paragraph 2, Subsection E1? The Cabinet shall, in consultation with the NEC, appoint one of its members to serve as party leader until a ballot under these rules can be carried out. But there aren't any strict limits on what the acting leader can do as Prime Minister. They can't... there are strict limits. They can't reshuffle the Cabinet, can't remove Cabinet members on the party NEC, they can't make any major changes to party policy. Those rules are there for a reason. The Labour Party, while in power, does not simply occupy the British states. Its top echelons become part of it. That's why it would be folly for MPs to back a leadership challenge either from Wes Streeting or Andy Burnham in 2 months' time. Too late, dickhead. Too late, dickhead. Oh, fucking hell. If Streeting resigns and declares a challenge, all his supporters in government must do likewise. 81 MPs then become the declared adversaries of His Majesty's government. Oh, he's coping so hard. You may object to these semi-informal relationships being so central to British governments. I certainly lament them. Oh my God. As for the Burnham win scenario, we would be leaping into the unknown. We're being asked to give Andy a chance because he's a good bloke, a great communicator. Both of these things are wrong. Popular with voters, also not that correct. And has run Manchester well, also wrong. As someone from the same town as he once represented, I can attest to all these qualities and more. But being PM is about establishing global relationships with Trump, Macron, Zelensky, and Merz for starters. Oh my God. What is he talking about? Guys is in his undies and a witch's hat, wish casting like never before. Imagine I've been at a community meeting for the last 3 hours. What have I missed? No, nothing. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Not much has changed, Soph. It's just all like the Labour right are just coping. Luke Akehurst has given himself a fucking burst blood vessel. He's tweeting so mad that his fucking hands have seized up. Paul Mason is writing insane articles. When was this? When was that? When did he do this? 15 hours ago. It feels like something that he... Okay, just insane stuff, dude. When's 15 hours ago? We're at 10 o'clock now. That's 5 p.m. 5 in the morning. 7 in the morning. This motherfucker woke up at 6 and logged into Twitter and wrote a Twitter post. That's insane. What the fuck? What the fuck, bro? That is so wet. And now he's just like retweeting all this stuff. Retweeting the defense minister. And then like 12 hours ago, this Labour government has the right economic plan. Retweeting some fucking Emmanuel Macron shit. He sat up all night writing it. He probably did, didn't he? Retweeting the Department for Work and Pensions. We will not stand back and allow young people to go from school to a life on benefits. Hell yeah, dude. That's so sick. I love that he said that. He wrote it on the Peloton. Yeah, he did. He did. Oh, what a fucking absolute knob rash. Paul Mason is so desperate to be given a Labour seat. Remember when he changed his profile to be somewhat Welsh? Yeah, it's funny as fuck. It is funny as fuck. He wants to be leader. That's why he's so mad. He's like, actually, no, I should be leader. What the fuck is this? What is this? I don't know what this is a reference to. I'm sorry. I've literally no clue. Some Italian shit? Is it Mussolini? What is it? Italian Fascist Party HQ. Yeah, I thought it would be. Oh my God.
6 to 8 weeks.
My God. That's a long time.
It's a long time. Probably 6 to 8 weeks for Andy Burnham and we will find out then whether or not he is going to be back in Parliament. The other thing is as well. So Josh Simons is standing down. Fine. I mean, that I would say is unexpected. You know, you mentioned it. He was a minister until earlier this year. That is astonishing in itself. But
he's only just been elected.
He's only just been elected. Let's just leave that one side for now. He's someone also who's been steeped in Labour politics. He was the director of Labour Together, who you were just talking to. Exactly.
Oh, what's that? LBC just dropped it, did they? Josh Simons is the director of Labour Together. So that'd be it, wouldn't it? That would be the guy to change the face of the party, wouldn't it? To stand down and let Andy Burnham win. They're definitely going to go left wing, aren't they? Aren't they going to go? They're going to go left, obviously. Now that the director of Labour Together has stood down and let Andy Burnham win. That's what that means, isn't it? That's, that's confirmed. Yeah. Definitely what's going to happen.
So he's going to stand down. So there is going to be a by-election. If the NEC block Andy Burnham, someone else is going to have to fight that by-election. Does Andy Burnham then...
If the NEC block Andy Burnham, it's going to be so funny, and the Greens should definitely run. I think it might be sabotage, to be honest, since he probably won't win. It could be a stitch-up, yeah. It could entirely be a stitch-up. It's very, very true. Keir Starmer was in his ear. Josh, why don't you stand down? You'll get a nice consultancy job. Don't worry about it. I'll make sure you get a pay package to resign.
Quit, because the argument that the NEC will make is that because he's Greater Manchester Mayor and they might lose that mayoralty, they've got to block him from standing in this by-election.
It's so incredibly telling that they are willing to lose a seat to Reform in order to keep Keir Starmer in power. This is all that he's been fucking scheming for the last week. He's just been sat there just going, what can we do? What can we do? I'm going to die. And McSweeney's on the phone going like, you're not going to die. You're not going to die. Don't worry. We'll just get Josh Simons to stand down. Burnham can't win in Rusholme. He can't win in Withington. He can't win in any inner city Manchester seat. You step down, and that's that. I thought it was a Josh Simon stitch-up until you showed me how unhinged it made Luke Akehurst. It did make Luke Akehurst insane, didn't it? It did piss off Luke Akehurst. They go on with all this bollocks about stop Reform and all this shit, and then we'll just be directly handing them a seat. They're more concerned about the Greens than Reform. They absolutely are.
He could then quit as Greater Manchester Mayor and use that as his argument. Then are we going to have... is he going to quit? Is he then going to be allowed to stand? We've then got a by-election in Greater Manchester as well for the mayoralty, which Reform could also win.
Aggie Chambray is LBC's deputy political editor. If you've just joined the show...
It's all the drama, Mick. I just love it.
Philip's in Sandhurst. Philip?
Oh, can you tell Aggie not to have too much coffee? She's
doing great, Philip. We knew the news before Andy Burnham knew the news.
She's
I think
doing
that
a
he was going to get.
fantastic job, but come on, my head's starting to
I know,
hurt
mine
here.
too. Mine too.
I'm
Right.
going to be.
Oh my god, dude. Women, you know, when they get excited, it's just too much noise, isn't it? I'm your average LBC caller. Remember Bernard Manning?
Be a bit dull.
No,
Tom, I'm going to be a bit dull. Andy Burnham, he says the check is in the post to Josh.
Yes.
This is when you're in a storm, and I think partly of this is a conflated storm by certain people in certain sections of the media or whatever. But there is a storm. There's no doubt about it. You don't change a captain. You're going to be a bit boring. Unfortunately,
Call up LBC on stream one day and advertise your stream. There is no fucking shot I would ever do that. Do you think I want a bunch of fucking Phillips from Sandhurst in this fucking chat? Do you think I want to manage? I've got barely one mod as it is, and the stream is growing in size. Do you think I want a bunch of fucking centrist James O'Brien dads who have just made an account on Twitch today simply to get into my chat and give themselves aneurysms? You know what I mean? Like, no way.
with Keir Starmer is that he can't rely on people like me.
And also, yeah, it would make me like those fucking chatters that come in here and ask me to watch their stream. Yeah. It'd be like the Hellmouth. It'd be funny. Yeah, for maybe like 1 minute. It'd be funny for a minute.
I'm the type of person who gets that the challenging faced by this government is a long-winded affair. We understand that Rome wasn't built in a day. We recognise
give over
who has truly got the country at heart and those who don't, and we're prepared to work hard and be patient to see things through. Unfortunately, there are people around the Prime Minister who don't think that way, who put their own interests first. Mr. Streeting.
The entire support base of Keir Starmer is LBC listeners. It literally, like, it just is, isn't it? It's like all the people in the country who actually like Keir Starmer chose today to phone up LBC. Everyone else was having a party. Everyone else was like, mint, this is so good. All of us, left-wingers, buzzing. This is dead good. This is dead funny. Let's have a laugh about it. Let's do some political analysis, yada, yada, yada. Right? The right-wingers are all loving it as well. All the fash are loving it. They're like, sick. This is so good. We're going to win the next election, maybe. But all the fucking Keir Starmer supporters are like, I need to phone LBC immediately and fucking be a misogynist. I need to be a misogynist about Aggie, the deputy political chief. And, you know, we had a laugh about how excited she was, but that's what you take the piss out of, innit? And this guy clearly had some fucking misogynistic undertones when he was going like, yo, she's getting too excited, tell her to have less coffee. Shut up, man. It's the midnight of the soul for briefcases, yeah.
Despite his name, that it's a two-way street. If someone gives you...
The direction of travel, unfortunately, for your argument about boring continuity, which, listen, I think has its place, and I think a lot of people are fed up with all of this stuff, is that Labour are going to get annihilated at the next general election if they carry on like this. That's their concern. And that concern is that the people that would come in after them are not the normal sort of Labour-Tory swings that we see. This would be a reform government. And Keir Starmer has written to Wes Streeting this afternoon to say that it is incumbent upon all of us to...
I heard a Starmer supporter calling on Jeremy Vine yesterday saying Rome wasn't built in a day. What? They let him continue on. He started going on about immigration. It's just that kind of a person. Rome wasn't built in a day. Remember Bernard Manning? Like, it's just people like that.
Is to what I see as a battle for the soul of our nation.
Yes, and I agree with that. The thing is, though, that
hey, little zipper.
He's not flapping. He's not flapping, and he doesn't believe in TikTok politics.
Shut up. Bro, just shut up.
Realises that stability of the Labour government is intrinsic in the stability of the country.
Why is this? Why? Why? Nah, this is ridiculous, man. This is ridiculous. Keir Starmer has been posting aura edits like his life depends on it. Yes. They say these people are stabbing a good man, Starmer, in the back. It's so weird. Stability perverts need a better king. Yeah, stability merchants. Stability, stability. If they had dated before, the leadership debate would be quality. No, it wouldn't. It would just be the same as what it was. To be honest, you know what I mean? Yeah, great reporting, Pink News. So good. Yeah, obligatory fuck Pink News, sacking all of their fucking trans journalists, or even like pro-trans journalists. Little dickheads. That's not a real image of Wes. He doesn't really look that fucked up. No, he does. No, it is. It's real. No, it is real. He does look like that. Toxic Yowie incoming. That is what he looks like. My God. Right, here's Andy Burnham. He looks more fucked up than you could imagine. If you see him in person, you die instantly. I know it happened to me. That's so true. Andy Burnham. I can confirm I'll be requesting the permission of the NEC to stand in the Makerfield by-election. I grew up in this area, lived there for 25 years. I care deeply about it and its people. I know they've been let down by national politics. 10 years ago, I decided to leave Westminster. Why? After 16 years, I came to the conclusion our national political system does not work in areas like ours. That's a good line for him to take. To be honest, rejecting national politics. Most people will say, well, why do you think it'll work now? I learned this from fighting its failure to invest in the Wigan Borough, for justice for the Hillsborough families and against its treatment of Greater Manchester during the pandemic. Over the last decade, I have been challenging this failure from the outside and building a new and better way of doing politics. We built Greater Manchester into the fastest growing city region in the UK. Yes, and you've gentrified it and forced people out. I've talked about that already. Put buses back under public control. This is arguably the only good thing that he's done. However, there's only so much that can be done from Greater Manchester. Much bigger changes needed at a national level. If everyday people's lives are supposed to be made affordable again, this is why I seek people's support to return to Parliament. Bring the change we have brought to Greater Manchester to the whole of the UK. Yay! We're going to get £2 buses across the country and like unlimited growth for developers. Millions are struggling. They need the Labour government to succeed. It's already made changes to make life better for them in its first 2 years. After this week, we owe it to people to come back together as a Labour movement, giving the Prime Minister and the government the space and stability they need as the by-election takes place. Stability, stability, stability! I want to recognise the difficult decision taken by Josh Simons as the sacrifice he and his family are making. I've worked closely with him as a mayor on issues like flooding and illegal waste dumping, and I've seen firsthand how effective he's been. Also, the buses was a huge campaign, not something he benevolently paved the way for. Yes, exactly. He's put the communities of Bakerfield first, and it made a real difference for them and should take great pride in that. Finally, do not take a single vote for granted and will work hard to retain the trust of people in Makerfield constituency, many of whom have long supported our party but lost faith in recent times. We will change Labour for the better and make it a party you can believe in again. Ends? And let the game begin. He is high on his own farts. He genuinely thinks that Manchester is thriving and it's because of him. It's fucking not. This is what I was saying, Al. This is what I was fucking saying. There's so many people who think that Andy Burnham is dead popular in Manchester, and it's like, even the people who have moved here, gentrifying the city because he's enabled them to do that by fucking allowing private developers to build fucking tons and tons of luxury flats, even those people don't like him. You know, and then he's fucking gonna stand in Makerfield, which is probably where a bunch of people who were born in Manchester in working class neighborhoods who've had to move to places like Makerfield because they can't afford to rent anywhere in the neighborhood that they grew up in when they're moving out of the mum and dad's gaff, because he's fucking caused the rent to go through the roof. So he's gonna stand in this fucking seat that's full of people that he's betrayed. It's fucking stupid. I do think he's still more liked than we would like to think. He is more liked than we would like to think. Everybody in Manchester should hate him, but I don't think he is liked enough, especially if people now start to associate him with Labour, right? Because most people don't think of him as being a Labour Party guy. He's got that +8 approval rating, you know what I mean? Which is like +8 out of 100. It's not fucking great. Libs fall for the accent, but he doesn't even have that much of an accent anymore. You know. Anyway, here's the important thing that we should be saying. Andy Burnham voted for the Iraq War, an illegal war that killed over 1 million people. As health secretary, he helped drive NHS privatization. He joined Labour Friends of Israel, opposed BDS as spiteful, praised Israel as a democracy, and he called the Balfour Declaration British values in action. He is a Zionist. Stop pretending he's a radical alternative. He's more of the same. Let's fucking go. Classic. Classic shit. You know? That's the thing to fucking remember. No, yeah, I saw Zach tweet that. I saw Zach tweet that the other day. The only thing that is going to bring Zach Polanski down if it's revealed he used to date Wes Streeting. Yeah, it's ridiculous that Pink News wrote an entire article about this. Like, you could just tell they're desperate for fucking stories when there are tons of stories that working class queers, working class trans people, you know, have to tell, and they're just interested in, like, you know, oh, did Zach Polanski date Wes Streeting? No, he didn't. Ridiculous stuff. Ridiculous stuff. Maybe we should let one of the Labour anti-Zionists run. Oh, no, wait, they were all purged from the party. You know? Just ridiculous stuff, man. Absolutely fucking ridiculous stuff. Okay. Let's have a look at this with Owen Jones and Clive Lewis. Wes Streeting could destroy Labour forever. Again, Clive Lewis, still in the party of genocide. He's, you know, not great. People do like him, but he is a bit of a dickhead still. They certainly don't like him in Norwich. And if Clive would have stood down in Norwich to let Andy run there, they would have lost and the Greens would have won. Andy Burnham basically personally authorized GMP raiding houses using CT powers for alleged Palestine solidarity. Yep. He, you know, clearly doesn't give a shit about Britain First marching in Manchester and would rather say, all right, GMP, have a go on the fucking anti-fascists. You know? Clive's a plant. People do think he's a plant. People do think that.
He's going to get rid of Keir Starmer, or is he just going to remain in power as a zombie prime minister? I think a great person to speak to about this is Clive Lewis, who is the Labour MP for Norwich South, one of the diminished number of Labour MPs who we give a 2 thumbs up to. Most of your colleagues are awful. I can say that, but you know, I don't want to get the whip taken off you, mate. Or actually, maybe I do. Actually, I probably do actually want you to do that, but I'm not going to do it this way.
Not that one. Sure.
He as soon as a Labour politician is in, all of them old fucking, like, you know, all of them old lib fucking tendencies come out. You know? It's like, come on, man, you've come on in leaps and bounds since then. Also, Owen, I come to the right answer 3 years too late. Ah, you see, you're wrong about that nowadays. He's done loads better nowadays. He has, in fact, done so much better with the war in Iran. As soon as people gave him some pushback, he started speaking to like actual fucking Iranians and shit. And he was like, "Oh, I see. I was a bit of a dickhead, actually." I mean, he doesn't apologize. That's the worst thing about him, right? He's very pro-Palestinian now. He's very like anti-genocide, anti-Israel. You know, he did a whole piece about like IOF using dogs to rape Palestinians, and that's going like crazy in the fucking media. You know, the New York Times picked that up. I don't know if it's because of him. I don't know if he like read the New York Times thing or whatever. I can't remember, but he was doing shit about it. He's a lot better nowadays, which is why I still got time for him. But yeah, he doesn't apologize. He does not apologize. He gets better, but he doesn't apologize. Interesting strat. Clive loves wars, though. Yeah, exactly.
Let's just start. First, it's great to see you. Always good to see
This is what I mean. Like, when he gets the chance to, you know, have a Labour politician on, some of those propagandized beliefs come back.
Should we just actually let's deal with the social media rumor first? Because you get a lot of these accounts making claims which are then just fired out into the ether. And somebody claimed, it went kind of viral, that you had agreed with Andy Burnham, the Mayor of Greater Manchester, who is obviously plotting to take over from Keir Starmer, that you will resign your seat in Norwich South and in order to make way for Andy Burnham. Is there any truth in that?
No, there isn't. And I think the guy, I mean, obviously I've responded to him. Enough people were coming to me that I had to say something. The guy, I think, is a Reform candidate at the election anyway, but he basically, I don't know where he made it up from. He probably got it from a Ouija board. But in terms of how truthful it is. But no, I haven't. Andy Burnham has not picked up the phone to me and asked me whether he can have my seat. There's been no conversation like that. So yeah.
Keir Starmer's speech today. So this was kind of briefed as the kind of this.
I'm not taking a fucking 6-year-old Owen Jones article. You know, this is the fucking problem. This is the fucking problem with the left. Genuinely, fucking love to hold a grudge. It's such a fucking waste of time. It is a waste of time. We all know Owen Jones from 6 years ago. I'm not interested in Owen Jones from 6 years ago. I'm interested in Owen Jones now. And I'm still criticizing him. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's fucking super annoying. It's extreme. It's one of the most annoying parts of our fucking movement when everyone's like, yeah, but remember what he did fucking 10 years ago? Remember what he said about Jeremy Corbyn? Yes, I remember. I do. I wouldn't fucking put him on if I thought that he was, you know, incapable of change. If I thought he was a fucking evil piece of shit, I wouldn't do that to you.
To turn it.
Do you know what I mean? Fucking hell, man.
We'll talk about the results that Labour had last week. What did you make of the speech she gave?
It's so tiresome. Do you know what I mean? It's why whenever you Anglo-punk put a fucking A up lovely post in my chat, I never acknowledge it. I fucking never acknowledge it because I hate cunts like that. A fucking absolute waste of space poster who is obsessed with shit from the fucking past, who is actually a fucking cunt, like an actual dickhead, you know, fucking just like toxic left bullshit, man. I've got no time for it. I've got absolutely no time for it.
Poetry, reciting a planning application. I mean, it just wasn't, no one's listening. That's the problem. Another reset, another promise. You know, I'm now going to be the radical, credible prime minister. I promised you.
Fair enough, not having a go at you. I'm having a go at everybody. I'm having a go at literally everybody. I'm telling everybody off. Because I know that we've all still got that in our heads. This puritanical, you know, what is it? Tendency, right? A tendency to be Puritans. We have a tendency to be puritanical. And all it comes from, and I'm being serious about this, right? All it comes from is religious indoctrination in the fucking country that we live in, which is a white supremacist imperialist country with a literal king. Do you know what I mean? I know Owen could say the right things now, but people should remember. Everybody remembers. Everybody remembers. You don't get a prize for being the best communist who remembers all the bad stuff that people said, even when they're doing good things now, arguably good things. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is the thing. It's like, oh, people should remember. Everybody remembers. Everybody fucking remembers. You know? It is absolutely pointless to hold on to these, like, ancient fucking grudges. And it isn't just you, Anglo-Punk. I'm not focusing on you at all. Like I said, I'm having a go at everybody, right? You have to kill the cop in your head. It is imperative. It is fucking imperative. Do you know what I mean? Sorka, don't have a go at him. Yeah, I don't want people arguing with Anglo-Punk about this. I don't want anyone to pile on anyone or anything like that. Again, I'm pissed, not at you, Anglo-Punk, right? I am pissed at just the movement in general, right? It doesn't serve any of us to be doing this fucking, like, and it is accounts like A Up Lovely that piss me off more than anything. Do you know what I mean? Because they're just fucking knobheads, right? They're not serious about doing fucking anything. If that cunt came out, right, and was like, actually, I'm the chair of a trade union. I'm the chair of a radical trade union who's doing loads of fucking organising. I would be like, do you know what? You're allowed to be a cunt then. You're allowed to be a cunt if that's what you're doing. But I know you're not. I know he isn't. I know he isn't. I know that people like that are fucking sat there in the fucking gaff being like, I love posting me, it's sick. And it's so cringe. It's so fucking desperately cringe. Do you know what I mean? You don't get fucking anything out of that. No one gets anything out of that. No one does anything. No one wins anything. It's shit. Serving people, serving receipts, aha, got your culture. Yeah, it's fucking garbage. Fucking do something with your platform. Do something positive with your platform.
When I stood as Labour leader.
You know, so I'm sorry to have used your... comments in chat, Anglo-Punk, to launch off as a springboard with that, but sometimes that is just something that happens. It's not you, it's the broader fucking, like, online left. There's a big issue with it, and it's just like, what are we doing, man? Stop posting, go outside, organise. You know? SD says, my receipts of being a white nationalist, I'm now a commie, the journey's been 10 plus years. Literally everybody can change. Do you know what I mean? Do what you want, get it off your chest. Yeah, well, I'm glad that you're real about it. You actually seem like a down-to-earth person. You know what I mean? So, again, like, I'm not having a go at you with that, but I just won't entertain that cunt in particular, but a bunch of other cunts as well, you know what I mean? It's really important to remember that, like, false consciousness and being propagandized is very, very, very common. And I often say all the time, right? It would be stupid for me to sit here and say I'm not racist, because every single white person is fucking racist to some degree. It is a propaganda that is shoved down our throats. It doesn't matter where you are in the world. Even if you're a white person who was born in Nigeria, eventually you would discover some propaganda that tells you that actually your life is worth more value than a black person's, right? It's how racism works. It's how white supremacist works. It's why I would never say that I'm not patriarchal. It's why I would never say I'm not a misogynist. It's why I would never say I'm not transphobic. Do you know what I mean? Like, these are propagandized, false consciousness efforts that have been decades in the making, right? Decades in the making. Yeah, exactly. 99% of the UK was transphobic at some point in their life, including trans people. No point in organising, just give up. Right, exactly. Exactly. The quickest way to become a bigot is start believing that you're not. Yes, we were talking about this earlier. As well. I was a piece of shit. I'm still towards class struggle rather than towards my fellow strugglers. Yeah, well, this is the actual way that you change that. You know what I mean? By recognizing those biases and shit. You know what I mean? And understanding that people should be, properly fucking investigative of the way in which we treat people who have made mistakes in the past, kind of thing. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying do a Workers' Party of Great Britain dog shit. You know what I'm saying? you know, where you just go anti-woke and start like hugging Nazis and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying nobody could change. Obviously, people could change. We should just be wary of people in the media. Look, you're a bit new here, Anglo-Punk, right? You came in with a raid like a couple of fucking weeks ago or something. You're actually not even following me, so that's crazy, man. What are you doing, yeah? That's mad. But you came in here like a week ago or something, right? You've only been in this community for a week. I make a point of talking about people, media companies that I show on the stream and what their biases are, right? What their biases are, what they're talking about, yada, yada, yada. Now, granted, since you've been here, I haven't been as dedicated to that. I've been lazy with it. A lot of the community that are already here know the kind of biases that the media pieces that I'm showing have. So you are right. I should be more consistent with that, actually. So yes, you know, we're watching an Owen Jones interview with Clive Lewis. Important to remember, Owen Jones was, of course, Mad Lib back in the day. He's on a journey. I've said it before. He will be a tanky in 2 years' time. He's pretty much already on the way to that. But he's going to have some propagandized elements when he's chatting to someone like Clive Lewis, right? He's gonna be there, and he's gonna remember. He's desperate, yeah. He's desperate to have the days of Labour left wing back, right? Which he was against Corbyn as well, so he is probably thinking, you know, I was a dickhead for the shit that I said about Corbyn. He did let that bias get ahead of him when he was doing the Your Party conference. But to be honest, you know, Corbyn's not all that, right? So I'm not that arsed about him criticising Your Party and stuff. It is a bit shit. John McLean levels of trade unionism incoming. I don't know. I'm new to the word tanky. It's a bit of a pejorative, right? It's what people call communists who, you know, understand geopolitics and won't necessarily just be like, I immediately hate Russia or I immediately hate Iran because, you know, my imperialist masters say that I should. You know? I'll follow at some point. I'm just slow at that. Tend to hang out for a bit in chats and then follow. You know what? However you do it, it's up to you. I was just calling you out on that particular. I actually don't give a fuck about, you know, you reminding me about Owen Jones per se. But not following me, that's a crime, actually. I'm an abolitionist except for people who don't follow me. That's my biggest grudge. Been called a tanky for advocating for free school meals. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not really anything. It's not really. If you're an anti-imperialist, you often get called a tanky, right? Hey, absolute rubbish. If the by-election bombs and Labour doesn't win, it'll be catastrophic. Yeah, but it'd be dead funny. During the indie ref, I got called a trot by a unionist. What? No, that's the worst insult you can get. Actually, that's the worst insult you can get. Yeah, imagine if the Greens take the seat. I mean, you know, that we've been discussing that already, yeah. By the way, with the bundle of JFK-related docs that Trump declassified, we discovered that the head of the Hungarian Revolution was a CIA asset, making the OG tankies factually correct. Sorry, what? Is that true? Lowe's party is number 3 to win. Restore in Wigan. That is depressing, actually. RTE, get me a link for that. If you could get me a link to like the exact bit there. That's so funny. Trump really is JD Pondon, isn't he? He actually is JD Pondon. I've heard the term Trotsky from the 80s. Well, a Trotskyist. A Trotskyist would be the right... If you were going to call someone a tanky, you know, or a Trotskyist would be the term. Trotsky was a guy, Leon Trotsky, who was fairly right, but seen as a counter-revolutionary by some people. Yeah, we need the source. Yeah, for real. I've seen you in Gremlo's chat a lot. If you like Grem, you'll like Mule. Hey, Baldwin, what's up? I hear Leon, I think Resident Evil. Hell yeah, you know it. You know it. You fucking know it. Did I miss anything else? Tanky means campists. Yeah. What's this? Ford says, I had something the other day. Had something the other day with a leftist Dutch YouTube channel where a guy went to a protest, repeated fascist talking points to people, and then laughed at him for not giving Marxist-Leninist approved answers. That's so insane, man. That's so ridiculous. This is a fun source for the trot and transphobe left groups in the UK. Groups and factions. Wait, how does this work? How does this work? Glossary, defunct groups, search here. Would you just go like transphobia? How do you do it? Known for being the largest SWP, this is good. Being the largest socialist cadre organisation in Britain, extensive use of front organisations while rarely acting openly of themselves, 2013 rape cover-up, controlling tactics when trying to take leadership of broad left movements or organisation, being widely unpopular on the left for the reasons above. That's so funny, dude. Sisters Uncut mentioned, yeah. It's just a cheat sheet for left groups, many have known for transphobia. Transphobia, Communist Party, yeah. Conservatism on social issues, yeah. Workers' Party. This one should just be called an op. Workers' Party Britain should literally just be called a Russian op, like that, because that's what it is. This is the only legitimate Russian op in the UK, and I don't even think it's related to Putin. I think it's just related to Alexander Dugin. CBP didn't support the gender self-cert bit in Scotland, fell out over that. Also under Seymour, it has ideologies and trot as a common one. Yeah, these are all mostly trot groups, yeah. Here's the doc saying CIA operative as the president of Hungary. Oh, I can't get Imgur. I can't get Imgur. Another Keith Stalin moment. George Galloway's latest vehicle is funny, actually. What is this? Joe Wrote? What is this? A Substack? JoeWrote.com. This is someone's actual website. Let's put the tunes on. Sorry. I do remember George the Cat Galloway. I'll never forget that. JFK files reveal CIA role in the 1956 Hungarian uprising. The tankies were right. Hell yeah, let's go. If you discuss politics on social media, you probably heard the term tanky, ostensibly a pejorative against authoritarian communists. The term is commonly used against anyone who disputes the US State Department. That's true. For example, I've been called a tanky for saying sanctions are partially to blame for Venezuela's hardship and saying China is less imperialist than America. Yes, I like this guy already. Let's take a look. Wanting to align with Moscow's new agenda, Gero paroled several prisoners accused of treason. One of them was Bela Kirili, who played a role in the coming events. Wait, hang on. De-Stalinization. With the Communist world taking a new direction, Hungarian Working People's Party, the Moscow-aligned Communist Party, replaced Stalinist leader Matthias with the more moderate Erno Gero. Yes. Major general in the Hungarian army, Kirili fought for the Nazis during World War II. He oversaw a battalion of imprisoned Jewish slave laborers, later commanded the Axis defense of Koseg. Following the battle, Kirili was captured, released, and repositioned himself as a communist. Despite his new affiliation, Kirili never abandoned his fascist beliefs. After the war, he married into the family of Gyula Gombos, fascist Hungarian premier, spent the 1930s attempting to recreate Hungary in the model of Hitler's Germany. In the 1950s, Kirili was arrested on espionage charges. He spent 5 years in prison before receiving the aforementioned pardon in 1956. On October 23rd, a student group overtook the Hungarian public radio station, broadcasted a list of 16 demands to the government, including making reformist communist Imre Nagy as prime minister, Security guards seized the students and a protest swelled outside to support them. Upon hearing the news, Bella Kirley rushed to organize the protesters into a military fighting force. As he told the French press later, in 24 hours, I created a professional military staff from the rabble. Even just this, like, information already is so fucking obvious, right? For a moment, it appeared the peace would hold. Khrushchev vetoed a suggestion from hardliners. Wait, what happened? Kirill's newfound army, the pro-Soviet Hungarian troops, policemen, civilians. Moscow sent Red Army troops and tanks, hence the name Tanky, into Budapest and agreed to students' demands to let Imre Nagy run the government. 4 days later, on October the 28th, Nagy announced a ceasefire and the Soviets withdrew. Initially, large segments of the Hungarian Working People's Party had supported the rebellion and Nagy's government. To match its new reformist communist identity, the party reconfigured as the Hungarian Socialist Workers' Party, SWP, LOL, on November the 1st. It's essential to identify the party kept its Marxist-Leninist ideology and was not calling for an end to socialism. The moment it appeared peace would hold, Khrushchev vetoed a suggestion from hardliners to crush the rebellion by force, stating political solution could be reached as the rebels were protesting economic conditions, not the communist ideology. But on November the 4th, Nagy crossed Moscow's red line. He intended for Hungary to leave the Warsaw Pact, the communist world's version of NATO. New SWP was aghast, stating Nagy was not reflecting their positions. The party asked the Soviets to help remove him. So this is what happened. Let's take a look. The rebels were armed with American British weapons. So it had long been theorized by segments in the international left the rebellion was a Western intelligence operation. In 1996, journalist Michael Smith published a book where MI6 officers, a branch of British intelligence, admitted they trained and armed Kirill's fighters. The officer told Smith, "We were taking them fighters into the mountains and giving them a crash course. I would be told to pick somebody up from a street corner at night in the pouring rain. Graz was our staging point. Then, after we trained them, explosives, weapons training, I took them back. We were training the agents for the uprising." Wow. There you go. Outside of declassified admissions, the sequence of events leading to Hungarian uprising was always bizarre. As a Nazi turned communist turned anti-communist, Bella Kirley is the ideal target for a CIA recruiter, someone keen to flip sides for a suitcase of cash, promises of a comfortable life in New York City, yeah. Trump administration declassified 80,000 pages of previously withheld documents on the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, brought forward by the Mary Farrell Foundation. One document shows the CIA's role in the Hungarian rebellion. The first, pictured below, was previously released but redacted. It mentions Bella Kirley as the president of Hungarian Freedom Fighters Federation, Inc., a continuation of the rebel movement set up by the CIA after 1956. The document focused on Cuba suggests that Kirley is a good person for the CIA's anti-Castro organizations to meet with. You'll notice the whiteout labeled 24 that removes the brackets following the Hungarian freedom fighters were. Also, notice how the CIA differentiates between Hungarian Freedom Fighters Federation, which was set up after Bella Kirley fled the US and fled to the US, and the Hungarian Freedom Fighters, the name for Kirley's 1956 contingent. Yeah, that's a bit mad. That's a bit fucking mad, dude. Here's the newly released unredacted version. A subject, 32-year-old Cuban exile, was from a wealthy Cuban family, and in Cuba, he was a banker. He was granted a POA in December and an OA in February 1960 for use as an FP agent in Havana, Cuba. A copy of a letter in subject's file dated 22nd of November 1963, signed by subject as Secretary for Military Affairs, Executive Committee, Movimiento Democrats Cristiano, is addressed to Major General Bela K. Kirali, President Hungarian Freedom Fighters Federation, and offered the services of the KDC in arranging meetings and discussions with other anti-Castro organizations and the Hungarian Freedom Fighters. That is so funny, dude. Where is Burnham thinking of running? Make a fuel combustible lemon high. Tankies and the burden of always being right. That's fucking mad, dude. That's so crazy. The Hungarian Freedom Fighters were agency sponsored. It does say that. It says it right there. The Hungarian Freedom Fighters were agency sponsored. It was a CIA op, man. Tankies remaining vindicated literally since they were ever called Tankies. Too early, but like 75 years. That is fucking classic, man. Tanky has been and always will be a badge of honor, even though I have used the term as a pejorative in the past, because I too was propagandized by liberalism. Wow, mad stuff. All right, crazy little stun lock there, but thank you very much. Mad info it is, yeah. Nowadays, they don't even need to hide the fact that they're fucking shit up around the globe, yeah. Tanky did originate in Britain, literally, yeah. Literally because there were Stalinists in Britain who were like, this is clearly a CIA op. And they were right. They were right! This is a high for all of us, chat. Where the term originated is now completely fucking vindicated. You can see why leftists are so deeply paranoid at times. There are ops everywhere. You can see why Stalin did the shit that he did. When you look at this shit, you're like, oh my god, all of this stuff makes sense now. They were constantly infiltrated, constantly had spies fucking everywhere. You know what I mean? My grandpa left the communists because of Hungary. I'm gonna tell him he's a... My grandpa left the Communist Party because of Hungary. I'm gonna tell him he's a CIA shill. Yes, you should. Call him a trot. He's a trot. Oh, that's so funny, dude. That's so funny. Lenin was talking about the constant spies in 1920. 1920! And that was just like fucking German imperialist spies. And fucking Russian imperialist spies. Destroying Gramps with a CIA doc Trump released. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna take a while to process that info dump. It's amazing. Yeah. Yeah, capitalists in general. Remember that video of the old guy telling some young lad Stalin executing his granddad was the right thing or some shit? Yeah, like he was a great man. Stalin was a great man. Yeah, chatters with the same brain cell yet again. Yeah, and look at all the spy cop shit coming out in the court cases now. They're still doing that shit. Every single leftist movement has a spy cop in it. Every single leftist org has a spy cop in it. You have to remember that. If you ever think that someone's getting too laid, like having sex with too many people in a left-wing organization, it's probably them. Right? No, I shouldn't say that. I don't want to make people too paranoid so they cancel people, but like, you know. Just watch the kind of relationships that people have with people in leftist orgs and, you know, have a fucking look at how that affects the organizing. And if it affects the organizing in a bad way, they're either cops or they're wreckers anyway. So, you know, there's no point in thinking that they're cops. You might as well just call them wreckers, right? Because, you know, they're wrecking the org. There's no point in Fed jacketing, you know what I'm saying? Don't start a polycule in the org. I mean, I would advise against it. I would just advise against it. Hey, network. Yeah, it's the same difference, yeah. My party is so small, spread out, and ineffectual, I have nothing to worry about. No, your party is so small, spread out, and ineffectual because it's full of spy cops! No, I'm joking. No, I'm joking. I don't want to make people go crazy. I'm not... They were infiltrated from day one! And it might be true, I don't know. You know? But that is point one of OPSEC. As Vord rightly points out, you have already been infiltrated. You should act from a perspective that you have already been infiltrated by the state. The org I'm part of wouldn't ever fall into the polycule trap because we fucking hate each other. Classic leftist shit. Oh my god. Okay, alright. Listen, now that I've fucking fully pranged out everyone in the chat, let's crack on with this video from Owen Jones that everyone hates for reasonable reasons.
A year ago, 6 months ago, 3 months ago, I've lost count of the resets. The problem is for Keir Starmer,
pull people into the org via your polycule first, exactly.
Him hanging on is the story. So anything he says is just as
I'm gonna get a scran chat
into a black hole. So unfortunately, you know, I mean, obviously, many of your viewers will probably think good riddance. The only problem with that, and I know that maybe I share that, but the only problem with that is we're in the middle of a government where the leading front runner is someone called Wes Streeting. I'm not sure whether your viewers are aware of him, but he's very closely associated with Peter Mandelson and Morgan McSweeney, and it will be an absolute disaster for the Labour Party. I mean, people will argue that Keir Starmer has been an absolute disaster for the Labour Party, and he has. But you know, maybe we'll have a chance to get into why trying to salvage something in the Labour Party is important over the next 3 years. I know a lot of people don't think that's true, that's the case, but that I think strategically it's important that there are those of us in here who are trying to make this government and the best thing still at this moment in time that stands between all of us and a reform far-right government, and trying to make this the most credible vehicle that we possibly can, both in terms of the policies that we put forward now, what we do in the next 3 years to try and blunt the juggernaut of the reform machine, as well as make the Labour Party a vehicle which could actually, you know, could sit down with Greens, with Plaid, with SNP and others to say, how do we stop Reform and the Tories at the next election? Because they will form a regressive alliance. What do we do to counter that? And this isn't just about another Tory administration. This is far worse, you know. And I guess the choice now is, you know, do you have a kind of maximalist Green Party with 40 to 70 MPs? I don't know how many. They're still being hampered by first past the post, and a reform government that then spends the next 5 years making them and all of our views illegal, or and destroying democracy, what's left of it, or do you try and stop that? And that's what this is about, trying to stop that and create the conditions for something better that takes place.
We'll talk about Wes Streeting. I do want to talk about Wes Streeting. Not a sentence many people often utter, but anyway. Just in terms of the results last week, and we'll talk about Starmer as well, but we will talk about what's going on politically in this country. So the Green Party, in their projected national share, came second with 18%. I think it's quite important, by the way, to note that a lot...
Do you, chat, did you enjoy when I was having a go at people for being puritanical, and then I went sicko mode and said that everyone should examine members of their org to make sure they're not spy cops?
Younger people that
and wreckers
turn out generally in elections is not what it should be, but it's actually significantly lower in local elections than general elections. So I do actually think it's important to just make that point, because actually the Greens did obviously very well, but actually
turnout in Norwich was that almost general election levels. In some places it was a general election level. So I mean it will be different in different parts of the country. I haven't seen what the national average is, but I know in Norwich it was a high turnout.
Overall, yeah, it does vary. You're quite right. But nonetheless, turnout. I mean, I'm sure I can check out turnout, but it's still lower than it was than a general election.
You'll be able to check out national average, I'm sure. Yeah.
But in Norwich, I mean, in Norwich, the Greens have taken over the council now. They've secured power in the local council. They've done that as well in Hastings, for example. Obviously, in London, in Hackney was an absolute wipeout for Labour. In Lewisham as well. In lots of urban Britain, I mean, in Manchester, so in urban England, Manchester, they won the popular vote. Only some seats were up for grabs, but they absolutely blitzed it there. And they did very well in Newcastle, in Sheffield. I mean, do you not think it does look like the Greens at the moment have a good shot at displacing your party, including in your seat in urban England?
In urban England, there's a potential for that, without doubt. And I think any Labour MP that sits here and says that that's not the case is deluded and isn't looking at the absolute, the what I would call existential vote that just took place there for the Labour Party. The problem is, this is the problem again. We're not talking about the Green
Use
Party
all the primes from your polycule
program being able to
sub. You should.
Every part of the.
I've just realised that my grandma divorced the grandpa that left the Communist Party over Hungary to marry a man who stayed the party line, and they're still married 40 years later. They met at a communist lecture too. Hell yeah. That's true love, chat. That's literally true love.
Every part of the country the current Labour Party did. I say did in the past tense.
This explains why people have their sights trained on Little Owen. Generational leftist trauma, exactly. Don't organise with your polycule unless you already have a good bit of organising experience, in my opinion. Yes. That's the nuanced take. That's the serious nuanced take about it. But I am, of course, a hardliner, and I am... I say, don't fuck anyone in the org. You fucking idiot. Don't do it. No, I'm joking. I would assume that anyone that doesn't say my extremely specific interpretation of Marxism is a wrecker. Yeah, exactly. You're not the first streamer back and forth with, no, it's, obviously, it's not you in general. Like, it's just sometimes when people bring things up, it's like things that I see across the movement as a whole get highlighted for me. And I get a little bit triggered about it. So I'm sorry about that. Shaking my head while we purge the org to show that I disagree with the puritanical vibe. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And that's a problem, because what we've now got is a first past the post system where there are only two key political parties that can hold, numerically that can vie with each other. And we are now going to find ourselves in a place where, if you look at the centre left vote in England, it's fragmented. And now that could mean Labour going down to, single digits at the next election.
What's NRE, Soph? What's that?
We could hover around here. But if you kind of split 45 to 50% of the popular vote between three political parties, that's what it looks like. And then you have the other side kind of come together in a regressive alliance, then you have what you have. But the reality is, yes, politics has shifted. And I think anyone that can't see that isn't looking at what just happened. But I think Una would know, and I've been talking about this for a long time. I've been talking, in 2017, I was talking with Caroline Lucas, begging Corbyn and John to do a progressive alliance. If we'd done it, we probably would have won. That's not the point. That's the past. But the reality is, here and now.
Oh, you could have just I don't know, dude. Made a big stink about the factionalism. I don't know, Clive. Sounds to me like it could be that.
What just happened in those local elections was existential for the Labour Party. And look, I know people are saying to me, I'm gonna vote Green. I've always voted Green locally, Clive, then I vote Labour at the general election, or this time I'm gonna vote Green. I will then consider what I do at the general election. It will depend on what you do. General elections are very different. We will see, 2.5 years can make a big difference in terms of whether Labour recovers or whether it collapses. But either way, what we on the left of politics need to work out, what is our priority? Is our priority the death of the Labour Party, or is our priority the stopping?
Or you could defect, yeah. He's a coward.
Getting in.
Hello, Wallada.
Changing the rules of those elections, changing the judiciary, changing all of those things. I also understand, people say, well, your party, the Labour Party, has tried to, end trial by jury. It's trying to stop people from protesting. It's one of the most draconian, authoritarian Labour governments in history. It's all true. That is true, and I wouldn't sit here and deny that, because I've spoken out against it. But the reality is, this Labour Party now is in government. If we can't change it and change its direction, then we have a real problem. Not just in terms of the platform that we are on when we stand at the next election and the record that we have, but also just in terms of the political culture. If you have
the way they've been being a careerist coward into an act of absolute bravery, yeah, it's mad. It is mad.
Wes Streeting, I would argue, or Keir Starmer in power in number 10 come the next election. I cannot see any other political parties, nationalist or otherwise, who will work with the Labour Party. And that's a problem, because we are then basically accepting a reform government.
Keir Starmer's political project was founded in deceit. His leadership campaign lied through its teeth to Labour membership and essentially launched, it's a coup. I mean, what they did basically was a coup, because they pretended he was a left-wing candidate who was going to do all these radical left-wing policies, and then reneged on them and launched the biggest assault against the left within the Labour Party in the history of the party.
Yeah.
And they defined their politics against the left.
Yeah.
It is interesting that Clive is just being like, yeah. Owen was a little bit worried about him getting the whip suspended, but What's Keir Starmer gonna do when he sees Clive Lewis has been on Owen Jones and Owen Jones is saying this and he's just going, yep. He's going, yep, that's what happened. The question is, why are you still there? Yeah. I truly believe that it is just the money. It is just the money. It's like Al says, it's being a careerist coward. Clive is like, yeah, didn't mind it though. Yeah, it was fine. I just did what I was told and I still fucking banked 90 grand a year, pal. You know? Anglo Punk says, beware of cops in orgs though. They've had kids with women in orgs and never revealed themselves. It's a serious problem. Yeah, of course it is. Absolutely. That was why I jumped on the relationship thing, particularly. I thought that people would be aware of that, right? But what I would say is that, like, most people think that when someone like me says that orgs need to be more militant, they freak out a bit and they go, oh no, we don't want to fight anybody. And it's like, no. When I say orgs need to be more militant, what I mean is that they need to organize more efficiently and more like a solid organization, right? Pretty much every org should have an OPSEC policy. And lots of them don't. Lots of them are just like, oh, well, why would the government want to infiltrate us? The government infiltrated climate movements, man. Do you know what I mean? They would do anything. They would do anything. It is important to remember that, like, yeah, the spy cops thing is an issue. The state infiltrating orgs is an issue. This bit just made me think of the Tommy Robinson march that's coming up this weekend. I'm like, how is that okay? But protesting against the genocide is a terrorist thing. Yeah, it's all a result of, the Israeli lobbying money in Parliament, right? No, it's not a topic change. It's certainly prevalent, right? It's the Nakba Day anniversary on Saturday, and there is going to be a big pro-Palestine march in London, and there is going to be, stand up to racism, and the anti-fascists in London are going to be there to counter Tommy Robinson. But, yeah, speaking of spies, Tommy Robinson is Mossad. Yeah, exactly. That's why they've done fucking nothing of any substance to prevent the Tommy Robinson march, because he is in fact an Israeli asset. And, who do the Israelis give money to for their policy purposes as a lobbying group? The Labour Party. Obvious as it is to say, you all can't just be your buddies and hanging out, unfortunately. I feel like some leftists have a hard time taking themselves seriously. Sometimes it's on some level scary to really accept the level of caution that's needed. Yeah, it is that. Like, but I think that a lot of it comes down to people actually being scared of interacting with other working class people. You know what I mean? I can't tell if this is a joke. I mean, Tommy Robinson is probably not Mossad, but he gets money from Israel, right? That is confirmed. It's not confirmed that he's part of Mossad. People do speculate that he's part of Mossad, and I'm neither here nor there about saying it, because it's like, if you're taking money from Israel to do anything in Israel's name in a different country, you might as well be Mossad, right? You know what I mean? One problem with OPSEC is I'm genuinely not sure if there's any local orgs I can join. Either they don't exist or they're deep underground. No, there probably just aren't any local orgs for you to join. That is the issue with, like, leftist organising in the UK. Like, rurally, you're going to struggle. I know you live in, like, a rural area, innit? Spooky. Yeah, that's it. That's the thing. That's why OPSEC is key. That's why having an OPSEC... a solid OPSEC policy is key, right? Because a solid OPSEC policy would be you cannot be paranoid and just have complete mistrust. That is what the cops want you to think. You know what I mean? You just need an OPSEC policy about, like, it's about doing an assessment of what kind of organization you are and what kind of, protest you might be doing, what kind of action you might be doing, yada, yada, yada. And if you need to be concerned about you know, people getting the information, because it might not be cops, it might be journalists, it might be fascists, you know, other kinds of infiltration does happen other than cops, right? The OPSEC could also be about wreckers, people who are not cops but act like cops because they think that organising is therapy and their individual comfort matters more than the org, so they'll bring the org down around it in order to make themselves comfortable or feel good about themselves or whatever. You know what I mean? These are all the ups and downs of organising in the Imperial core, particularly. I'm sure it's a problem in the periphery, but in the core, I think that this is where the biggest upset is. You know what I mean? I think that organising is therapy, fucking real. I will highly recommend Clementine Morrigan is a bit of a crank, but she's done some great writing. I mean, she is a TERF. She's like, I think it should be like just stated that she is a TERF. Sadly, she's like one of the best people that I can think of who talks about wreckerism, and like she's done like a great what do you call it? Oh my god. A great piece on wreckers. I mean, I don't know if like Sophie would agree with me in just like straight up saying that she's a TERF. I know that Sophie's had like a back and forth with her about like, what are you talking about? Basically, she's anti-puberty blockers pilled, right? And I don't know if she went further than that. But this is a really good piece just on, she doesn't talk about trans stuff in here at all. But talking about wreckerism, right? Wreckerism is a really important thing to read about, and this is a great fucking article about it. Highly recommend reading it, you know? Ew, but thanks for the rec. Yeah, it's one of them. It's like a Norm Finkelstein thing, you know what I mean? It's like, shit, this guy's right about a lot of stuff, but he's also wrong about some stuff as well. You know what I mean? But it's a good thing to read. It explains the bit. Like, if you've ever been in an organization and you're like, why is that person like that? That article will literally just explain it to you.
They didn't. I mean, I think it's fair to say, isn't it? It's not part of that.
But yeah, proper OPSEC policy includes stuff about like
party to their left.
Because OPSEC stands for operational security, right? So how secure are you in being able to do your operations as an organization, right? And that operation could be as simple as like paying your staff if you have staff. Finkelstein is a TERF. I mean, I would go as far as to just say he's a fucking transphobe. He doesn't actively like try and be like, you know, trans people are evil or perverts or whatever and shit like that. He's just like a 78-year-old man who I don't think he believes that trans people are real. Like, you know, he's like, no, you can't be transgender kind of thing. I can't remember what his like specific thing is, but he's very like, the thing that he is anti is like identity politics on the left. He says there needs to be a great, you know, a great movement in the Imperial... I can't do his accent, I'm not going to try. There needs to be a great, you know, movement to destroy capitalism and imperialism in the Imperial core, and identity politics is cringe. And we shouldn't be doing that, right? So he's a reductionist, I think is the right term.
Would amass huge levels of popular support, and actually Labour voters defect en masse to that party. But isn't it the case that, I mean... they would prefer the Labour Party to burn to the ground than to concede to the left. And that goes for a lot of a parliamentary Labour Party, who obviously I already insulted earlier on, but I stand by that. They were, you know, a lot of them are just drones, dead behind the eyes hacks who were parachuted into parliamentary seats because they would do the bidding of that right-wing faction. So, I mean, isn't that the problem with... You know, it doesn't matter how much, you know, we can see now they've lost to left-wing Welsh nationalists in Wales. They've lost to the Green Party across in urban England. And in a lot of smaller towns, they lost to Reform because actually a lot of Labour voters couldn't stomach voting for the Labour Party, voting for the Green Party. But I can't see them. It doesn't matter what electoral reality says. They're just so ideologically rigid and just so possessed with sort of hatred towards the left that they're not going to shift.
There are clearly some who are. I think that is a pretty fair description. I don't think that's the vast bulk of the Parliamentary Labour Party by any stretch of the
Cope. Oh, Clive. Sometimes I listen to Labour politicians talk like this, who used to be pretty, like, solid. And then I'm just like, have you had COVID too many times? Like, does your brain just, like, not work anymore? Like, what is it, bro? Like, what is... Like, obviously it's the money. I know that the money is the main thing. But, like, how can you take yourself seriously as a person when you're just saying this stuff? It's just... conceivably not true, provably not true, evidentially, you know.
Nation.
Hey, Glaze, how you doing? Welcome in.
That there is a broad spectrum of views, but clearly 200 of those new MPs that come in, many of them were handpicked by Morgan McSweeney at Keir Starmer, and we now know Peter Mandelson. You know,
is Clive Lewis going to get the whip suspended after this? Yo, no worries, Steve. Thanks for hanging out. Big up you and your missus for deciding to fuck off Eurovision. Yeah, great work, man. Next step, divestment campaign in your local community. Go on the BDS movement website. Just have a think about it, you know, no, I'm joking. I'm not expecting too much from you, but yeah, good on you for ditching Eurovision. He's one of the self-proclaimed good guys, so they have to be good ones. Yeah, that's it.
It's problematic.
He'll probably say he means the membership, but the leadership is bought and sold completely, yeah.
But what? Even though many of them were handpicked, that doesn't mean they could read their minds. You know, there are lots of them now who are openly rebelling, who've openly rebelled on things from welfare through to trial by jury and the David Lammy's attempts to undermine and stop that elements of that. So, you know, amongst those new 200 MPs, many of them have turned out actually now to be finding their own voice. That's a good thing.
Chat, hold the phone. Breaking news. Breaking fucking news. Paul McCartney's weighed in. Yeah? Paul McCartney's weighed in. Right? Dead important that he's done this. Thank God. Paul McCartney says one song has the power to unite Democrats and Republicans in Trump's America. Thank God. Finally. We've all been waiting for the Paul McCartney intervention. One song to rule them all. That guy did die also. Yes, it is important to remember he actually died in 1967 in a car crash and they replaced Paul McCartney with another one. That's my favorite conspiracy theory. I was about to log out. Don't worry, everyone. Paul McCartney's got the song that's going to do it. It's High High Hopes. High Hopes in the kitchen. This is so stupid for so many ways. The Beatles legend says the song stops political rivals from being at each other's throats. I've got to listen to this, man. I've got to read this. What are you on about? Sir Paul McCartney has paid tribute to the ability of music to bring together warring factions and pointed to his own song, Hey Jude, as a perfect example. During a recent appearance on the Rest is Entertainment podcast, the Beatles legend 83 answered questions from fans about his song and said, particularly these days, you do something like Hey Jude, and you see this whole audience singing together. In Trump's America, and the Republicans and Democrats all at each other's throats. When we do that song, they're not. They're all loving it, and it's like, wow, this is pretty amazing. Suddenly this room has forgotten all of that, and it's not, going to argue with each other. They're just going to sing together. What are you talking about? Famously, Paul McCartney gigs have in the past been unable to continue because of the endless infighting between Democrats and Republicans at his gigs. That's what happens, isn't it? It's happened to me before. You turn up at a Paul McCartney gig and you just can't hear the music because they're just yelling at each other, aren't they? They're going, Barack Obama was the best, and they're going, MAGA, make America great again. You can't hear anything, and then as soon as Hey Jude comes on, it's like, yes, we're all singing together. What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? By that logic, Happy Birthday is the most powerful political anthem ever penned. Yes, I don't want to know about this. I want to know what tune will finally balkanize the USA. That's the song I want to hear about. Oh, this is so funny, man. Speaking to hosts Richard Osman and Marina Hyde. He said that phones have changed everything when it comes to fan interactions. If I meet someone, they're reaching for the phone and they say, I'm sorry, I don't do pictures. And that is radical these days. Oh my God. Fuck off, bro. I told that to Oprah. I'm name dropping now. And she said, you don't do pictures? I said, no. She said, why? I said, I don't want to. It's as simple as that. My mum will love this. My mum will fucking love this so much. She fucking hates Paul McCartney. Paul McCartney's 1972 hit, Death to Communism, yeah. This is given a day in the life of Greg Wallace. Wait, what's this? As for why he always declines selfie requests, the singer-songwriter said he doesn't want to feel like the performing monkey he sees on the beachfront in Saint-Tropez. Oh my God. Brother, you're 83. At some point, do you not have like a bit of like self-awareness and go, I'm sounding like a cunt? The minute I start thinking I'm something above myself, I won't like me. It's very important for me to just be me. You do? What do you mean? Everything that you've said is so divorced from reality. He explains, so I say to people, I don't want to do photos, and they say, why? And I say, I'll tell you what, and I go into this long explanation about how down on the south coast of France in Saint-Tropez, there's a man on the beachfront who has a monkey. You have your photo taken with the monkey. Shut the fuck up. I really don't want to feel like that monkey, and when I take a picture with someone, I do feel like him. I'm not me anymore. I'm suddenly something else. The burden of being such a transformative musician. This is so ridiculous. It's someone's granddad, I know. That's why it's so cringe. It's so cringe. Oh my God, dude. This is embarrassing, man. This is so embarrassing. He said, Hey Jude can stop the Republicans and Democrats from attacking each other all the time. They do it all the time. Fucking insane, dude. That's absolutely insane. Desperate to sign out, but stoically performing Hey Jude. I'm changing my SoundCloud bio to transformative musician. Gotta get ahead of the curve. God, that was ridiculous. That's one of the funniest things I've ever read in my entire life.
You know, they came in, many of them came in being told that they were little more than a legislative necessity. And, you know, have now found their own voice. Others will do exactly as they're told. But there are still, I think, a large number of parliamentary Labour Party colleagues who, if you sat down in a room, Owen, you would find agreement on many things. You might not agree about the behaviour of, you know, the Labour establishment, about the Labour right. You might find disagreement on economic policy, on how far or how fast. But there would be a broad consensus on a number of issues on what you were trying to achieve, maybe just enough.
What are you fucking talking about? He's chatting rubbish. He's chatting absolute rubbish. This is either cope for him because he knows that he has betrayed his principles to keep that 90 grand a year, you know, heavily subsidized position. It's clearly cope. It's crazy for him to be saying that, like, you know, Owen Jones would sit there and agree with what, the fucking PLP on 90% of issues? I highly doubt it.
How you achieved it. And that's a starting point, you know, and so I haven't given up.
He is doubting it. I can see it in his fucking eyes.
From this PLP or this Labour Party, in part because strategically we can't. We've got to try and make the best of a bad situation. It is a bad situation.
Yeah, but you could do.
You were saying how Keir Starmer, in effect, duped, lied to the membership to get his way as part of that faction. I mean, it's hard not to come to any other conclusion when you look at the 10 pledges.
Don't do it. Don't. Oh my God, it's gonna piss me off so much if he sits there now and goes, Keir Starmer's a secret socialist. Actually, bro, don't do it. Don't fucking do it, man.
You know, for decades we've been told to worry and fear of the entryism from the left, from the extreme or hard left, only to now watch as entryists from the pro-capitalist right have entered our party and gutted it, eviscerated it. And that was what we were seeing on the doorstep. People who were saying, I don't recognize this Labour Party anymore. They're not this particularly political. You know, they've got a vote, they follow the news. They're not commentators. They don't go into the guts of it. But they're like, this doesn't sit right with me. Who you're attacking, who the vested interest.
He's not bad on Palestine, I guess. That's quite surprising, actually. Enforce sanctions on Israel, signed letter. Palestine Action declared a terrorist organization, voted no, didn't know that. Uphold ICC arrest warrant, signed letter. Suspend arms sales to Israel, signed letter. Make a BDS illegal for public bodies, he abstained. It's an interesting choice, considering everything else. Ceasefire in occupied Gaza, voted yes. Make a BDS illegal for public bodies, first vote. Why was he absent for these two votes? So weird. Like, you know, with the voting record of everything else. Very weird.
You're not picking a fight with. The changes you're not.
What does he even mean by the far left, Corbyn? Yeah, I think he was referring to, for ages, you know, Labour Together were talking about the entryism of the far left and the extreme left, but not just Labour Together. That kind of has been like an issue since the Blair times, right? He abstained from the vote to prevent investigation into Starmer. He's not a real one. He isn't a real one. No, he's not. You're right. Yeah, I don't think he was saying far left in his opinion. I think he was saying that they were presented as the boogeyman. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think he's talking about the Blair era where they were like, no, we can't have too much trade union involvement and we can't have too much, you know, all these trot orgs that are trying to get us to do stuff. We have to disaffiliate from them and all this kind of business. You know what I mean?
Making the way that you're behaving, the policies you're pursuing, the U-turns you're making. This isn't the Labour Party I expected or voted for. These aren't extreme people. These are people who have been, you know, Labour voters perhaps much of their life, have shifted between Labour, maybe Green, maybe Liberal, maybe even Conservative at times, but they just don't, they were ready for something to change. And that change has simply been what we've had. And they gave their verdict. It's simply unacceptable. Now, do I think there's a window for the Labour Party to turn things around and try and change itself? Of course I do. But I think that window is rapidly shrinking and becoming increasingly difficult to see how we can fit through it if we don't do it really soon.
Wes Streeting, you mentioned him. He's the Health Secretary, ultra Blairite, defending Peter Mandelson, who nearly lost his seat.
That shitty Lib Dem MP doesn't sign or vote for anything related to Palestine and Israel. They responded to an email of mine once and were like, it's a genocide, but we need a two-state solution. Claiming the Lib Dems are trying to change. He's a liberal Zionist. That's crazy. You know, my MP's fucking Lucy Powell. And she got back to me with an intern written response saying, it's very complicated, the conflict in Israel and Palestine. I hate the shit. It's a more polished version of I trusted you and you let me down. I'm just as gutted as the public. Yeah, it is crap.
To a 23-year-old British Palestinian, Lian Mohammed, standing from his left. And it was so close, 500 votes. He had a majority of 5,000 before that, just in terms of trajectory there. He obviously wants to take over the Labour Party. He's probably wanted to be Prime Minister since he was about 3. Probably started plotting when he was 4. As things stand, I mean, the Labour backbencher Catherine West has been a bit confusing because she was going to be a stalking horse to provoke a leadership election. Now she's doing a letter to get people to sign up to that. Have you signed a letter, by the way? What she's put out, and are you going to? And is it going to accidentally lead to Wes Streeting becoming leader of the Labour Party because Andy Burnham won't be on the ballot because he's not an MP?
Yeah. So there's a little bit of confusion as we speak because Catherine West has basically given gave a vague September timetable, which would have been plenty of time for Andy Burnham to get in, all things being equal, Keir Starmer standing down and acknowledging that the last decent thing.
On the MP War Crimes website, my MP is listed voting both for and against prescribing Palestine action. Now, I don't know if that's like possible to do, because everyone was saying, if it is, that changes something quite significantly, right? Because everyone was saying that the MPs had to vote for it because it included the maniac murder cult and like some pro-Russian fascist org, right? Like a Z org or something, I can't remember. If someone voted for and against it, maybe that means they voted for the other two, but then against Palestine action being prescribed. And if that was possible, then it just means that the Labour Party is even more depraved, because all the MPs were saying, like, we had to because it had all the orgs on it that are obviously terrible, but it's fine, they can appeal. And they might win the appeal. Insane. Not that any of them were saying that, but like, copers were saying that, you know what I mean?
He can do for this party is to bequeath it an open, transparent, and orderly timetable of transition to the new leader. That would be the least he could do.
I hate this orderly timetable of transition shit. It's so annoying.
This country. We will see whether he does that. If he did do that, then Catherine West's letter now acts as, in effect, a bludgeon, because it will simply grow, I imagine, as MPs begin to realise the scale of what's before us and the fact that Keir Starmer cannot go on. Now, that's a good thing. Where the confusion now is she doesn't seem to know whether it was the 1st of September or
how about he just fucking resign and let the chips fall where they may? Exactly.
Clearly, putting a time scale on it is unwise, but simply saying that we need the time and space to have a fair, democratic, transparent election in which all of those who wish to stand to be the next Prime Minister of this country and Labour leader can do so. And that would include Andy Burnham. And I just want to add here, Owen, I don't think Andy is the Messiah. Neither do I think he's been a naughty boy. But I do think that he is our best chance at the moment in terms of being able to get the nominations and able to win the PLP over and to govern in a way that I think might not please everyone of your viewers, but actually might put the Labour Party into a place where people could say, well, given the hand he was dealt, he is actually now trying to do what I imagine.
Yo, good night, Al. Thanks for hanging out, man. See you soon.
A Labour government should be doing at least some of those things. And that's where we are. You know, it's not perfect. There are only really bad choices ahead. It's just which ones are less bad. And that's where we are. Andy Burnham is the best of all of the opportunities that are before us. We have to try and make sure that he has a chance to come in. I'm confident that if we go to the membership, he would win, but he has to get before the membership. And at the moment, there are a group of people inside this party, including Keir Starmer and members of the right of the party, who are trying to prevent that. They want us either to keep Keir Starmer, although I think that is now rapidly dissipating in terms of his support. Their second preference is basically Wes Streeting. And Wes is, as you've already described, an acolyte of Peter Mandelson, the same political culture, the same political project. New face, same program, and with Wes,
They work for you
Wes
as listed her as abstaining. Oh right.
But as far as
maybe war crimes for is my MP war crimes. Maybe it's just like not up to date on it. Have a look at my fucking MP. My God. Fucking hell, dude. I hate Lucy Powell so much, man. 15 fucking years I've lived here. Not done a fucking thing for this constituency. Never represents the constituency in Parliament. Literally just obsessed with her own fucking career. Just does photo ops all the fucking time. You know, chat, this is central Manchester, man. Do you know what I mean? She's supposed to represent central Manchester. Central Manchester is overwhelmingly pro-Palestinian. There are Palestinian flags everywhere. Fucking everywhere. It's so nuts, man. One of the more prestigious seats in the country. Yeah, it is. Credits where credit's due then. I guess he's the bare minimum when compared to this. Clive Barker. I mean, Clive Barker. Clive Lewis. Can you imagine if Clive Barker was an MP? He'd be mint. Clive Barker would be sick.
You can see if Wes Streeting won the leadership, that would be the death knell of the late.
Just Pinhead like materializing in the House of Commons, being like, "You, the box, you called and we came, or you solved it and we came."
The movement and the
Clive Barker's Parliament,
the Labour movement and the Labour Party. In my.
It's like the chatterer just like fucking marches up to Keir Starmer, puts two fingers in his mouth. He's going, "No, not me, no! Wait! I know someone that escaped you! No one escapes us! Peter Mandelson!" Oh, yes. I want to hear it from his own lips. If you trick us, we'll tear your soul apart. I'd like to imagine it being more like the insane campy thing he does in the church. Yeah, he just like does the whole like breaking all the windows and shit.
Opinion. I understand not everyone would agree with that, but that's what I think.
Is that your phone line? Yes, it is. Hello. Maybe.
The funniest thing about my MP is he once said, being questioned on why he's not a socialist, he's a Lib Dem, because he's from a working class background, as some sort of microaggression. Oh, hell yeah, dude. That's so cool. It's so cool when people do that. I feel like a new Hellraiser could work and feel like an innovation on the form if they fucking world built an entire parliament of the Cenobites with an eldritch monarch. Yeah, that would be crazy. That would be so good.
That's the Labour leadership ringing to redo the right.
Yeah, oh my God, that is what would happen. Keir Starmer would say, "Ha, joke's on them. I don't have a soul to tear apart." That's how that would go.
Not speak to that little so-and-so. We're pulling the plug.
I sold my soul to Israel.
Well, it's more than reciprocated. Big fan of them. Just before I ask you about Andy Burnham, Wes Streeting, who long before you were an MP, you once described as a jump top turd, which is very funny on social media. Which it was a tweet. It's a very funny tweet. It was a long time ago. You weren't a Labour MP at the time.
In my defence, I'm not the best. I'm not at my best in the morning. I'm not my best Clive. I'm not my best self. And I remember I read his tweet aimed at me. I think he called me puerile for for
He
mocking
did, yeah.
Tony Blair over his Christmas card choice. And yeah, I remember banging the phone with one eye open, and it's probably not my finest moment, but nonetheless.
I think a lot of people want you to tweet more with your one eye open there. If you get some of these candid truth bombs, no, just on Wes tweeting. I just want you just before I just get Andy Burnham, do you think, just to flesh out what you just said there, could a Wes Streeting leadership of the Labour Party, would that be? Do you think potentially that is the end of the Labour Party?
I think in any meaningful sense, in terms of a wider Labour movement, I think it would be enough for Unite to finally leave and disaffiliate. That could probably lead to some of the smaller unions going. I don't think.
Oh, now I really want him to win. Now I really, 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 really want him to win. Oh my God, that would be so... Oh, it would be so good. Please, Wes Streeting, win the fucking Labour Party leadership contest. Oh my God. Oh my God. Don't threaten me with a good time, Clive, because if they leave and affiliate to the Greens, that's fucking it, man. The sky's the limit. The sky's the fucking limit, man. Do you know what I mean? Oh my God. Can you imagine the cash injection that would bring? Fuck me, dude. Will the Labour Party last longer than a lettuce? Well, this is it, right? Oh my God. One thing that I will say about careerists like, Clive Lewis and all the other people in the Labour Party who are there, like, supposedly waiting for it to turn left again somehow. Like Rebecca Long-Bailey, Richard Bergen, all kind of people like that. And on top of that, the Labour membership. And I do know that there are some left-wingers, like real socialists, like, who are in the Labour membership. Even some actual fucking tankies, right? Who aren't necessarily reactionary or anything like that. But I know that they're in there. And I imagine that the thing is that when you are a person in the Imperial Core, and we have a schism in society such as this due to the material conditions, the contradictions becoming so clear between like the material conditions and the system that we live in, right? My fucking grandparents, the same ones from earlier, right? This is what I'm saying. It's people like this. I think that what they think is that this could never happen. Like a schism like this could never ever happen. And I just don't think that they are emotionally or mentally ready to accept it. Because physically, it's happened. It has just happened. That's the reality. It's either socialism or barbarism, and there's no more appealing to the middle that you can do. There is no more appealing to capitalism and imperialism that you can do. I'll take that bet. Labour has been wilting. Hey, Jules. So I feel like these people are just holding on to something that they think is like, well, we've done this for years, so that'll definitely, it'll definitely work. Nothing can ever change until it suddenly does. That's the thing. This is a big schism that we're going through in the Imperial Core. It is literally, the center has collapsed. It's over. It is literally fucking, it is literally that. So there you go.
To think that Unite, which has a leadership and a component of its membership that are already halfway out the door.
Sorry, I just got distracted. I'm looking at Helena's chat, and I just saw one of our favorite chatters.
That would have a knock-on effect to other unions. You would certainly see a large number.
The CIA shill one voted Green and says he'll leave Labour as soon as they kick out Miliband because he's the last decent one left. Oh, that's really cute. That is so cute. Genuinely so cute. Like, just not even paid any attention to the Labour Party. Like, because I would literally say that there are at least 10 MPs that are decent ones left, right? Including Richard Bergen, Rebecca Long-Bailey, Clive Lewis, people like that, right? If Miliband becomes leader, which I doubt he will, we're getting Baker Sandwich Gate too. They're polishing that picture off as we speak. Yeah, 1000%. There are loads of other people that you could genuinely say, like, this is a fucking, you know, these people are an example of the fucking, the left of the party or the good of the party, you know?
Significant number of MPs from across the kind of broad left who would have to really struggle with the future of the party coming off the back as it has, with the biggest exodus of Labour members, I think, in the party's history over the last, and expulsions as well.
Would they defect? Would they defect?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them, Owen. And I think, you know, all options would have to be on the table, because if I genuinely believe that Wes Streeting would not only usher in effect, the kind of the PASOKification of the Labour Party, the kind of ending of the Labour movement in any kind of way that we would understand it, then clearly you have to consider all options. You can't just go jumping off and saying, yes, I defect, or no. But ultimately, if you think Wes Streeting is going to usher in a reform government, and I do, because I don't think anyone else would work with him, and I don't think he would ever be able to have a program that was anything more than more Palantir, more privatization of the NHS, more concreting over our ecosystems and wildlife, more power to big business corporations, more pandering to the US and its...
Clive, you sound like a fucking green, man. You sound like a green. It's so stupid, dude. I know that, like, there's no guarantee that you would get a fucking, you know, seat at the green table or whatever, but you should at least defect as an independent. That's what I'm saying. Exactly, Anglo-Punk. You can't leave it too long. Because then what would you know, you actually need to build a relationship with the Greens, and people won't do it while you're still in Labour. They just won't. No one trusts Labour. It's fucking over, man. All of this wish casting about fucking Andy Burnham fixing the party and shit, it's nonsense. It's rose-tinted glasses dog shit. You have to take it off. Literally rose-tinted glasses because it's Labour. You know what I mean? You gotta leave it. You gotta leave it behind. It's done. It's over, you know? I know that people can't let go of that shit, and there's a lot of people still in denial, but you have to. You just have to. I don't understand it personally. I saw it as soon as Keir Starmer got elected. That's when I cancelled my membership, but yeah, you actually can and you should jump ship and defect.
Policies around
That's the reality of it.
I just don't see how that would be compatible with a social democratic party in any meaningful sense, and a wider Labour movement beyond that. It's just not possible unless he has a complete lobotomy in the process of winning and changes himself and who he is and everything that's ever come out of his mouth since he's been NUS president 20 years ago. So I just
Owen like that one.
struggle to see how the Labour Party and Labour movement survived under Wes Streeting, given how weak and given how fragile it now is. And that's a big problem. Some people would cheer. I wouldn't cheer, because I think we're leaving ourselves in a more vulnerable position if we see...
He doesn't understand what it's like on the outside looking in. None of these cunts understand what it's like on the outside looking in. They're all, you know, we all saw the match get lit, right? Do you know what I mean? It might be a family voting thing. My fam voted Labour until the Indy ref because they always voted for him. Yeah. I think that like some of us saw the match getting struck, right? Some of us saw the match getting struck, and we went, he's going to burn the house down. Some of us saw him stood there with the fucking flame burning, and they jumped ship. The house is now on fire, right? And these cunts are still in it. It's just mad, man. Like, they are simply not in the reality that we are in when we're from the outside looking in. Hey, Orchestran, Clive used to be my MP. He'll never, ever leave Labour. Yeah, no, I believe it. I believe that some people are like that. But they are in denial, and they are, like, inside a burning building, and they're trying to, like, put it out. You know what I mean? They're, like, chucking buckets of water everywhere, going, shit, how do we save this? But it's fucking over, man. Like, the foundations have been burnt to charcoal. It's done. All the furniture's gone. The pipes have been stripped from the fucking walls. You know what I mean? We're at that level of decay. Absolutely mad.
Collapse of the Labour Party in that way. I mean, I want to just kind of say here as well, you know, this, I think the
deposit's not coming back. Like a frog in a pot. Yep, like a frog in a pot.
They have put on rocket boosters the demise of the Labour Party and the Labour movement. But I think if we're really honest with ourselves, the political institutions, the democratic institutions, the institutions of the Labour Party, of the trade union movement have been hollowed out. Institutions across
left Norfolk and moved back to Scotland. Good shout.
From the BBC to the NHS to the judiciary. You know, after 40 years of this economic creed.
My brother-in-law wants the Social Democrats here to join the moderates, a centre-right party, and that will fix everything. What? Are the Soc Dems in... Where are you again? Sweden? Are they like fucking... Are they actually good? Or is that like centre-left crap? You know? It was so obvious with Starmer was telling me American friends were going to have a Biden situation where they do absolutely fuck all for people, let the fascists win power, run chat for a prediction being true. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's pretty much that, right? It's pretty much already happened. They're already kind of centre right, fair enough, yeah.
Hollow. And, you know, there's a reason why authoritarian governments are rising all over the world. There's a period of transition taking place. Morbid symptoms, as someone once said. That's what's happening. And I don't think, you know, simply changing to Andy Burnham is going to stop or solve all of that, but it might give us a breathing space, might give us time to develop a new politics, a pluralist politics, which can allow us to start rethinking how we rebuild our democracy from the bottom up and rebuild our emaciated social infrastructure in this country and give people a sense of hope as to what this country could be as we go into the 21st century, because the ecological, political, and economic shocks that are coming our way are unlike anything we would have ever seen. You know, 2030, we're expecting, you know, food security issues. You know, people not having enough food on their plate.
Sick, dude.
If we're lucky.
That's. I don't think that's that far away, actually.
That's from the intelligence services. So, you know, we can see where things are heading. And I think we can all see that it requires a different...
Oh, he's talking about the intelligence report into global warming, not the shock from the Iran war.
Type of politics. You know, we need to be working together. And Andy Burnham isn't the answer to everything, but he's a breathing...
Can Clive Lewis just run for leader, actually? He's too left-wing, that's the problem. No one else in Labour is this willing to be straightforward about the issues. The reason he's willing to be this straightforward about the issues is because he's one of the only left-wing people in Labour left. Again, not left-wing enough, you know?
Space, and that's the way I see it.
Just on that, so I want to actually just, you know, about Andy Burnham. I mean,
there's a bunch of people, Sorga. There's a bunch of people who have this exact same politics in the Labour Party, but they won't run for leadership because they're not supported in the Labour Party. It's why you think he should at least run. It would help set the tone of the debate. I mean, it would be a good martyrdom, right? It would be a good martyrdom. Anyone with a fucking ounce of principles, with a modicum of scruples, would literally, you know, do it to be like, I'm going to show you what a leader should look like. If it doesn't work, I'm going to defect. The Labour Party's fucked. Exactly. I know what you're saying. I do know what you're saying. Clive has been asked to run for leader before. He said no. Yeah. Maybe he should have done something about the structure of the party at some point between 2015 and 2019. Exactly. It's so annoying hearing all these people who did fuck all or literally participated in the coup against Corbyn just being like, oh, you know, well, it's got to happen. We've got to get Andy Burnham. He's the best we've got. It's like, that's cringe, man. That's so cringe. Clive would instantly become anti-Semitic, yeah. Why martyr? Is it an end of career move? No, it should, like, if you were going to do that, you should resign if it doesn't work, right? If you have a left-wing, social democrat, pro-Palestine, you know, all the things that the Green Party is, guy running for leader within Labour and he gets trounced, or woman, whoever, then you resign and be like, I fucking tried. You could see that this won't work. So I'm gonna fucking resign from the party. I'll be independent. And then all the other socialists should follow him if they're, you know, still in belief of being a socialist in the party. And they should have a socialist bloc that is willing to collaborate with the Greens, you know, because they're all voting for the same shit at the end of the day. If there was a government, you know what I mean? If they had a coalition government, even if they get elected, Greens can bring motions in. These MPs can turn around and go, okay, we'll support that motion. We'll vote for it, you know? No, yeah, I should end the stream, really, to be honest. I should. I'm tired as fuck. It's midnight. Chat, thank you so much for hanging out. We're going to go raid Helena. I think she's live with Kev. I don't know if she's live with Kev or she's live on her own. I know Kev is also live. But we're going to raid Helena because she's not on Twitch often anymore. Great stream again. Thanks so much, everyone. Really appreciate it. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for all the donos. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the follows. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for supporting me this week, chat. It's the end of a streaming week. I will be back on Red Planet. We have... Now, this is the big reveal, yeah? All of you that are here right now, however many of you there are, right? You have to come to Red Planet on Sunday, right? 8 p.m. UK time. We have got Jordan Devlin from the Filton 6. So, one of the Filton 24... that was part of the action at Elbit that resulted in the whole business. The guy that one of them of the, you know, from the main crew that was found not guilty. We are interviewing Jordan Devlin on the stream on Sunday. It's going to be a really interesting convo. So please be there. Twitch.tv/Red Planet Live. Or you can watch it on YouTube at the YouTube link in the chat. And also go to the Patreon if you want to support us, because we have got a bonus episode out at the minute where me and Soph and Tim talk about a bunch of local election stuff. Soph talks about some organising stuff, and Tim and Soph talk about Resident Evil and some games and stuff. I talk very briefly about Tomodachi Life, but it's whatever. If you're all here, you all know the Tomodachi Life stuff. Anyway, come and check out the fucking stream on Sunday. I'll be there on Sunday, 8 p.m. UK time till 10, and I'll be back on Monday with the regular stream. Let's go and raid Helena. Copy and paste the raid message, the first one if you've got a sub, the second one if you don't. Copy and paste the first one from the /. It should look like that. Don't forget to check out my socials. Don't forget to check out my YouTube channels. Don't forget to check out the VOD channel. If you've been watching the VOD channel for this whole stream, please like, comment, and subscribe. Tell me what you think of the stream. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Thanks for all the support, everyone. Stay excellent to each other. See you in a couple of days. Peace.